Hey there, hi there, everybody. Hello. Hello, hello. How's it going, Blargosity? Has CSS worked, but you'd rather watch streams? I empathize deeply with those who are procrastinating by showing up to stream. I went so hard into the feeling of I'd actually rather just watch a live stream that I turned it into my job, so that I never had to do anything except either be a live stream or watching other live streams. And now here I am stuck like this. So, yeah, let me turn down the music a little bit for the talkies here. I do want to keep the BattleTech soundtrack going for a moment here, because who asked during the pre-roll here? First of all, Storm, thanks for the 37 months. So glad to have you. Spirit Sparrow asked, do I do any tabletop war games? Well, time for a little bit of show and tell. We're here listening to the soundtrack to the wonderful BattleTech done by Harebrained Studios. This was a digital attempt at adapting a tabletop game, the tabletop game of BattleTech, a game of advanced armored combat, for which I actually own a few minis myself. So this is my Flashman, painted in Word of Blake colors. Got a Word of Blake level 2. BattleTech is a tabletop game for giant robot combat, essentially. It was actually designed way back in the 80s. And has persisted through the collective conscience for quite a while. The Mech Warrior video game series all take place in the universe of BattleTech. This is a Lancelot here, this guy. And the Crab. Yeah, exactly. Who doesn't love giant robots fighting each other? What I've always liked about the BattleTech tabletop game, for me personally, is the locational damage system. Every mech in BattleTech has, 2 legs, 3 torsos, 2 arms and a head, 8 different damage locations, and then rear locations on the torso too. So actually 11 different locations to be hit and damaged on every single unit, as well as a critical hit system that's intrinsically linked to the construction rules. So rather than just having like a hit point total, as most units in most games do, the mechs in BattleTech can exist in any number of wildly varying damaged and partially functional states, like missing an arm, having partially disabled movement, weapons that are less accurate or disabled entirely. The pilot who's piloting it can suffer bad effects, having the cockpit destroyed and kill them. The engine can overheat. The gyroscope can be damaged, causing the mech to be unstable. All sorts of different possible critical hit effects with different gameplay effects, all linked to a locational damage system. It's really, really well done, but in terms of actually playing it on tabletop with pen and paper, becomes very cumbersome in terms of the number of dice rolls that have to be done and the number of tables that must be consulted to determine the outcome of the dice roll. Like, so many tables upon tables upon tables. But with the rule set taken to a digital adaptation of some sort that handles all the rolling and table consulting for you, I think BattleTech becomes a pretty interesting and fun game. And for that, I recommend both the, of course, tabletop, the Harebrained Studios BattleTech, which came out in, I want to say, 2018, and the much, much older Megamech program. I'll type that in chat. Megamech. Very old computer program that is a very faithful and complete digital adaptation of BattleTech, complete with IP multiplayer functionality. Old Mech Commander references, yes. I've heard a lot of good things about Mech Commander, although I've not played. Very excited for the upcoming Spire board game. I've heard a rumor from a reliable source that Tabletop Simulator will get the stuff from the Slay the Spire board game. So there will be a digital version of that will be playable probably pretty soon. And that I'm really excited for. Gonna have to brush up on my tabletop simulator skills. Bailey says, it's my understanding the tabletop version already exists since that's how they tested it. Well, that makes sense, right? Rather, that would let you play test a game across multiple continents with different people without actually needing to ship any pieces of anything or print anything to anyone. Anywho, that was my little show and tell there. I wanted to show off the BTech minis real quick, since I was asked on a day where I'd already chosen to just randomly play Battletech music, although maybe that's why I got asked in the first place. And as Bonnet says, if the Slay the Spire board game is successful enough, maybe they'll make a licensed computer game based on it. One can only hope. Ubla says, my favorite deck builder board game is Quacks of Quedlinburg, which is an adorable name for a deck. Is that a duck building game? Tell me that's a duck builder. That replaces the cards with tokens. Oh no, it's a duck building game. That's Your Blood says, I googled Battletech and I played it long time ago on the Amiga. Too young to figure it out. Core memory unlocked. Yeah, I've also got a core memory relating to a Battletech game that I don't even know the name of anymore. It was like... It was almost a Battletech MMO of sorts, or... I want to say this was in the early 2000s. It was kind of like MechWarrior Online is. You'd go team game with like 6 or 8 mechs on each side, each player piloting a mech. You'd have to start in a light mech like a Commando or a Spider, and you'd have to earn money to unlock the higher up, heavier stuff. And there was a sort of like global galaxy map where the outcomes of the team matches would kind of map paint for the different factions a little bit. It was online only. You could only play it multiplayer. And I remember that it was free. But I don't know anything else about it. It's a really long time ago. I have solid memories of Battletech 3025. That sounds right, Torque. Actually, that sounds exactly right. I remember unlocking the Hunchback that had 8 medium lasers, firing all of them, and then overheating a lot, and then just shutting down. And then you'd get back up, walk to the next target, fire 8 medium lasers, shut down again. You see if Battletech 3025... What I'm thinking here... PC MMO. Yes, during the same period as MechWarrior 4 Vengeance. Released as a beta in 2001, got shut down with little explanation on December 6, 2001. Yes, I think that's the right game. Battletech 3025. Nicely identified. Yeah, it was online only, very briefly, and then it stopped existing. But I played a lot of it. That was fun. So, when it comes to video games that are in the year 2022, it seems like, actually, we do have to play another giant robot. We got to play The Defect, which may or may not be giant. It really depends on one's perspective. Perhaps all the adventures of the Spire are giants, and the lice are just normal little creatures getting squished by us. Both Firebird Lover and That's Your Blood played Battletech Crescent Hawk Inception. That sounds like one of the really, really old BTech stuff. Actually, did anyone here watch the now infamous Battletech animated series that was like briefly on TV in the late 80s or maybe early 90s? It had very, very early 3D animation, which did not age at all. Would enough lightning orbs qualify as 8 medium lasers? Yeah, I think so. I think double energy into Tempest can do a pretty good imitation. I like that. Thoughts on the board game so far? Looks really promising. I love the faithful to the game artwork that they decided to go with. I mean, they just used the artwork of the cards from the game. So I can't wait to see what they look like in actual physical cards. But redesign the effects quite a lot. I haven't quite figured out how much I want to back the game for, but I know I want those playmats for sure, if I'm going to do it. Matt Warbuckle says, I love robot battles, but require instant action. Thus, my favorite shooter is Titanfall, because you get the best of both worlds. Hey, that's pretty cool. Good stuff. Do I think they should include a calculator with every game? I mean, Windows has one. You can just use that. I recommend having a calculator in life. It's a useful device. Or useful program. It doesn't need to be a physical entity anymore. You won't always have a calculator, they said. They were lying. You will always have a calculator. You will always have a periodic table. But it's up to you to make sure you have them. That's the part they don't tell you. You'll always have a calculator if you make sure to always have a calculator. I'm actually really excited to potentially try out the board game in Tabletop Simulator before to get an idea of what playing the actual physical items might feel like. I do think it'll be a lot of manual labor, let's call it, for setup, teardown, and shuffling. Oh, that's amazing, Wicked Agent. Like full cockpit simulators. I've never been to Houston, but I'll keep it in mind. Count Aurelio says, today I was helping a student with math, and I calced 12 by 9.5 and such from my head. The look he gave me that I could do that without digital aid was both amusing and sad. No kidding. I think there's a lot of my parents always called this kind of the like sanity check to having an instinct or sufficient practice with arithmetic such that you can verify personally the result the calculator gives you. Helps you catch things like missed inputs or improperly set up calculations if you can understand that the result you got is nonsensical because it's an order of magnitude too big or too small, for example. Mad Murray says, I've got a PhD in math and playing Spire has improved my mental arithmetic more than 20 years of school. Yeah, I think it's partially because the mechanics of the Spire result in essentially random calculations. So you have to... You don't really get to memorize like the times tables or anything. You have to be able to novelly set up and construct your calc for each situation, because you may have added or subtracted damage from your attack. You might have multipliers going on. Enemies usually have random amounts of health. The deck you get is going to be different every time. So you can kind of like memorize some of the arithmetic for the starting deck, like Bash Strike is 17 damage. The Cultist has at most 55 health. But once you get past the first few encounters, you get into unknown territory pretty quick. Miracle Dang says, I've missed many questions because I forgot a parentheses somewhere. That's right. And if you are able to double check or sort of sanity check your calculation, because you understand, like, oh, 12 divided by 3 plus 1 should not be... Actually, that works out kind of the same either way, right? Well, 12 divided by 3 plus 1 should not be 5. It should be 3. But if your parentheses are wrong, you'll get 5. Wolfram Alpha is very good. Wolfram Alpha can do some very, very fun calculations. You're like, what's the mass of the moon divided by the footprint of an Eastern Japanese rodent? And it'll tell you. It'll tell you what that is. Jasper Larvitar says, here's a math shortcut that I recently learned and is very useful to know. X% of Y is the same as Y% of X. So for example, 4% of 75 is kind of annoying to calculate, but you can more easily find the solution by calculating 75% of 4, which is 3. So 4% of 75 is 3, according to that. That's pretty cool, actually. The percent sign is just the number 0.01. That's also a good, like, mental substitute. So, what are we taking here? Forced to lead if I go the sane way. Literally no elites if I go the not... That's a little something something. With Slime Boss at the end. So, boss swap? That's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling boss swap. Let's do it. The house. We get $50 and a second chance at life. And floor 0 genetic algorithm or a sweeping beam. That's actually kind of hype. These results specifically probably allow us to do like this. Maybe. Go for the Burning Elite, potentially. 50 gold makes that first shop a lot more reasonable. Something like... either take 2 events, go to this shop, or 1 event, go to this shop. Not sure. Sweeping Beam as a first card against Slime Boss is reasonable, actually. We shouldn't disregard Sweeping Beam here. But it's very hard to turn down this early a genetic algorithm. It'll be a good block card by the time we even get to the elites. And I don't particularly like Sweeping Beam, so... I'm sorry, Sweeping Beam. But we definitely want to take some card rewards, maybe get another potion. We only need 1 potion going into the elite, as we'll want to hold on to this fairy in a bottle as long as we can. Our hope is, of course, that we don't need to use the fairy, but it may, of course, be that we do. So all that's in exchange for our starting lightning orb that we would normally have. Alright, if I dual cast, somebody's dying. Actually, that's not true. I could hit them each 1 time. And that would be terrible. Dang it. Why did I say that out loud? My face! Okay, not an ideal first fight, but it's fine. Ah, should have taken the damage card. Recursion Coolheaded, Recursion Skim. Ravaru, thanks for 11 months. What is Niao's favorite TV show? Undercover Boss Swap. I love that. And Niao's favorite movie? Boss Swap, baby. That one's for Cart Rarario. We took Genetic Algorithm. We could take a Charge Battery here. I'm also really, really happy with Skim, broadly speaking. Very powerful card draw card. A little questionable this early, but we're not exactly offered a good alternate card, so I am going to take a Skim here. Card draw, very, very useful in the later game of Spire to avoid whatever this is. This is not the turn one you really want to see, and definitely a danger of adding too many block cards to your deck. Drawing all blocks on a turn the enemies are not attacking you is a surefire disaster recipe. I'm just going to get rid of this thing. Take 10 here. Alright. And again, I'm not exactly too worried about this health loss because of the Drain a Bottle. But I agree, we need attack cards ASAP. Fortunately, there's guaranteed attack cards in the store, and we can just use our money to buy them with dollars. There's an attack card. I mean, I added a Skim. It's kind of decent. The people have spoken. I mean, I really don't feel good about skipping here, so yeah, I'm gonna take that claw. And we're gonna go to this store for sure. I want another card reward for guaranteed. And I want the ability to go to 2 shops. Scrape is here. Oh boy. Actually, wait, no, I just buy Hyper Beam, right? Yeah, we just buy Hyper Beam. Seems pretty good. That's a lot of damage. Hyper Beam does 26 damage to all enemies. Costs us Focus, which is a pretty steep downside, but man, the upside. I'm willing to click up to 3 times here. We can actually go this way if we want to. Maybe avoid that Burning Elite. And yeah, I'll click up to 3 times here. 1. Easy, first try. Alright, we're still on track for the Burning Elite. The Singing Bowl will allow us to gain maximum hit points by skipping stinky card rewards. Card rewards like Claw, but not card rewards like Hologram. Hologram gets us back Hyper Beam. Hologram gets us back Claw. Recycle's also a very tempting card here with the Skim already. But we definitely want a way to recur our best cards currently. I'm going to go Skill Potion over Dexterity Potion. And our first elite is going to be the Lagavulin, which is probably our worst matchup, actually. Usually a fight I rely on the orbs for, but we don't really have orbs this time. Oh. Okay, we wake up next turn. Probably going to use the Skill Potion shortly. Alright, let's just dual cast this, because I'm going to play Hyper Beam when we draw it. Lazy Doc, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Alright, Skill Pot. What do you contain? Algorithm, Skim, or Cool-Headed? Pathetic. Pathetic, I tell you. I guess I'll take second Skim. We've had first Skim, yes, but what about second Skim? And I guess we're zapping again. Or I can hologram the Claw. Let's do that, actually. Terrifying. Well, the fairy in a bottle might be doing work very shortly here. I think I actually need to strike 3 times with this draw that we have gotten. Oh. I'll just go skim Hyper Beam. Please die. Okay. Dual cast would still do 5 times 2, right? That's important, because that brings it into Hyper Beam kill range. I want to be able to skim Hyper Beam, so let's go. Dual cast, defend, take 17, and win. Okay, we get to keep the fairy for now. That's good. And we get an Eternal Feather, which will heal us at rest sites. Actually, that's huge. We're going to get a heal here, we're going to get a heal here. And I get to upgrade the... Ooh, Steam Barrier is okay, but we have too many blocks as it is. We're going to upgrade the Hyper Beam. And we're going to use that Hyper Beam upgraded to kill whatever this next elite is. Hopefully the sentries. But no matter what, we do have a fairy in a bottle to survive a Gremlin Knob attack number 3 or whatever. Oh, easy every time. Boop. My only regret was also drawing a hologram turn 1 there. Easy. And this will do 5 times 2 next turn. Almost a perfect super elite fight. Thanks to that Hyper Beam. We get a Tungsten Rod, reducing damage that we would take. And see a Glacier, take a Glacier is the usual adage. A bit weird with a Hyper Beam plus in the deck, but probably still worth it here. Yeah, so much funny how much easier the Burning Elite was than that regular Lagavulin that we had to struggle through. No kidding. Could go for 2 max health here, it's true, actually. It is a viable strategy. I think we should take Hologram, or take the Glacier, rather. Kind of hybridizing the deck a little bit, giving us options, especially with Skim Hologram. We end up with a deck that we play certain cards for some fights and different cards for others. Really thrilled with a letter opener here. If we play 3 skills in 1 turn, we can now do area damage to all enemies. That encourages an upgrade to maybe Zap or Dual Cast next, to create a 0-cost skill. Thoughts on FTL? It's a pretty good early game attack. And a very good roguelite. Great game, yeah. How to have a buttery voice like mine? Gotta be born with it, I think. Had this since I was a teenager. Yeah, deck doesn't have an identity. It's just a bunch of different solutions kind of stuck together. Claw was taken before the Hyper Beam. If I'd known Hyper Beam was coming, we wouldn't even have the Claw. But it has served a purpose. It has helped us, including in the Lagavulin fight. It helped a lot. Just free damage is, well, still helpful. So, am I upgrading Zap here? It feels weird to upgrade Zap with Hyper Beam, but Letter Opener does demand. We're definitely going to the rest site, because we get a heal. And we're definitely fighting an elite, but I think we should take a combat before we fight that elite. Fight this elite. Unless I feel really important about going to 2 events, but I don't, because with Singing Bowl, you can always skip the card reward, gain 2 max health. Upgrade the Claw! No, we'll upgrade the Zap. Yeah, that's not to say that your voice can't be trained or changed. Those are both true. Look at it, already doing stuff. The Glacier. I play the hologram, we do a little bit more damage, but then I lose the hologram. I'd rather have the hologram. Oh. 25 won't be enough to KO. Let's just block. Slowly chip him down. I think we can do that with this fight. Get him, Letter Opener. That's That's right. Are we beaming? Could also take a second hologram here and have that be pretty good. But 2 hyper beams is quite something. That is a lot of damage output. But it really kind of commits us to losing focus in most combat. It's going to be really hard to win fights without playing this. That said, 2 copies of Hyper Beam means Act 2 just melts in front of us. Let's take another one. Alright, who's going to die? It's the Lagavulin rematch. And I am gonna actually skip both Hyper Beams turn 1 here. This Sleepy Egg. This is probably my Dexterity Potion fight. Aw. Also could have hologrammed Zap instead of doing that, but we want a Glacier, so it's fine. Wakey wakey. Get him, Tungsten Rod. Good work. So what am I doing? Hologramming Zap, playing it again? Or skimming either way? Yeah, we're hologramming Zap here. We need more lightning orbs. Take 2. Glacier's Skin? Can't quite kill with a Hyper Beam here. Again, we've drawn them both at the same time, a little unfortunately. So I think we skim first. And just Glacier Zap. Take 3 more. Okay, not too bad. Now we can Hyper Beam. Bird-Faced Urn. The sustain on this run. Got max health generation, more health generation, and still that fairy in a bottle. What happens if we release the fairy from the tiny house? Is that the ultimate achievement in Slay the Spire? Turbo is here. I think this is a really good Turbo, because this deck has a lot of expensive cards, and card draw already. So Turbo looking really nice to let us play both Hyper Beams on the same turn, potentially. It's also a skill, 0-cost skill, for the letter opener. Why not Sunder? Sunder is nice. It's another big attack that is good for deleting low health enemies. Thing is, with 2 Hyper Beams, basically anything that I'd want to Sunder, I can just play Hyper Beam against. I'll take a Turbo here. Greetings, friend. Embrace the letters. Can't be harmed next turn. That's okay, I want to play my algorithm anyway. Ooh. Bye, Zap. And there's the Recycle, too. Okay. Recycle is probably better than the Turbo, actually. I'm definitely taking Recycle. In fights where we don't want the Hyper Beams, Recycle is going to both generate energy and get rid of the required card. I like Heat Sinks, too. We've actually seen so many Heat Sinks this act, I can't even articulate it. I think we could have had 3 or 4 copies already, which would have been hilarious with Bird-Faced Urn. I would love this deck with 4 Heat Sinks in it. But alas, given that we're still lacking a potion, and given that we have the Singing Bowl, I think probably taking a fight is better than an event here. Although there are a lot of good outcomes from the event that we could get. I also want to level up the genetic algorithm, so we've got a lot of good reasons to want to take this fight. That's not enough. Dual cast would do 15. That's also not enough. So I guess we just block by playing Glacier here? Take 9? 9's not too bad. Antonio, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. You mean in fights where you don't want to play Strike, you can recycle those to get more Hyper Beams. That's right. That's what I said. Alright, let's take some damage here. Thankfully, we still have the Fairy in a bottle. As long as I have this Fairy, I don't see any reason to rest. We do get a potion. There's the reprogram that girl with a fat beard summoned, but I think a beam cell is actually like the huge enabler for double hyper beam. Zero cost apply vulnerable. Big deal. Big deal. And I think my upgrade of choice is actually going to be the Skim. Make it a Skim Plus now that we have 2 energy generating cards. Rather than upgrading the beam. But yeah, there's an arguable use for the reprogram here, for sure. For sure. Can rest when you're dead, that's right. That's right. Die, fiend. You will not crush me this day. Not too worried about a huge split like this since we have access to additional, let's call it hyper beams here. For example, Hologram, Hyper Beam Plus, Rebound, Hyper Beam Plus. GG. Triple beam. The ultimate beaming. Let's freaking do it. How many beams is too many? We're going to find out the hard way. You could also go Core Surge to block one hyper beam, but where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in that, I tell you? Maybe don't, they said, ignoring how powerful I had become. There's no stopping me, fools. Now we are a god amongst the Spire. Slightly regret the turbo. We need to do a couple of card snips. Remove the junk from this deck. Unfortunately, the shop seemed to have been placed weirdly by some sort of madman. So, that'll have to wait. What we should do is absolutely, positively destroy all the elites in this act. I think we could handle quite a few. Seems I'm losing focus on the run. What happens to light beams that break the speed limit? They're sent to Prism. $60 damage. We're actually just shy. Oh, but I have Tungsten Rod. Lol. Get hacked, you nerds. You may live. Actually, I also want to play the algorithm, so it's better to not kill them all immediately. Thanks for the artificial inflation on the stats there. Bird. A claw, but now it's too late. I'm actually happy we didn't upgrade the recycle. Let's just take some max HP. The Singing Bowl, by the way, very good with Snecko-Eye. I think generally speaking, when you have a Snecko-Eye, you want to skip more cards. And so we're going to be gaining more and more max health now. Fire Potion's pretty good, but Distilled Chaos seems pretty hype in this deck. Remove a card or upgrade all the strikes and defends. I think this deck will perform dramatically better with a few removals. Unfortunately, starting with Claw, because it's half the damage of a strike. Sorry, Claw. Claw will remember this. And so shall I. Mediocre turn 1. Pretty good time for a Distilled Chaos, then. Let's do it. Strike, Defend, Descender's Bane. Aha. Yes, the best cards in my deck. Thank you. Just what I wanted. That's more like it. That's what I want to see. Meteor Strike would absolutely be busted. If we see a Meteor Strike at any point this run, we're going to kind of shoot into the stratosphere pretty much immediately. And we do want to keep the deck partially smaller to better achieve that. Not going to go with the Ritual Dagger here. We're just going to take the extra cash. I can't wait to hit the store at the end of this act. We're going to be so loaded. Don't even know how loaded we'll be. This is 25 block already. I guess that's what happens when you get it on floor 0. Consume Plus. It's a way to get our focus back. Interesting way to get focus. With a free upgrade. I'm going to take this. I think this actually could be an important piece of our late game. To have the option to create focus. We won't be using it much in the short term. But in the long term, I think there's a lot of chance that it gets used. So what path exactly am I taking here? We want max elites and fires. Probably this one, then. Alright, that's 3 elites. 2 rest sites. I don't think we can do better than that. No. Alright. First elite, the Book of Stabbing. Kind of a spooky opponent. This is definitely not our best matchup here. We're just going to have to play Hyper Beam a bunch of times, realistically. Is there any argument to hunting events for the books? I think it's a too small a chance to get any particular event for it to usually be worth it. Maybe in rare circumstances, but I don't think we're in those circumstances. Oof. Algo and Beam Cell and Hologram all at 3 costs, meaning I can't even Hologram Hyper Beam. That is not good. Bummer. What do I do? This would be the really wrong time for Snecko to try to betray me. Alright, that's more like it. Hyper Beam, then Skim, reshuffle the deck. Recycle can exhaust this 3-cost defend. Getting me 3 energy back, allowing me to play the Glacier, which is 7 block, if nothing else. I'll lose health pretty rapidly here unless we can secure a kill. Looks like we're not quite there. Beam Cell, Hyper Beam is no bueno here, but we will kill next turn, guaranteed. So that's fine. Thank you, Tungsten Rod. Ow. Okay. That was by far our worst matchup, though. We super take another hologram. Every hologram you see with this Neko Eye. And we still have a fairy in a bottle, so I'm really not worried, even though we did just lose a whole bunch of health in a really scary way. I'm really not that worried. I'm the boss here, Snecko. Oju says, I'm often afraid to fight elites in Act 2 when I don't take an energy relic. Any advice to what I can do in Act 1 to fix that? Look for relics that improve your turn 1 specifically. You don't necessarily need energy every turn. You just need energy on 1 or 2 key turns. And often cases in Act 2, that means turn 1. So the lantern, the bag of marbles, bag of preparation, a properly set up nunchaku or ink bottle. These can all help with dealing with the elites in Act 2. The other big thing that can really shape elites is potions. Clever / effective potion use is the difference maker for sure. So if you can have a couple of potions that are really, really useful against the elites of the Act. Like, specifically for Act 2, you're looking at stuff like attack potion, fire potion, explosive potion, any damage potion, or potions that help you draw are all good. Come on, algorithm. There you are. Turbo, huh? Interesting. So I play algorithm, I can't play hyper beam. I guess that's most likely to be okay. But it could be bad. Let's see. So we're reshuffling here. Oh, it is bad. Got greedy then. So, what do? Turbo is free. Cycle is not free. Guess we have to use the potion, huh? I'm really not happy about that, but I'm gonna do it. Mind Blast is good. Mind Blast will be enough damage to KO. It's 15. So we can do Mind Blast, Hologram, Mind Blast, Strike, kill 2 of them. Might as well play this as well. And this for the letter opener. Right, so we're doing an additional 5 to all. You need 6, though. Might as well kill you, then. Bummer. Still took damage there. Definitely not worth it. But what can you do? Alright, we better survive this elite, since it's not... Strike dummy. Does make the strikes do more damage, but I'm not going to pick this up. Since this is guaranteed to not be the Book of Stabbing, I think we're always pretty okay here. Yeah, as long as we have a reasonable turn 1 draw, and look at this. How's that for reasonable? Ancient Tea Set will give us bonus energy on the first turn after visiting a rest site. That's pretty good. Core Surge is back. Doom and Gloom Plus is also a big area attack, but it's no Hyper Beam. That was not at all reasonable. So they say. Fighting Bronze Tomato. I can just Hyper Beam Bronze Automaton. Let's take more health. And I'm going to rest. This could be Book of Stabbing again, so I'm a little bit afraid of it. Important upgrades include the Hyper Beams, the Beam Cell, maybe even the Turbo, actually. We do have some pretty good upgrades. Let's upgrade. Another Hyper Beam. The power. And I'll take a relic. Molten Egg. Any Hyper Beams we get from here on out will already have plus on them. It's printed right on the card. Brilliant. And here's the turn 1 we needed for Book of Stabbing. Beam Cell. Hyper Beam. Hologram the free Hyper Beam rather than playing this one? Yes. And then defend? Might as well also Skill Potion. Perfect. And we also take very little damage. See, now, this is how the Book of Stabbing fight is supposed to go. Bottled Lightning allows us to have a particular skill in the opening hand. We could bottle Skim, bottle Genetic Algorithm, or maybe something else entirely. And we're finally being offered upgraded cards, courtesy of Molten Egg. Problem is, I still don't want them. The legendary Orbless Defect. Definitely don't want to bottle Consume, right? Bottling Glacier is kind of interesting. Or we could bottle Genetic Algorithm so that we always have it on turn 1. Problem is, I don't actually always want it on turn 1. Like, I'm not going to want this turn 1 of the heart fight. That'd be horrible. I guess I could hologram it. Yeah, I don't have a particularly compelling reason for why not Skim. I think Skim is a very good bottle. Let's bottle the Skim. Ah. Okay. And Calipers are here. Oh man, so there's the reason to bottle the algorithm. My bad. We should have bottled the algorithm. Sorry, chat. I was wrong. Actually, this is about the one and only time I could really see paying for Calipers. Like, huge. Huge money for Calipers for a couple different reasons on this run. And then I upgrade the algorithm next? Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. Such a beefy algo. I wish I'd upgraded you earlier, my child. My child. So we can skim and then recycle. Okay. Recycle the most expensive, most useless card. Get out of here. Dual cast. Can in here consume? Question mark? I mean, we're just going to play Hyper Beam a lot, so I don't really want to overcomplicate this. That's the strategy. Just play Hyper Beam a lot. And might as well play this when I draw it. Let's program the recycle. Get rid of non-Hyper Beam cards. Show you a Hyper Beam. It's an expensive Skim. Always got Fairy in a Bottle for next turn. Well, not next turn, for the next Hyper Beam from the tomato here. Let's get rid of this. Play Hyper Beam again. Play Beam Cell or block for a little bit? Just block for a bit. Any beamers? You call that a Hyper Beam? This is a Hyper Beam. GG. Get beamed on, son. Calypto, thanks for the 5 months of support. Much love to you. Could have taken the Strike Dummy. Thunder Strike Plus. No, we don't have any Lightning Orbs, so it's actually useless. Buffer seems good, though. Block an entire instance of damage. can be pretty sweet. I'll take it. Actually, a very reasonable Velvet Choker, right? Like, exceedingly reasonable. Certainly, we don't want Runic Pyramid with Snecko Eye. We didn't find a Meteor Strike. If I had a Meteor Strike, we could actually do this. But we don't have a Meteor Strike, so we don't have infinite energy or anything. Actually, no, I don't want Velvet Choker because then I can't go infinite. But maybe that's still fine because we have the algorithm and many beams. Still, I'm a bit worried about the Velvet Choker. Limited to 6 cards per turn, does cut off one of the ways a Snecko deck can win. Notably for us, that'd be if we upgrade both holograms and they roll randomly 0 cost from Snecko Eye during any combat. We create an infinite combo. That becomes more likely as we add more upgraded holograms or all-for-ones to the deck. Don't think I would skip here over taking Calling Bell, but I am strongly considering the Choker still. Definitely going to struggle with energy if we take Bell. Recycle doesn't speak against the Velvet Choker in the usual way because we're not able to like exhaust down to a specific subset of stuff. I think I'm taking this Joker. I still see us going in a potentially different direction during the final battles. And I think 1 extra energy per turn will help a lot here. Okay, max of 3 elites, huh? What about rest sites? Rest sites could be important, and they are healing. Alright, I probably won't go to a store this act, then. I want to look at a lot of combats. We want to look at card rewards, we want to get max health, we want to scale the algorithm up. Actually, we really would like to do that. Oh, I see the path, then. So, heck events entirely. Just combats galore. Guaranteed card rewards on every floor. For the most part, and a guaranteed genetic algorithm up. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 combats. 40 plus 12 times 3 equals 76 block will this algorithm say by the end of the act. That's pretty cool. Who needs to bottle it? Just draw it on turn 1. Battery Plus. This is okay. What powers am I looking for with the urn here? Creative AI, definitely. Capacitor. Let's start with the heat sinks. Actually, that could be quite good. With the cards I want to take. Obviously not with the cards we have in the deck. There is no use for that. Okay, we could kill them all, but I don't want to, because I want to play that algorithm. That's like the whole reason we're here. I can strike twice. Take 1, unacceptable. Defend buffer then, take none. And heal. Don't forget to heal with the bird face turn. You fool. Hologram the 1 cost strike. She's still taking some damage there. Awkward. If only I'd bottled it. Just think where we could be. I'm not going to try too hard to play that heat sinks. That feels like a pain in the butt. There we go. Reinforced Body Plus. Gain 9 block X times. That is definitely one of the cards we're looking for here, with Velvet Choker and Calipers, both. And Energy Generation, potentially, too. Oof. Not the turn 1 I wanted, though. We can defend, defend, defend. Actually, can I even do that? No, I can just defend twice with the turbo. Ouch. With my face. No hyper beams yet, huh? Oops. Forgot about my heat sinks. Cool. Hopefully I have more of those. And buffer stops this. Alright. Another heat sinks or start leveling up another algorithm. Let's see, we could do... It's currently at 1. 3, 5, 7. Upgrade it. 10, 13, 16, 19, 22, 25. It'll be over 30 by the time we get to Donudeka if I upgrade it. Requires not upgrading buffer, though. Or I can just still take it and it'll be pretty good anyway. Okay, yeah. Let's just take it and not upgrade it. That might have been the first time the Velvet Choker actually stopped me from doing something useful. And I'm just going to Fire Potion you. Because we take damage currently, 25 plus 12 Constrict. Yeah, I don't want to take that. More max health. How much have we gotten from the Singing Bowl so far? 16. Hardly the most I've ever had, but pretty good regardless. Buffer can buy us time against Transient, which is quite nice. So I'll just play the heatsinks. No reason to play Turbo here. Here, if I can prevent the hit, that'd be great, but looks like I probably can't. This awkward-ass draw. Yeah, looks like we're just buffering that. From here on, every turn we need to do as much damage to the Transient as possible. And this is not a good hand, that's for sure. Can't hologram the Hyper Beam to play it twice, so we're staring at 50 plus damage. And I think that means colorless potion time. Save me! That did not really help, actually. That's the more terrifying part. Get rid of this. Sell. Hyper Beam. Strike, take a bunch? Yikes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, indeed. Yeah, this is also not nearly enough. Terrifying. We are numerically short here by quite a lot. Shoot. My health. This turn's at least good. Not trusting a rebound here, nor an FTL. What the hecko, Snecko? What the Hemesis Nemesis? this. Some more block. Zero cost cards only. Or play Zap. These burns are a problem. Alright, let's try a slightly different approach here. We're not able to do substantial damage is the problem. But I'd like the consistent output. I'll actually play this one. Lose a little bit of focus here. Only do that one, though, for now. Need these orbs to contribute at least a little bit. Or else. Or else. Alright, what's the answer to this turn? Hologram the Reinforced? No, I gotta play the Glacier here. Get rid of another stinky card, if possible. Hologram gets the Void, realistically. Or the Skim, actually. This is a good turn for Skim. So let's recycle the Heatsinks. Play Glacier, Hologram, Skim. Play this, play this. Okay, another 334 damage. I'll play that one too. Slowly whittling him away. But we're also slowly losing ground here. Could be bad shortly. Too many burns now. Still 81 health. I'm a little worried here. Buffer's gone. What do you do, Twitch chat? What do you do? Draw a double Hyper Beam. That's what you do. Not this turn, though. Next turn. Obviously. Save me. Bad news, Twitch chat. We're in trouble. We're dead. We're not dead. Son of a gun. So close. If I could only play them both, we would have this solved. But I can't play them both. Which means it's Trouble Town for us. I'm sorry, Fairy in a Bottle. You served us well. But your time has come to an end. As has this run. GG. We are slain by Nemesis, ultimately unable to deal with a 200 health opponent that is intangible every other turn. I was really hoping this deck could kind of reach a transitionary phase where we got a capacitor, maybe a creative AI, powers that we could play to scale the orbs in the late game with the Glacier Consume, and then use the calipers to win, but we weren't able to actually assemble that. So the run does die. GG. Still, that was fun. I have no regrets for doing Hyper Beam triple Snecko deck. That was great. That was great. But there were a lot of ways that run could have gone a little differently if we'd found and maybe utilized a reprogram. If we'd... Yeah, maybe if I played the Hyper Beams earlier in that Nemesis fight. I was really thinking I was going to need the persistent orb output. But maybe if we played the Hyper Beams earlier. But ultimately, I think we were going to have that problem in a lot of different fights. I mean, we struggled so hard against Transient. That's a really good sign that the deck was just not consistent enough to get past the late game, barring exceptional luck. Oh well. Best part about losing a defect run? We get to play a new defect run. My favorite character. I don't think it's right to blame the loss on the cards that we picked. I think that would be a bit of hyperbeamly. All right. Back in a few minutes. When I return, we'll play some defect, folks. BRB. Alrighty, folks, we're back. We are back. I originally set that 700 goal as sort of the once a month target to hit for the stream, kind of based on what my living expenses were at the time. This was well over a year ago now. So the stream has kind of outgrown that initial goal that I'd set. by and large, but I haven't quite felt right in adjusting it upward. Maybe we should make it an even 1,000. I think that would look good at the very minimum. But it would mean less frequently hitting it. I have mixed feelings about that. Ooh, a choose a rare start. Or a 1-hit point burning elite, potentially. If we go this way with Niao's Lament. That's an interesting option, too. That could lead to an easy 3 elite act. I like that. Tempting, tempting. Mocha Twist, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to this cozy sub-club. Waffles are pancakes with crispy bits, which are better than floppy bits. Well, I don't know. I think there's quite a few people who like floppy bits. And Antonio, thank you so much for the 100 bits. M-Saney going absolutely insane. Thank you so much for 50 gifted subs to fill up that meter below the stream. Well. Speak of the goal, and it shall be achieved. Thank you so much for that ridiculous generosity. That puts us just a couple shy. Surely we'll be there by the end of the stream, which means, I suppose, tomorrow we'll make it a community day. Play some Slay the Streamer, play some Spire with friends, maybe some Downfall, and just have a wacky time. Thank you, thank you. It's about a 30% chance we don't snipe the elite, though. That could be bad. Let's find out. Let's find out. And Estric says, when do I consider boss swap? I like it most on the defect of the 4 characters. And I like it, generally speaking, in situations where your pathing in Act 1 is flexible. Swapping your starter relic for a random boss relic is, generally speaking, a very powerful move for your run, but it adds a lot of variability to the start, which means you need to be able to either capitalize on a high roll or mitigate the disadvantage of a low roll if you get something that doesn't help you against the elites of Act 1. For example, the Empty Cage, a Calling Bell that doesn't provide immediate effects, or the worst case scenario usually is Busted Crown or Sozu. These can really limit you in your ability to actually defeat Act 1, and that could be a real problem. So I usually like this is a pretty good situation for the boss swap, by the way. But I really like getting this Burning Elite snipe, potentially. We're fighting Slime Boss. No, we're fighting Guardian. Excuse me. That's not Slime Boss. I guess I could maybe get away with a Cool-Headed Floor 1. Honestly, all 3 of these are pretty decent Floor 1 picks. I actually don't usually like Cool-Headed that much on Floor 1, because the lack of immediate numeric effect is pretty palpable. You only get 2 block the turn you play the Cool-Headed. 1 energy for 2 block is not a great deal. But it's long-term block every turn, and card draw in 1. So Cool-Headed is a very momentum-based card, I think. I'm going to grab the very standard Ball Lightning Floor 1. We've already failed to snipe the elites. Okay. Now what? I take a Hello World and I fight it anyway. Let's do it. Hello World is a card that is most useful right at the very beginning of a run. Start of your turn, add a random common card to your hand, and the defect common cards are actually pretty good by and large. Let's also add an attack potion and a hologram. Just gear this deck up. I could even buy a Cool-Headed if I really, really, really wanted to spend money on that. I don't think I do want to do that. And we get a card remove. What joy. 1 less strike, please. I think Defect almost always wants to remove strikes. Really happy we got that there. Boop. Do I take a Chaos for random orb generation? Chaos can be quite an interesting early game card. Really does require the upgrade, I tend to find, because you get twice the effect. 2 random orbs, 2 lightning, frost, dark, or plasma at random. Kind of hard to predict what you're going to get, but it's definitely useful, broadly speaking. Let's do it. Take and upgrade the Chaos before the Elite. It's a very weird set of defect cards going into this Act 1 Elite. Not what you would usually consider standard in any fashion here. But what we do have is the ability to quickly fill our orb slots, the ability to get back a card of our choosing, and the ability to generate random cards. And I think those 3 things are going to work really well together in most of our potential Burning Elites. I'd say a Lagavulin with additional max health is actually probably one of the better options here. And I think we're really going to be able to showcase what Hello World can do in this fight. Very, very difficult fight, right? Floor 7, Lagavulin max health. Surely getting through this would require an enormous health investment most of the time. But I think not so for this deck. Definitely play this. Consider playing Zap. If I don't play Zap, then I can play Chaos without waking up the egg, which I think I want to be able to do. So I'm not going to play Zap here. Didn't draw the Chaos. Unfortunate. Gonna make a go for the eyes. That'll be good later. Let's wait a turn here. Another go for the eyes. And Zap is back. Alright, Chaos, what do you got? Frost and Plasma. And I could hologram it and do that again to put the Plasma in front. I think we'll just play the Zap. Go Frost, Plasma, Lightning behind for next turn. And then play Go for the Eyes Strike here. So, Hello World popping off here. Both the Beam Cell and the Go for the Eyes are courtesy of that card. And because we're making a new card each turn, we just always have 6 options from which to play. I'd really like to be able to dual cast this Frost Orb next turn, actually, so I don't think I'm going to play this Ball Lightning. Although missing damage in this fight feels a little absurd. I think it's still correct. That might have been my time for the attack potion. Next time we draw a Beam Cell. There it is. So note that we're getting more and more good cards. Again, all courtesy of Hello World here. Was this a mandatory burning? No, one I was attempting to get for free, but failed to do so, and then now one that I have deliberately built the deck for and challenged on purpose. Okay, so actually let's see what we draw with the compile first. Apparently no need to attack potion. Alright, still a lot of health, right? Yeah, let's see what this has. Thunderstrike. This is at least 3 or 4, right? Give me that. 4. Thunderstrike. Hologram. Thunderstrike. The power. Casual 80 damage attack potion. Dang, I'm so glad I bought that. Alright, so. No health loss. Plus max health Lagavulin on floor 7. There you go. Now we can take a block card. Equilibrium is one of my personal favorites, but I'm down for a charged battery or cool-headed here. I occasionally get asked what card in Slay the Spire has my favorite art. I wouldn't call it my favorite, but I am a huge, huge fan of Equilibrium's art in general. I love the blue and dark purple color scheme and that very clear arrow logo. What is the beta art? I think it's... Oh, Dead Branch is better than everything else. That's what the beta art is. It's pretty good beta art. Rickor says, I've opened your eyes to Hello World. Excellent. Another convert in the Church of Baelor. Excellent. Let the Hello Worldening continue. Might as well keep taking fights. I've got like too much health now. Oh yeah, Equilibrium is also like crazy good against this boss. Another reason to take that card over the other options there. Interesting turn 1. What is this hardpool fight? This is less health than one Jawworm combined. Hello? How is this a hardpool fight? Get him. Nothing to... Yeah, side quest for last run. That's right. Force Field. This deck could definitely become a Force Field deck. We got burned so hard on that Claw last run. Every time I do it. Every time. Get out of here, Claw. I've started regretting taking strawberries, but only a little bit. I'm gonna keep taking them. See if this one burns me too. Could have been a situation where the blue key is better than a relic, but oftentimes when it's about whether I take the relic in front of me or not, it's a question of, does this help the current situation? And with max health, the answer is, generally speaking, yeah. It improves what's going on. For sure. Smoke Bomb from the Thief. How appropriate. He dropped his Smoke Bomb right before he could use it. Reinforced Body. Nice block card. A second Ball Lightning for a Tempest. It's be a curious time for a Tempest, let me tell you. We are about to fight what could be a Gremlin Ob, so picking up a second precautionary Ball Lightning actually seems quite reasonable, and further increases our orb churn. With the Chaos Plus 2 Ball Lightnings, we could really channel a lot of orbs, and that's a lot of numeric output. Time Vagabond, thanks for 28 months. Highest amount of health I've had on any character. This was a seeded run, but I've never beaten the max HP score. Bailey's got it linked in chat there. 453. I'm sending out feelers looking for a better max HP seed. I think it can be done. That you can get 500 or 600 under the ideal, perfect circumstances. But they do really have to be ideal. Let's keep churning orbs. I'll upgrade Zap here. Make it free. In a deck that's able to generate extra cards per turn or retain cards, I think having more zero-cost stuff... Actually, excuse me. Because we have so much orb gen, the dual cast upgrade is probably even better. Because we can, like, double Ball Lightning and dual cast. And we've got Dark Orbs being generated by the Chaos, so I'd rather have the Evocation ability be the cheaper option. Alright, Chaos, what do you got? Frost and Lightning, good stuff. Let's go defend Ball Lightning, no need to involve the hologram here. This is another very good fight for Hello World, also a very good fight for Equilibrium. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. When in doubt, target the one with the lowest health of the front or back. But the Lightning Orbs kind of have their own mind, so we don't really get to choose. Alright, I could block for 5 here, but I think it's right to get the Hello World in play for surezies. Start getting that card generation every turn. And from here, the world. Let's see, this is dual cast, Zap, Ball Lightning Strike. Just dish out the damage. We gotta kill one of these fools. Sooner rather than later. Please target the enemy I'm choosing. Lightning Orbs. They really have a mind of their own. Oh, I can rebound the Equilibrium, maybe. Let's see where dual cast hits first. Perfect, yes. Rebound the Equilibrium. Thanks, Hello World. Turbo, you shouldn't have. Thanks also, Hello World. Strike you. Zap. And to top it all off, a Streamline. So, absolutely destroyed the sentries once the Hello World was in play. Didn't take any further damage there. An Echo form? Oh my. Well, that's certainly a card that can pay off quickly on a defect run. I think it's almost never correct to skip this card. It is sometimes, but very rarely. If you don't play it, it exhausts, which means it's not so weighty as one of those 3-cost powers. Also means we can't retain it with the Equilibrium, but that's okay. And Echo Form lets you double your first card that you play each turn. The real breakable thing about Echo Form is the ability to duplicate cards with permanent effects like Self-Repair or Genetic Algorithm. But simply doubling your most powerful card each turn is very, very good, usually. If you've already got 2 Echo Forms, yeah, you should maybe consider skipping one more. Although I do think the second Echo Form is actually better than the first one, usually. That's only really true if you've got more than 3 energy, though. Do I play Strike? Or block 3? I think we play the Strike. Got health to spare anyway, right? We would like this Slaver to perish next turn before we get struck with Vulnerable. Retaining the strikes is quite good for that. Another decent potion. Offered a second Chaos. Interesting. 2 Chaoses. I'd have to upgrade the second one. Currently, I'm looking at upgrading Zap or maybe the Hologram. Probably get an early Hologram upgrade. I've been slacking on my Hologram upgrades, and I think it's been costing me a bit. That was part of the problem with the Nemesis fight, actually, where we just died on the last run. I had 2 unupgraded Holograms, and so after I played them, they were gone. That could have really saved me in the later turns of the Nemesis fight. So, something to think about. Do I lose the Liquid Bronze here? It's actually pretty good against Guardian. Let's lose the Cultist Potion, then. And I'm not going to take a second Chaos. That feels needless. Lagavulin! Well, we've had this fight before, except now I have an Echo form. Ho, ho, ho. Sorry, Hello World, you're playing second fiddle to Echo form today. Double Equilibrium, build my own Runic Pyramid. Let's just double Equilibrium, single Chaos here. Perfect. Now I have a Runic Pyramid, ho ho ho. Double Chaos, double Defend? Interesting choices here. Can full block if I use the Blessing of the Forge here. This would be a very good, almost excessively good Blessing of the Forge. I think we can rather keep this potion for Act 2. We're already pretty decisively winning. I can probably even keep the Liquid Bronze, as tempting as it is to use it on Guardian here. Alright, let's double Defend. Single Chaos. Okay, no Frost. Just way more Plasma than I have any right. I guess we'll keep the dual cast for now then. Let's go Ball Lightning, Strike, Defend. Keep the Dark in front. Retain the Ball Lightning for now. Didn't draw the Equilibrium. Is there any way to kill this turn? Doesn't look like it. Alright, pretty lousy draws, but that's fine. We still just take 5. Double Defend again. I'll dual cast the Dark Orb here. Defend, Hello World, Ball Lightning. Yeah, here's the block cards we wanted. That's fine. Get a Toxic Egg. Oh, this is going to be a heck of a run, Twitch chat. With an Overclock Plus. Interesting. Not normally a card I like that much on this character, but with the upgrade on it, it's very spicy. Does anyone remember? I feel like we saw the medical kit in this store, did we not? That was indeed the shop relic there. Okay, that's what I thought. It's not a huge change to whether I like the overclock or not, but it's a small downgrade to it. Peanut Wrinkle, thank you so much for the very generous 5 gifted subs. The love keeps on going. And Time Vagabond, I don't know if I thanked you for 28 months. Happy 1 month. February down, many more to go. 1 month. Oh, 1 month, 1 month of days. In months, yes, of course. Happy Day says, if you see a relic in the shop, is it gone from possible drops? Yes. Yes, any relic that you see for any reason, you can't find again. So if you skip a relic to take the blue key, you won't ever see that again. If you see a relic in a shop, that won't ever go again. Even if you just leave a relic on the ground and don't pick it up, you'll never see it again. And that's true whether you actually look with your eyes at the shop or not. Trying to walk past the shopkeeper doesn't work. He knows your tricks. I am going to take this. I think the free upgraded card draw is pretty sweet. And I think Essence of Darkness is a pretty obscenely good potion. So I'll take that over the Spike Potion. Channeling 1 Dark Orb for each orb slot has the very powerful effect of just kind of setting you on damage for really any combat. Like Book of Stabbing, no problem. Champ, no problem. Oh, poor Guardian. I got bad news for you. You're dead, son. Actually, very little in the way of damage draw, so we should transform Guardian now. In case we draw a hand with 0 damage in it. Am I dual casting a Dark Orb here? I think we're going to hold on to those for a little bit longer. All the orb channeling is already gone. Looks like Echo Form's probably going to the discard pile this fight, or the exhaust pile. Not going to get played. Or I could just Chaos again. Do 24 here. But I rather like my Dark Orbs. They're my friends. You're going to do great things for me. So yeah, we can draw and play the Equilibrium. Requires putting a burn in the deck. I think that's okay. Perfection. Now, we never draw the burn by simply clogging our hand forever. Obviously. Dual cast. Next turn, huh? I can work with that. We can do 72 damage with that one. Let's get the Hello World in play. Let's do some, but not too much damage to Guardian. Let's stop there. Bonk. Really good draws overall here. Let's retain the Equilibrium as well. Claw has arrived. You're breaking the law, Guardian. GG. Get clawed on. Claudek wins again. Upgraded rare cards are pretty spicy. Fortunately, these aren't the best rares. Actually, multicast seems kind of obscene, now that I think about it. We can do some really broken stuff with his multicast. Does Chaos have an equal chance for all 4 orbs? Yes. Equal chance. Which is going to feel biased at times just because of the way random results will naturally cluster. But it is equal odds. Talk about not being able to see relics again. Hello Ben in chat asks, since you could technically empty the relic pool and find the placeholder relic, the circlet, can you find a relic again this way? Only in endless mode, realistically, can you do this. In endless mode, your relic pool gets refreshed. All the relics that you don't currently have get put back into the pool each time you loop back to Act 1. In a regular run of Slay the Spire that ends at the end of Act 3 or the end of Act 4, you simply won't be able to get enough relics. There's hundreds of relics in the game, so you can have 3-4 full pages of relics before you would even come close to emptying any of the relic pools. That said, it is possible to do in a regular run of Slay the Spire using a little bit of gold farming with Wish and 2 copies of Nightmare, as well as the Relic Courier. You can get enough money to buy every relic that ever was. I'm taking this multicast. I think we can do some pretty cool things with it. And probably taking a Pandora's box when I have a Toxic Egg. Skills are the most frequent type of card. There's more skills than there are attacks and powers. So, transforms are more likely to result in a skill than any other card type, which means we're likely to get quite a few upgrades from this. Doesn't feel to me like a Frozen Core run, although the multicast and the dual cast are both upgraded actually would make Frozen Core pretty cool here. Get it? Cool. But I'm going to take the Pandora's box. Only 1 skill. Another Echo Form, and 2 more Hello Worlds. Okay. Okay, I think Jike Jacks were about to be in a Hello World of pain from our enemies, having just deleted all of our block and turned it into this. Yikes. Can I have the empty cage, actually? Can we go back a few floors? And you give me empty cage and I pretend this never happened. Or you can give me mummified hand and we're going to have a good time. Up to you, game, really. Sure feels like going to stores is correct right now. We need to fix the deck. Whatever that means. And that might mean removing 1 or maybe 2 cards, adding 1 or maybe 2 cards. There's a lot of skills that would be really helpful right now. No, it's Hello's World is the proper pluralization, I'm afraid. This is a good upgrade potion on the buffer here. Blessing of the Forge, Equilibrium, Hologram the Equilibrium. Take 1, have buffer plus in hand. But how do we actually, like, make progress in the fight? Great question. I can't really afford to get robbed here. And yet, damage is not exactly what we do either. Do I use the Essence of Darkness to avoid losing any money? That might be what we want to do here. That's kind of horrifying. But it would definitely work well. Yeah, if only we had a smoke bomb. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to Essence of Darkness. Kind of a nuclear option here, but we're certainly short on damage for this fight, and it will help tremendously. Tremendously, I tell you. Let's see, cannot finish one. Well, I could multicast, and we'll kill one of them that way. Actually take less by playing in the Equilibrium, though. Alright, let's just blap you. Perfect. Alright. They don't get away with my money, and they drop an Algorithm Plus, which is not immediately helpful. That's a little concerning. What is immediately helpful is a Steam Barrier Plus. 0 cost and block. Actually quite like that here. Helps us get the Echo Forms in play. Although Algorithm Plus with 2 Echo Forms, man, that's going to be a good block card, like, real fast. Problem is, the 1 energy cost is actually quite tricky. I really think I need the Steam Barrier more than the Algorithm. That's quite telling. That's quite telling. Greed versus need. Yeah, exactly. Double ball lightning, double ball lightning. The need for greed. Double buffer, no problem. I'm immune to your nonsense. Die. Alright, that fight went well, but only because we had a completely free turn 1 in which to play our genetic algorithm, or sorry, our Echo Form. Charge Battery Plus is great. This fulfills the immediate block need and gives us more energy with which to play the ridiculously expensive powers or fuel the multicast. Either way, love it. Alright, shop number 1. What do you contain? Pocket Watch. Oh my. That might be the one. Can't afford Gambling Chip, we're 1 gold short, but Pocket Watch. If we play 3 or fewer cards during our turn, we'll draw 3 extra cards on the next turn. That is a very obscenely powerful option. There's some other good choices here, though, like Boot Sequence Plus for big block turn 1, while we remove something unwanted, like the Rip and Tear. Or maybe one of the 3 copies of Hello World, although I kind of like them. They're going to grow on me a bit. Marl Dog, thanks for 28 months. Time-appropriate greetings to you. A 4th Hello World is here as well. It's true, we do have Rip and Tear Akabeko. Like I said, I feel oddly attached to these Hello Worlds. Many good upgrades, right? Well, mostly buffer, actually. Hard to play 3 cards with Echo Forms. Well, it's mostly so that you can draw the Echo Forms in the first place. But you're right, it is hard to draw. Hard to play 3 cards with 2 Echo Forms. Which is why I'm actually quite considering going the boot sequence card remove line here. I'm gonna do it. We're actually almost at enough cards that we could make innate to force a guaranteed turn 1 draw. I really just don't like the random damage of Rip and Tear. I guess I can remove Zap. Zap's a worse card than Rip and Tear. Sorry, Zap. And that does leave me with enough money to buy the souvenir. Deal. Oh, and just in time. Although, actually being confused might have been nice in this fight. Oh, well? Play the double Hello Worlds? Heck yeah. Actually, triple Hello World. Say hello to every world there is. Look at him go. The power. You haven't said hello enough times. Oh, heck. My Echo Form, no! Claw is here. Excellent. Prepare for death. Ooh. Actually, double recursion, right? Yeah. The Blappening. Upgraded recursion. This deck super wants an upgraded recursion. Evoke the next orb, channel the orb that was just evoked. Allows us more control over what's in the orb slots, helps us set up the dark orbs properly for evocation, or plasma orbs for something similar. Transform 2 allows us to further refine the deck. What would I like to get rid of here? Rip and Tear, Ball Lightning. Let's go. Let's keep the Hello Worlds. I like them. If we get skills, they'll be upgraded. Got a Darkness Plus and a Rebound, and I actually really like these two cards. Darkness Plus is absolutely going to synergize with the other stuff we're doing, and the Rebound allows us more control over what we draw and when. This is a hilarious run. Yeah, I think when you've got an egg, taking transforms just becomes so massively good. Even though we have very little money, it's definitely correct to fight these nerds. Because we want the red mask and we want the card rewards from killing them. Although, we might actually struggle a bit in immediate execution here. This is a little bit worrisome with the way that we've drawn cards. What do we do? Yeah, we're going to be in real trouble real quick, actually. We need to kill Bear. Hello, Bear. This is not the hand for the Forge Potion. This might be the hand for the Speed Potion, though. Incoming damage is 12, 12, 24, 34. We're blocking 21. So this is a full 10 health, currently. We want to rebound probably the Bullseye to direct damage at the Bear. I guess we want to see where the orbs land, right? We're going to rebound, Bullseye, Hello World, Boot Sequence, Steam Barrier. So let's see where Bullseye, the lightning orb damage goes. Either hit would kill Bear. Got him. Okay. No Bear. So that means we don't need to Speed Potion. We just do this. This turn's definitely a little spooky here. We don't have any real damage to offer. Nor block, realistically. It's the sad thing. We got nothing. We mostly got nothing. Romeo, you're next. Alright, we can Recursion for block and then play either Darkness or Chaos. I guess I'll play Chaos. Keep that in front. So we lose some health here, quite a bit actually. It's a bit spooky. But we should be good now. Now we should be good. What are we hologramming here? Steam Barrier? Dual Cast? Good options, both. Definitely want to play hologram before I overclock. Dual Cast easily kills Romeo. Let's hologram Dual Cast. And then I'll just Ball Lightning. No burns for me, please. Alright. So a bit of a challenging encounter on the early turns there. We trade some health away, but we get the red mask. I do regret not using one of my potions. And a Leap Plus or another Overclock. I don't want 2 Overclocks. Not without Medical Kit, that's for sure. Do I take a Leap? No, I think we've added enough good blocks, and I'd rather have another Charge Battery than a Leap here. Is a Skill Potion better than either of these? I don't think so. Glorious turn 1. Echo Form. Ball Lightning does not quite kill the Gremlin, but with Blessing of the Forge it would. That would also allow the Echo Form to not get destroyed here. Alright, I'm going to overclock, see what we draw. Both Echo Forms. Oh dear. See, the thing is, if I don't play... if I don't kill a Gremlin, we're going to get attacked next turn, which is a bit problematic. And yet, maybe not that problematic. I can do something like use the Speed Potion here. Play Echo Form, play Steam Barrier. We get weakened and frailed for next turn, but I'll have 5 dexterity and an echo form in play. Or we could Blessing of the Forge. Both echo forms don't exhaust, but they're still not getting played, though, is the thing. Ball lightning this nerd. I think I'm going to choose to put the echo form in play. Let me just see where the dual cast lands first. Oh. Interesting. Sure would be easy to kill you, my friend. 1, 2, 3. 4 good blocks in the draw pile. Don't know how I feel about this. Okay, we got the buffer. That's not the one I wanted most, but it will absolutely do here. And we can kill the fat gremlin, so I actually take 0 damage here. Good. Okay, that's not too bad. Just can't play the Hello World or the rebound or the darkness. We have to kill the gremlin. Satisfying noise there. Chonk. I liked it. Okay, we need to actually get some stuff in play here. Sooner rather than later. Dare I double a Hello World? Hologram Chaos? Double charge battery. Actually, I rather like doing that. But then I can't really do a whole lot this turn. Mostly next turn that's happening then. Hologramming a 0-cost card won't change anything. Yeah, I'm going to double charge battery, single Hello World. Wish I had an upgraded dual cast, but to no end. Where's my Frozen Core? Perfect. Double Chaos or double Hello World? Double Chaos here. Gonna have to Equilibrium. Next turn's definitely gonna be weird. Next turn is definitely gonna be weird. Okay. Be super frail again, and we're being attacked. I don't like it. Alright, 16 by 3 from Gremlin Leader. Definitely a bit iffy. These two are attacking for quite a bit as well. Didn't get any Plasma or Dark Orbs yet, which seems highly problematic to me. How do I survive in this environment? In this fast-paced business environment? How do I stay relevant? Upgrade Potion's not going to do a whole lot for me here, is the sad thing. Well, heck. Definitely gonna need some energy next turn, then. Good news is, the orbs block for the full amount when we're frail. Let's see. Can't kill any gremlins. I could channel more frost. I can recursion, frost, then dual cast. Pretty good. Or I could try to play the Hello World, or Hologram the Chaos, even. Recursion, Hologram, Chaos, dual cast. That looks good. I need different orbs than these. That'll do. Alright, we gotta kill the wizard, too. This is pretty bad. Dare I say, this is not ideal. On a lot of fronts, really. So, multicast is available. Overclock into it guaranteed. Okay. Correctly echoing rebound doesn't do anything bad here. I've got a ball lightning too. Actually, can't guarantee draw that. Excuse me. Trouble, then. Definitely some trouble here. By double darkness, this will do 18. We kill the fat gremlin. By double darkness. Then I can overclock. Problem is, we might not draw the multicast. And I would actually have to I would need to draw both multicast and ball lightning for that to work well. So that's probably not correct. By double overclock, that's actually the only way to guaranteed get the right cards. Maybe if we just double overclock. Yeah, I think that's actually correct upon review here. I don't see a proper solve with the cards that are currently in my hand. But if I get all of those 4 cards, here we can now play Darkness and then multicast. That'll kill every minion. I could even rebound the multicast. How intriguing. Or rebound the Darkness. That's actually probably the right move. Rebound the Darkness here. So rebound, Darkness. Multicast for 4. We'll kill all minions. Cool. Also get to play Claw. Go for the eyes. Steam Barrier multicast. Hopefully we're not getting murdered. We are getting murdered. Oh dear. Looks like we're dead. To Gremlin Leader with this unfortunate pile of cards. Wasn't enough to actually really get any elite fights done, huh? Certainly not this one. Is there anything that could possibly save me? I mean, double charge battery is most of the way there, actually. So yes, there is anything that could possibly save me. Does look like it has to be this twice, though. We upgrade the Cool-Headed to draw 2, or I could even Forge Pot double Cool-Headed draw 4. That might be the winner, actually. Now, let's try that. Looks like that's a no-no. Looks like that was not enough. Oh, we did get the boot sequence, though. Actually, that was pretty close. We could do Bullseye dual cast for not enough damage. Yeah, that was pretty close. We made a lot of block here. Yeah, we can, like, Chaos dual cast, but what does it really accomplish? Not much. GG. GG. Alright, one more time with the defect. Let's go. No break this time. Really enjoying these runs for how weird they are. Even if not how successful they are. So, time to go back to the boss swap, or do we take a gold start, given that we're all but forced to go to a shop? I guess there is one route that doesn't. Let's do another boss swap. I want to redeem it. With a bell? Ooh, I like bell starts. Ooh, floor 1 Singing Bowl. And floor 1 Gurya. We can gain strength at rest sites. So if I forego upgrades entirely, we can do that 3 times this act. Looks pretty tricky to do, but maybe there's some merit to it. Definitely one of those calling bells that makes you immediately weaker. Notably, none of these relics have any effect until we reach at least the first rest site. Probably not going to be skipping the first few cards, right? So we're actually just cursed and down our lightning orb for the first several combats. Say that leaves us in a pretty weak situation. Gotta be careful. If I zap dual cast and we double hit the back one, then we're taking damage, unfortunately. So we gotta go strike, strike, and zap. We might take a hit here, though. Indeed we do. I can't do the required 15 to kill. So we gotta take 2 damage here. Okay, some good early damage cards. Beam Cell with Guria is going to be exceptional, I'm quite certain. Melter's not bad either, removing block and dealing a lot of damage. I also really like Auto Shields as an Act 1 card. Just huge block value on it. The conditionality that requires that you have no block can be a bit of a problem, but only really later on. Let's get rid of Dual Cast since we don't have a starting orb. And I plan on taking a lot of attack cards. Because of the Guria. So the strikes are more relevant. Dang it. Definitely should have gone Gray Slime first here. Wonder if there was ever a turn to kill on them. Not sure. But yeah, we're weak. We're weak. Chaos is back. Versus Amplify and Heatsinks. I mean, that's not going to be an upgraded Chaos ever. I'm not going to take that. Singing Bowl, go! We kind of have to rely on a Beam Cell upgrade for this to be ever worth it. I don't think so. If I want to go this way, which is my hope, although we're way too weak to do that, I'm not going to a shop worthlessly. Yeah, I need to go this way. So this is a crap deal, too. We need that health. Desperately. Like, if I can't lift at the fire, we're just completely losing. We'll be dead before dawn, you know? Although we might be dead anyway. Okay, Block Potion goes a long way towards making us not dead. Lack of attack cards, however, goes a long way towards making us, yes, dead. That said, I'm still taking an Equilibrium. I think that's pretty good with a Beam Cell. And pretty good with an Energy Potion. And we're hoping to heck. Consider heck hoped for successfully. Lagavulin's probably our best matchup here, I have to say. So we can get our Lightning Orbs to do persistent damage for us. We get to exhaust the Ascender's Bane, and we have the... Yeah, there we go. We have the Equilibrium for good block, too. Get him, EQ. Ooh, get him again. Do I actually want to retain here, though? I don't think so. Actually, this is a pretty good Energy Potion turn. We can go Equilibrium, Zap, Defend, Strike. Keep 1 strike. Next turn, Beam Cell, 3 strikes. Okay, let's use the Energy Potion here. Take 2. Two plus 7. This 9 is not going to be enough, so we've got to Equilibrium defend here. Take 6 more, then win. Not bad. Definitely not a bad fight. Pile Driver, very nice with Guria. Means we take a Cold Snap, like, so happily. Rebound's pretty good, too, with a slightly higher base damage compared to Pile Driver. Also, we often have no orbs at all, currently, but that'll change. Okay, I'll take Compile over Rebound, but both are pretty good options there. Hello? What is this gremlin array? This might be the worst 4 gremlins that you can get. And we have no area damage at all? Oh my goodness. We are in so much trouble, Twitch chat. Sneaky gremlin means we have to deal with the immediate damage threat. The fat gremlins will debuff us no matter what we do this turn. There's no way to get them both. And then the wizard will kill us on turn 3 unless we can kill them. So we have to kill the sneaky first, the wizard second, I think. Is the only way this is going to work. Glad we have Lantern here. But I'm not sure we can even do 18 damage while weak. Here's hoping. Spooky. With 1 strength, this would be 3. What's the strike gonna do? I think this will be 18, actually. So it's 7 times 1.5 times 0.75. So it'll do 7. And the other one will do 8. So we've got 3 plus 7 plus 8, which is exactly 18. Okay. Why not use the block potion? Because it blocks for 12, and so far there's not been a moment where it actually saves more than 5 health. Although here it does. This might be where I use it. Can defend take 7. But we're going to have to take more damage to win this fight somehow anyway. So yeah, let's block potion here. Block this 10. Alright, the good news is we're still alive. Mostly. Bad news is I'm weak and frail for 5 more turns. No matter what. Get him, Lightning Orb. Double beam cell. Yeah. All we have to do is survive 1 more elite fight. Surely this will go well. Bronze scales are here to help, but will they? But will they? Absolutely no question in my mind we should be using the strength potion this fight. Also no question in my mind that we've just bricked our turn 1 draw and are in very big trouble. Beam cell doesn't matter because we can't actually apply the vulnerable. Let's just target you. Keep the 2 defends and whimper a little bit. Whimper a lot. Just cry. Just cry in a big puddle, really. For the hit points we once had. For the run that could have been. Bummer, man. Really good run to highlight, actually, the way that the boss swap on any character, but Defect especially, can go badly very quickly if the relic doesn't actually help you. GG, that's it. That's all there is to this one. Put out of our misery real quick there, unfortunately, but without the card rewards or the relics, you don't get far in Spire. GG, that was tough. That was really tough. Defect is just having a hard time here. All right, I'll take a break before the next one. I think we'll just end up spewing another run if I try again there. Could that have been pathed differently? Almost assuredly, yes. Definitely. Probably needed to be. I think we could have gone fewer elites and maybe survived longer, but I mean, there was a lot of things that went wrong very quickly there. That was a low roll calling bell into low roll card rewards into sneaky gremlin, double fat gremlin wizard. Like, what? Terrifying. No matter what you do on that run, that floor that 4 gremlin fight is going to be a nightmare. Especially if you do the boss swap. How much damage did we actually take in that fight? Used the block potion and didn't take that much. Actually, only 5 damage with the block potion. But still, like, terrifying. Just terrifying. And that is the 4th combat, too. So if you take more fights before the first elite, you will encounter these 4. Terrifying. Just terrifying. What was that floor 1 card ward? Beam Cell Auto Shields Melter. Melter would have been pretty good. Amplified Chaos Heatsinks, though. Man, what do you do? Equilibrium Cool-Headed Consume. So you only get offered attacks in the first card reward. I don't know, man. I do not know. Anywho, I'm going to take a quick couple minutes for a break here, refill my legs, stretch my water. When I return, we keep going at it with the defact. Will the Spire get a 4 streak on us? Or will we be victorious? Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. All right, folks, we're back. We're back. Believe it or not, I'm oddly not particularly discouraged by getting my butt handed to me here. I think we actually had a couple of very close to successful defect decks here. This one that died to Grum Leader, I think would have done a lot better against Book of Stabbing. And this one that died to Nemesis. Both of these were decks that had answers to almost every fight in the game, but were missing a couple of pieces. The Snecko deck just overall really lacking consistency. You can actually see why I chose to take the Velvet Choker in this run, because even with 4 energy per turn, we're often struggling to play more than 1 or 2 cards. Without the bonus energy, it would have been even worse on there. And then this one, just not having an answer to the Gremlin Leader's minions really got us super killed there. Especially since the leader kept choosing to summon the Fat Gremlin that kept debuffing us. And I couldn't prevent that. And that's partially because I removed not Hello Worlds and yes attacks. That was definitely an incorrect decision in retrospect. But I was really enjoying the triple Hello World. Hoping it would work a little better for us. Oh well, there's always next run. Reach the boss to receive more blessings. Well, ain't that a peach. There is no way to get a 1-hit point elite here, so we'll just kind of... probably just take the max health bonus, actually. Right, ignore the Neos Lament entirely. And try to gear up for Hexaghost here. But yeah, there's 3 combats in the way along everything. I think that means my preferred path would look something like this. Hit 1 elite early. Generally speaking, want to try to get 2 elites in an act at least. Probably hit an early store to remove a strike. Something we didn't do a lot in the previous runs was get our basics removed, and that did hurt a bit. I mean, the Pandora's run did, but... Ghost! Thanks for the full year of buttery voice. You keep listening, I'll keep talking. Is max health that important? It can be. It's definitely a useful long-term resource. Something to keep in mind with max health is that max health is sort of a sustain in and of itself. Whenever you rest at a campfire, whenever you heal from an event, whenever you get revived by a relic or potion effect, these all heal you based on your max health. So the more max health you have, the more healing you'll receive from most effects that aren't directly relics. So that makes having extra max health definitely useful. It can work against you, though, for the similar reason. Some damage effects are based on your max health. So more max health means taking more damage. But Defect in particular, I think we're very likely to win the first 3 combats with less than 7 damage taken. So it seems to me that 7 health is always going to be better than winning these first 3 fights with 1 health. You know? Because I think we just do perfectly here. We just win. Easy. When in doubt, simply win. Oh, and then I take 8 damage immediately, disproving my own point. Well, the slimes have decided to prove me a fool. Good job, slimes. Go zap over dual cast here, I think. For the dual cast redraw. Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, this would be a dead draw. The Chaos is back. Do I fall for it again? We're fighting Hexaghost? I think I do fall for it. Chaos is very good. You have to upgrade it realistically, though, so that's going to be our first upgrade. But I really like the effect of this thing. It's a random orb type. One of the best ways to get plasma orbs, actually. It's quite something. Great with compile drivers. Great with a lot of other defect cards. Frost Orb? Dang. Could have saved me the 2 health chaos, but you chose not to. I'll remember that. Ooh, Streamline, Go for the Eyes, or Reinforced. Reinforced, one of the best early blocks, but Streamline is one of the best early damage cards. Really like Streamline, especially in a deck that can play it multiple times, like with the Hologram or Rebound. I Feels like I should probably pick up a Streamline. I don't think I'm going to be necessarily upgrading this one like I usually do. Would prefer a Sunder for sure, but this early on feels like Streamline's a reasonable pick here. Don't have to go to for the shop. I could go for another combat here, but I am rather keen on getting a starter card removed. Early defragment can be quite something. I'm actually very happy with an FTL, though, added to the deck. Before you have lots of card draw, you can always play FTL as one of your first 3 cards, so it's always 0 cost, draw 1, deal 5. Just basically free 5 damage. FTL only starts to deactivate when you are drawing lots of cards per turn, like with multiple Cool-Headeds or Compiled Rubbers. That's certainly not yet. And I could afford FTL and a Striker move, which would make me quite happy. Could also buy a potion here, including the Entropic Brew. But I think FTL's Striker move is going to be good enough to get us going for now, while investing more in the long term by having fewer starters. I think paying for an algorithm is probably not worth it, especially when we need to gear up for this first elite fight. Pretty sure I can defend here. Yeah. And now I can take a Glacier? That's pretty cool. 7 block, 2 frost, one of the best long-term block cards on the character. I'll take it. How much do I need my current health? Fighting Hexaghost. I'm going to go with we don't need it that much, so I think we can trade away 11 health here. Partially since we took the max health start. Get some cash. Said I wanted to upgrade Chaos. Do I hold true to that? Yes, let's upgrade Chaos as we go into this elite and see what happens. Not 100% sure how our matchup against Gremlinob is going to go. With the attack potion, it could be okay. Against Lagavulin, oh boy. Do we have an advantage here? Love this Plasma Orb. I think I'm going to wake it up right now. We get rid of the Ascender's Bane. We get the Streamline to be cheaper. And we've got our best blocks in the draw pile. So let's play that Streamline here. Wake up. Perfect. I was hoping we'd draw Glacier here. So Glacier easily helps us full block this turn. What am I dual casting? Could dual cast a Frost Orb. And then we do truly full block. This needs to get played, and I think we just block twice. The Lightning. Go! Somewhat relying on Streamline here, are we? So, guaranteed damage that I can see. We do 9 here, we do 4 plus 16 plus 6 next turn. It's 35. Okay, there's a few draws that can get us there, and we can use the attack potion and almost guaranteed find 5 damage if we don't get the draw. So I think we use the attack potion next turn, only if necessary. And it's not, because we do the Streamline. Good. Great fight. 8 damage, no potion used. We score ourselves a Shuriken, giving us strength for 3 attacks played. Pretty cool with the FTL. And we're offered a Ball Lightning Capacitor Algorithm. This is a much more reasonable algorithm to take. Although, for Act 1 here, the Ball Lightning does look pretty good. Attack card that also channels an orb. I think I'm going to pick up this algorithm. We've got 2 more card awards coming up before the next elite. We should pick up one more attack before this elite. Unless we get a good potion, maybe. But I'd prefer something like a beam cell, really. Beam cell would be ideal. Or a rebound. Oh, we can give up Streamline. If I'd just beaten Gremlin Knob, I would super give up Streamline here. Attack potion or 99 gold. Oh, you fiend. I need that. I need it. J Guy, thanks for 29 months. All the love and all the waffles. I might be a little louder than I was yesterday. Yesterday I was a bit further away from the microphone to show off the merch. Showing off the Baylor shirt. If you haven't seen it, the merch store is live. Till the end of the week. Many, many awesome shirt and mug designs. Featuring our Baylor deep friend, a little demon avatar. And if you missed the cozy chair, you can get a mug with the chair on it. Austin Puigo got 2 shirts yesterday. Hype. Everyone's going to be mad jealous. All right, I think the answer is that I give up my 99 gold. That's almost a relic's worth of money, though. Just get a Sunder from the next combat. Yeah. Oh, totally worth it. Trade the Streamline for a Preserved Insect. That's what the Streamline actually was anyway, really. So that's definitely a net gain. We're in great shape now. I love it. And Blood Vial. That's early enough. It's pretty decent here. Heal 2 every fight. With the Shuriken, I could even see this run taking bites in Act 2. Okay. Let's pick up the Blood Vial. Carry it with us. They're back, Twitch chat. And I don't have a Streamline? This is terrifying. Streamline, I regret giving you up. Gonna be real honest. Looking like I might want to use the attack potion here, actually. This is a sufficiently gnarly turn 1. Although I think I should play Chaos first. Because that maybe gives me a different option for what I'm dual casting. So, dual cast, see what happens. If I hit the sneaky gremlin, then we can kill it with strike. You could also hit the fat gremlin twice. Okay. I think that's good enough that I don't use a potion yet. Take 3 here, become weak and frail. Problem is, this is just straight up not enough damage to kill the wizard. Right? Like, this never, ever gets to be enough. So I think I actually do need to attack potion. Or we're going to get wizarded, no matter what I do. Alright, well that was a good fight. Good talk. Yellow Smoke, thanks for 14 months and the Prime sub. Heck yeah. It's a 0 block. Alright, Strength Potion helps. All for one. All for one Shuriken. We've already got an FTL. Ooh, I like that. Like that a lot. Ball Lightning is also the no-nonsense answer. Even those amongst you who are Claw fans can surely agree, if you like the Claw, you take the all-for-one first, right? It's a freaking all-for-one. That's the Claw card. Not this isn't the Claw card. This is the Claw card. They're all Claw cards, pro tip. Five damage, that's the perfect amount of damage. And Glacier is the right amount of block. Could all for one FTL again? That seems so sad. Now we pick the Claw. Or the Sunder. It's an actual Sunder? It's an actual Sunder. Which does not preclude all for one nonsense. But it is an actual Sunder. Streamline replaced. With no regrets. This will be now enough damage to instantly kill the sentries with their reduced health. Hopefully that's who we're fighting. It's instead a tiny, small, little knob-like creature. The Norb, I think it's called. Do we need to Strength Potion here? Probably not, right? Only 2 damage this turn anyway. Can do more precise calculations next turn, depending on what we draw here. Okay, Sunder alongside 2 strikes, so we can quite precisely figure out how much we could do next turn. Either FTL's on the bottom, in which case I get the other cards, or I always draw every card because we play FTL. So, that should mean I can go Genetic Algorithm Strike Dual Cast, which will be 6 plus 16, 22 damage. So as long as it brings the knob below 22, which it does, then that's always what we do next turn. And indeed, the FTL was on the bottom. Smooth Stone makes our blocks blockier. There's the Claw card. You better believe I'm taking it, Twitch chat. Shuriken, all for one, it's time. Bonk. Oh, perfect block thanks to Smooth Stone. Thank you, Smooth Stone. Claw. And a Beam Cell. Oh, yes. Let's go. Another 0 cost attack. Perfect. That might be a good upgrade, too. Although I think we should probably upgrade Zap to create a 3rd 0 cost card in this deck. Feels like Hexago should be no problem with the Claw Beam Cell all for one. Yeah, let's upgrade the Zap. 4th. Yes, sorry, 4th. 4th 0 cost card. We just play the algorithm turn 1. Or do I make some Frost? Let's make some Frost. Be a little bit behind on damage here. So against Hexaghost, we simply have to race damage-wise. We need to do 264 damage before this enemy. And we did really kind of draw this deck upside down a bit here, making me reconsider our no Strength Potion policy. Probably want to Chaos. A Dark Orb would help a lot here. Actually, let's Chaos and see what we get. Plasma Frost. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and use the Strength Potion here. This is a subpar beginning to the fight. So, All for One returns the Zap and does more damage than the Strike, but blocks for 6 less. We'll have 6 less health. I'm going to take the health here. That Plasma Orb for longer also. Okay, finally we at least get a Shuriken activation. Oh man. We are in trouble now. A lot of trouble. Okay, this was a good turn at least. So was this one. Okay, actually, things might be okay. Getting to activate Shuriken with Sunder is a delight here. Thanks, Plasma Orb. Again, you must cease your needless nonsense, all for one. I can't allow this. So it was Claw the whole time that we should have picked. The betrayal. The sheer betrayal. Twitch chat told me, but I didn't believe them. Well, who's laughing now? Unfortunately, it's Hexaghost who's laughing. Do I live? Not enough. Easy 1 health victory, no problem. There was never a risk at all. I even get to play algorithm. Easy. Who's laughing now? It's me. I'm laughing now. Ha 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 ha. That's who's laughing. Yeah. So, seat of our pants victory there. Never was a concern. Sure glad we had the blood vial with us, huh? Buffer, Core Surge, Electrodynamics. Buffer's kind of good. As a... Wait. I didn't draw very well. Let me give another turn. Sort of deal. Core Surge goes with a Shuriken. Electro gives us some area damage, but I'm less inclined to do that with Sunder and the Claws stuff here. So I'm leaning towards Buffer? Maybe a little low on the offense. Take a Buffer. And I guess we become a Snecko deck because I have Glacier, Buffer, Sunder all for 1. And I remove Claw again. Dang it. Every time. Inserter or Blackstar are the other options. Blackstar with the Preserved Insect is worth consideration here. I don't know that we're actually all that good at killing elites with the deck as it is. But some stuff will happen. I would never take the Inserter in this position, but I do like the Inserter in general. I think we'll be too weak immediately with the Inserter. But Snecko Eye with all for 1, Snecko Eye with Sunder, Snecko Eye with Glacier and Buffer is going to be really, really good. We end up being a little bit sad about the zero-cost cards that we've accumulated. The Zap FTL, the Beam Cell will still be good, but the Zap FTL and Claw are all pretty dead here. But I think the Snecko Eye will guide us to glory from here. Mastambo, did you hear about the defect who was Australian? They hail from Down Sunder. Going to a store seems pretty important right now. We could remove one of these zero-costers that we don't want. Claw is probably the worst, although FTL is in good competition. Never go for that Burning Elite, I don't think. Something like this, maybe. We are pretty good at elite fights, especially with the Preserved Insect, so I think this is a good time to go for several elites, maybe even 3 in this act. Especially with rest sites to top us up here. But I still consider... Yeah, I'm not going to be removing a strike, so we could still take bites later on. That'd be pretty exciting. But first, let's see how we do against these nerds. 1-cost Sunder. Best part about Sunder with Snecko Eye is that if you get a kill, it still refunds 3 energy, regardless of what the Sunder actually cost to play in the first place. You just go strike Sunder here. Can't quite get the kill, and that's okay. I'm going to hit the one in the back. The Looter and Mugger are identical on turns 1 and 2, but on turn 3, the Mugger will attack or block for more, respectively. Get quite a lot back if I play the All for One. We'll get back Defend, Defend, Glacier, Strike. Means not playing the algorithm, though. Of course, if I algorithm here, then I really don't get to do any damage. Seems bad. So let's go buffer all for one. Hopefully I can play the algorithm and kill this looter, but we'll see. Well, this is free, so yes. I can play the algorithm, but can I kill? Yes, if I all for one, we get back Zap. Playing Zap refunds 2 energy, then I can play the Sunder. So Genetic, all for one, Zap, Sunder is the solve there. That's a bit tough to spot. Do we like a charge battery? With Smooth Stone, it's not too bad, but I really feel like we need more damage cards. Sweeping Beam's not the damage card we're looking for, though. I really want more like a Meteor Strike, or another Sunder, or a Doom and Gloom, or a Hand of Greed. That's not what I was going to say, but I like it. Hand of Greed earns us money if it kills stuff. Hits pretty hard. Shame about that second claw. Defragment and Chill are both here. Those could have been intriguing. Still could be, actually. Defragment is quite powerful with orbs. But what about Hand of Greed, man? What about the Hand of Greed? How's it going, Bunty Man? Let's take a Hand of Greed. And remove, unfortunately, the claw. Sorry, claw. Well, no, I'm not. Mostly, I'm sorry that you keep finding your way into my deck when it never works out between us. It's just a toxic relationship you and I have, Claw. Get back. FTL. Okay, so we hopefully redraw into the Hand of Greed? Hopefully. Otherwise, we just kill while attempting to block. Seems fine to me. Happy with beating the fight without damage taken. Self-repair could let us sustain even more per fight. That's a nice little pickup here. Yeah. Happy to have a self-repair. We're already going to take an Echo Form if we see one. It's 12 block. 24 coming my way. So Buffer really only blocks for 4. Which means Defend is better than Buffer. That's fun to say. Defend is better than Buffer. In this situation. I've got an Algorithm and a Self-Repair and a Hand of Greed. So many side quests each fight now. Little things we got to keep track of. Don't like it. Not one bit. So we don't want to kill the Snake Plant, but we do want to almost kill the Snake Plant. Keep the Frost Orbs up front. Sure. Well, I sure succeeded at almost killing them. No self-repair, but I'll take the money. Thanks. FTL Blizzard Ball Lightning. 1 Glacier does not a Blizzard deck make. You really want 2 or 3. Or Chills. Chills are quite good for that purpose also. Alright, these two should be easier. Might be able to make lots of money here. Off the Hand of Greed. We'll see. Definitely appreciate the extra energy from the Plasma. I can Sunder and then Hand of Greed? That's obscene. Don't do that. That's It hurts my soul to use Sunder to set up a kill with Hand of Greed. We can use All for One to set up a kill with Hand of Greed. Did you hear about the defect that worked at IKEA? They were a master of shelf repair. Oof. The big oof. Make me some money. So we don't get buffer played because I chose to take cash there. The cash payment. Looks like that worked out just fine, thankfully. We are playing FTL, we are. Then Glacier Genetic. Okay. I think this fight is going the right way here. Our way. Oh my goodness, and Hand of Greed is back. Get in here, Hand of Greed. GG. Healed from the fight and gain 40 gold. And gain a defragment. Or a white noise. Take a defrag. And I guess we upgrade that immediately? Or do I upgrade the Hand of Greed? Or the Buffer. Buffer's a pretty good upgrade too, actually. Very tempted to upgrade Hand of Greed, though, because I am a greedy son of a gun. Let's do it. More money. All we have to do is beat this tiny leader person, lady. No prob, no prob. Double wizard, huh? That's quite an intimidating array. This is definitely a situation where Distilled Chaos might do some good for us. Currently, probably just going to play the Hand of Greed to kill one wizard, which I don't think is a particularly good turn. Yeah, let's use our Distilled Chaos. Strike, Beam, Cell, Defend. Not exactly an inspiring turn, but it will do. Could use the other potion to then kill both of them, but I don't think I need to do that. We'll just kill one. And then strike for the point of strength. I'll be killing the other one with Sunder? Very likely, yes. So, does it matter who I target here? Not really. We've got health to spare, after all. An obscenely expensive hand, sadly. All for One would return just the beam cell here. Not exactly a great turn. So I go what? FTL? Or Buffer Glacier? Do Buffer Glacier. Block. Chaos always happens. Strike, Hand of Greed, Algorithm? Sure. Now we're talking. All for One returns Glacier, and quite a lot besides. We could kill the Gremlin Leader this turn, or I can try to set up a Hand of Greed kill here. I think we're fairly safe to try to get a Greed kill. Keep Frost in front. Keep Frost in front. We also have buffers, so I'm not really afraid of being attacked here. Oh, we do get attacked, though. Alright, but my money where my mouth is. How does this work for me? Looks like I might be taking 16 here. We block 16 easy, but not 16 by 2. Can I kill you? Maybe with a potion I could have? What's a little gold between friends anyway, right? Do Zap Dual Cast. Or... well, Zap always happens, and then we choose one other card. Ultimately. So I guess Dual Cast Zap? I could have actually blocked for 3 more, but again, that wouldn't have mattered. Yeah. So let's just hand of greed. I don't even play this out, actually, for not to kill her. Get my money. 25 gold for 16 health, maybe not worth it, but what about a dead branch? Whenever we exhaust a card, add a new random card to our hand. Oh yeah. It's a dead branch Snecko I run, Twitch chat. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, now we can upgrade Buffer. That's a much more reasonable upgrade. That would have saved us the 16 health from last fight. So I traded 5 gold for 16 health, really. Incense Burner makes us intangible every 6th turn. That's an exceptional relic. Very, very strong relics this run so far. And now we fight the book. Interesting. Buffer plus drawn on this turn is rather convenient, wouldn't you say? Yet we do need to get our damage started here. Playing Algorithm and Sunder feels better than playing the Buffer. We also get a random card when I play the Algorithm. What do you got, Algorithm? White Noise. A random power and a new card. Or 32 damage. Well, or 20-something damage. It's a lot of damage, is the point. Take the guaranteed damage here. Tough call, though. Oh, man. It's one of those days for the Snecko Eye, I see. All the important stuff is high cost. We at least get cheap chaff here to play. Probably going to go Hand of Greed and Glacier rather than trying to play the All for One and get back FTL, Zap, and Defend. Next turn looking pretty stanky. Bit worried about that draw. At least the Snecko Eye delivers. Look at that. All for one here. Gets a strike and a defend back. The power. The absolute power. Bip. Bap. Boppity. Not afraid of you. And we can even self-repair Sunder here. We missed the Hand of Greed, but I think that's okay. This is a pretty scary fight. Lantern for more energy turn 1 is invaluable. Rainbow is a very good Snecko card. Normally a high-cost card. It also exhausts, making it nice with Dead Branch here. Just a lot of orbs in a small package. Capacitor to pair with Defragment's somewhat tempting, too. Maybe I shouldn't be ignoring this Capacitor, but I really like the Rainbow a lot. Particularly with Dead Branch. Dang it, Hand of Greed. This wasn't your time. 75 gold. I wish it were. If this was 0 cost, maybe, but not with this draw. No way, no how. Be lucky if we get 25 here. Certainly I can't stall this fight. What's 1 bit? So we have to be careful in the utmost. Self-repair and strike, or play the Rainbow. Playing the Rainbow feels kind of important here. To get a Dark Orb in play. Double energy for the next time we draw it. At least the intangible helped a little bit there. Free All for One, no free Sunder. All for One gets back. Defend, defend, FTL. So we should All for One and then FTL. Okay. Let's get you below 32. I'll try to hand agree this one. Although the Dark Orb might kill it, depending on what I choose to do here. Yeah, if I play Rainbow, it dies, for example. Let's just do Glacier. Don't kill it. Yet. Got 2 buffer charges. I think we can be a little greedy in this fight. Oh. Alright, skip the algorithm to get the hand agreed. And turn 3 intangible for the elite fight. Yeah, we can all for one the hand agreed here. Good reason not to. And I still have buffer, right? Yeah. Okay. Alright, still miss algorithm, but now we have instance burner on 4. And I can't stall. That'll have to do. Get a smoke bomb, just in case. And a sweeping beam. Hello and welcome to Goose424. My map is highlighted like this using a mod called Map Marks. I can paint the map using a palette of any colors that I want. I do this to indicate where I want to go to the Twitch chat. But no worries, there are no stupid questions here. You'll find in general it's a very question-friendly community. Even if I don't directly address or answer the question, like, odds are somebody in chat knows the answer and will. What's in the block card? A Thunder Strike. The power. Chaos, please make 2 lightning orbs. Ha, tricked it. Thanks for the plasma. Only 3 card is Beam Cell, so that's all we get with the all for one. We can go Buffer Sunder. That's pretty good. Or Buffer Defragment? Doesn't get much done. Yeah, Buffer Sunder. The buffer immediately gets used. Good. If I play Rainbow, I get 2 energy back. Likewise with Glacier. Or I can simply strike twice. Let us simply strike twice. Keep the Plasma Orb. For future powers. Okay, here's a turn I'd like to full block if I could. Let's try to do that. Okay, we did it. Good job. Huzzah! Celebrate with Thunderstrike. Alright, and we get all the side quests completed. Good job, us. Turbo Rebound Charge Battery. Not particularly amazing with Snecko Eye. Let's instead upgrade our Defragment. And fight one more elite here. The Gremlin Bleeder. Ooh, can't do much on turn 1 here. Spooky. Full block with this. Do I want to play the algorithm now? It's a pretty good block card, so let's go with no. Always getting attacked, but we always have the option to smoke bomb if this ever gets weird. Which it is looking increasingly like it is. Weird. As far as draws go. Not going to lose another defect run to this stinky opponent, that's for sure. Makes me wish I'd played the algorithm, though. What do you got, FTL? I'm out of here. Bye. Shame to lose an elite reward like that. But that was a really nasty draw. No Sunder, no all for one, no nothing. Hyper Beam is turn 6. That's right. So we have not set up Incense Burner to block Hyper Beam. I'm not too worried about Hyper Beam though. Truly, not too worried at all about the Bronze Automaton fight. I think we'll deal with that pretty easily. Do we upgrade what here? We could upgrade Rainbow, but then it's actually less Dead Branch value. Rather upgrade either the Beam Cell or the Glacier. Beam Cell won't help against Bronze Automaton, though. We're never getting through those artifact layers. So let's upgrade the block of Glacier. It's actually a reasonable recall moment, too. Upgrading anything with a cost modification like the dual cast is overridden by the random costing of the Snecko Eye, so there's no point whatsoever to doing that, unfortunately. Which would be a huge waste. Alright, we're going to rely on the buffer to block the Hyper Beam, so there's no point in playing the buffer until we're ready to actually do that. Chaos Incendiary? Yeah, Chaos Incendiary. Perfect. So you've got my all for one. Just want to kill this one, I suppose. Keep the Dark Orb cooking. Okay, again, don't play the buffer, even though it's tempting to use it to block this attack. We don't want to play it until the Hyper Beam itself from this opponent. Just going to use this to get a new card. Machine Learning and another Beam Cell. You got it. Defend. Ouch. Maybe I should have been more worried about this fight. We're certainly not winning it by any decisive metric here, huh? Spooky. So make an all for one in my hand with no zero cost cards to actually use on, huh? It's a bit of a bummer. Well, technically one. There you are, Buffer, just in time. Thank you for waiting patiently for this moment with me. Forget the zap, just keep the Dark Orb. Now we are intangible. Not the world's worst dual cast, but certainly not its best. We're still way behind damage-wise with the draws we've had. This all for one really hasn't worked out very well. So we're immediately going to be under threat next turn, actually. Which means I'd probably better dual cast this, but if it's instead of playing Sunder, no, it's never going to be worth it. It's playing Sundered. Alright, we're almost out of time. In fact, yeah, we're definitely almost out of time here. Again, all for one, just not cutting it. Wow. What's the distribution here? Yikes. Well, that does explain a few things. Snecko, you cruel, cruel person, you. Alright, down to 2 health. 2 turns to win. Hey, there we go. Keep these as they are. Could also play this with the Flex Potion. That feels like it might be essential, actually. Alright. And I get to dual cast the Lightning. Sure, whatever. Never a worry. Easy money. GG. Poor algorithm's getting forgotten a few times, but otherwise this is going well enough. Rhythm Prison, congrats on that first A20 heart win. You're so welcome for all the help. This deck would love a bias cognition. We are doing orb things. Don't currently have a way to keep that focus, but focus is still very good here. Amplify is curious. Pretty difficult to use with Snecko Eye. Coffee Dripper with Blood Vial Self-Repair seems like free energy to me. Prefer that to the Philosopher's Stone, which makes our enemies hit harder. Guaranteed you'll need to rest after that. Or the Tiny House, which is not energy. It is a bunch of other things, but it's not energy. I would like some energy, please. So, 5 energy turn 1, 4 energy every other turn. Both Snecko Eye and Dead Branch are very energy-hungry relics. So, oh boy, that's a spicy path we gotta take here. Forced to go for the Burning Elite. No choice here, since we've deferred Elite fighting prior to now. Hopefully the reduced health of the Preserved Insect will assist. I sure do wish we hadn't had to Smoke Bomb the Gremlin Leader last act. Let's just say that. This is also a pretty mediocre start, sir. Here we go. Buffet, Self-Repair, Glacier. So I'll go and Hand of Greed next turn. We just want to bring into Hand of Greed range then. Which is the most important thing. The only important thing, really. So, okay, we do get a shop. That's good. Cool-headed? Yeah, we need a bit more frost. Go for the Eyes with the Plus is tempting, actually. That's one of the only ways this character can get access to weakness. Actually, yeah, let's take the free upgrade there. Normally a zero-cost card, not that good with Snecko Eye, but when weak versus not weak means blocking for, like, 30 additional against Heart, it's kind of a big deal. More than just a big deal. It's a huge deal. $32 plus 25. 57. 67. So I can kill the middle one with Sunder. Yikes. Only the middle one, huh? Well, we can at least go for the Eyes this one. Let's Rainbow first and see what the bonus card is. Oh. Well, that would assist a little bit. Still not enough to prevent us from taking damage this turn, but it does help a bit. Then we can Dual cast brings this one to 8. Don't want to kill them, not yet. Elite might be next, so actually Intangible turn 2 would be ideal. I've kind of lost control over the ability to set that up, haven't I? Alright, we'll just kill them this turn then. Get my money. Very important that I be rich. White Noise is a very good Dead Branch card, even if it's not a very good Snecko Eye card. Force Field's the better Snecko Eye card. Especially with the All-for-One, actually. Force Field's huge here. WTP, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. The way the Force Field works is that each... it gets randomized when we draw it, and then each power we play after drawing it will further reduce the cost. Pretty powerful. Need triple Meteor Strikes. Couldn't agree more. Where are the Meteor Strikes at? Art of War could be good. We don't do that many attacks. Well, I mean, we do have Shuriken, but we sometimes have turns where we don't play attacks. I guess is what I'm saying, especially as I remove another one here. Attack, that is. Get out of here. Strike. You're gone. You could also take Abacus for block on reshuffles. I don't think I'm ever taking a Mayhem here. Let's go Art of War. How's it going, sweaty lols? Having a tough time in the Spire today, but I'm enjoying the stream. Now you offer me 999 gold. That's definitely not the time for it. No more healing, also pretty bad in a deck that's got a lot of healing. 34 health from Blood Vial so far. I'll just take a boss fight. This gives us a rare relic, a chance to heal, a chance to level up the algorithm, and a bit more besides. Yeah, here's a turn where Art of War does stuff. Good. Good Art of War. You did it. You did it. Double Core Surge, the Resurgening. Got 2 buffers. Currently blocking in excess of 4. It's gonna play any one attack. It's Chaos, then dual cast, then I can do way more than that. Easy. Got him. And again, I'd actually like this to be set up to a different number if possible. Then 1. How important is this? Turn 2 is a pretty big deal against the others. Let's see if we can change this. I'm even willing to sacrifice the Hand Degree to get the Instance Burner to be on 4 here for the end of the fight. Take that as a sign of my seriousness. I think best odds of seeing the Hand Degree next turn if I play the Overclock. Nailed it. Sweet. Gain more strength from the Duvu doll. Not going to take any of this, although maybe if we had Capacitor or Barrage should be okay. And we do face the double orb walkers. Alright, that's not who I set up the Incense Burner for, but I think these will be an easy fight thanks to having the Incense Burner set up. So we're going to get another rare relic and more money and another combat reward here. Both of the rare relic hard fights showing up back-to-back here. Pretty exciting. If I really want to seal the deal, I could use the duplication potion on Sunder to just kill one of the orb walkers turn 1. We did lose a run to these guys recently when I went in with not enough damage. How's it going, by the way, Merle? I don't know if I said hi yet. Good to have you. Yeah, Duke Pot the Sunder just kills one. If I beam cell. I'm gonna do that. And I can play the Algorithm and the Glacier. That's pretty powerful. And the Melter. Core Surge biased or buffer. Choose one. Choose wisely. Get him, Scrape. Scrape checks the actual Snecko cost of the cards, so if we roll randomly 0, you get to keep it. Alright, so we'd like to also set up Incense Burner in addition to killing with Hand of Greed. That seems like a tall order, eh? Discard pile has a 0-cost Glacier. Let's start with that. Take the Zap, too. Now, I want the health to be controlled. Turn 3 intangible is also fine, so if we draw Hand of Greed on this turn, I'll kill. But we didn't, so I'm going to wait one more turn here. Didn't draw it this turn either, but you draw Self-Repair and All for One. Go for the Eyes FTL. Does the require damage? We can play FTL first. FTL, Self-Repair, go for the Eyes. It's more important to me that we end with Incense on 4. We made the difficulty in setting that up twice in a row. And the reason for that is, if we fight Reptomancer, then being intangible on turn 2 is exceedingly important. Because on turn 2, if you don't kill either of the initial daggers, then these 2 daggers will attack for 25 and self-KO on turn 2. And Repto will be forced to attack as well on turn 2. Because there's 4 daggers in play. So, the net result of that is... Oof, this turn 1, by the way. I'm just going to play the Hand of Greed on the Repto. We just take the 18, and we're immune to all the nonsense next turn. And this is why we set up the Incense Burner. About 100 damage staring us in the face. We don't have to take any of it. I really want to kill one of these back daggers. There'll be a problem next turn if they're still alive, and Sunder even refunds energy for so doing. You can get down Core Surge Biased. Let's put the damage on you. Nice. Shots. And we can Repto here? We can Repto. So I have no idea what we would have done on that turn if I wasn't intangible, but proper use of Incense Burner made that way easier. Way easier. What am I doing here? Just full blocking this nonsense? I'm playing the buffer. You're dying, that's right. Good work. Alright, second elite is going to be either Nemesis or Giant Head. So close, yet so far. Here, you die. Well, this has gotten a little out of hand. You have 2 buffers still. Let's just throw some orbs around. Willy-nilly like. Oh, that did really not work out. Managed to get small amounts of damage on everybody, but no actual kills there. A bit chaotic, actually. Okay, if I Glacier, she'll die. We're intangible on turn 2 of the next fight. That could save us against Nemesis. If it's Giant Head, I want intangibility a little bit later in the fight. I'm going to prolong here. Don't know why I thought I could. But I wanted to. Bottled Tornado. Ooh, and a second Core Surge. Bottle the defrag. We could even bottle the buffer. Bottled buffer is pretty powerful in a variety of situations. Certainly not bottling self-repair here. I'll bottle buffer. And we upgrade bias cognition? I do get another upgrade before having to recall. Sure, let's upgrade the bias. Make it one more point of focus. I'm not convinced we're where we need to be for the late game, but I'll take it. Turn 1 intangible ended up working out here. +4 strength nemesis is always spooky. Only has huge amounts of damage for their attacks. Never anything minor. Just like horrifying enemy, really. But with buffer in play, we can never get destroyed next turn, so that's good. Very good indeed. I think we'll let the Art of War give us extra energy next turn. So don't play Strike here, as it only does 1 damage during the intangible turn. All for one of the very bottom, unfortunate, thankfully, algorithms here. And Chaos? Anything worth rebounding? I don't think so. Nice. Got the same orbs, too. Again, choosing not to play Beam Cell because of Art of War. 10? Am I sure? 10 damage or 1 energy? Actually, 10 damage. Since they'll be intangible next turn. This we definitely play. We could do Hand of Greed, all for 1 Hand of Greed. Gives me a strength or energy. Strength or energy? Take the strength here. Kind of impossible to know which is correct there. Say it worked out pretty well. Oh. Could have played the Meteor Strike if only. I had let the Art of War get me energy. Alas, 'twas not to be. Instead, our foe nemesis shall perish. Never played Self-Repair, huh? Alright, hold off a minute. Aha! Though, Incense Burner may be set to the wrong number. If it's Giant Head, it'll actually be the right number. But if we're fighting Reptomancer again, this is wrong. A White Beast statue ensures we always get a potion after each fight. Finally offered a Doom and Gloom, half-decent AoE card. Another copy of Cool-Headed, very good with all this frost, actually. Take another Cool-Headed. Or all this focus. That's what I meant to say. It is Reptomancer again. Incense Burner won't save us this time. So we have to make this turn work for us without being intangible next turn, which is pretty spooky. Pretty spooky. Have I seen the Spire board game? Oh yeah. Talked about it a fair bit here. This feels like it might be a Gambler's Brew sort of turn with this initial draw. I mean, with White Beast Statue, I don't really mind using a potion, so let's go ahead and do that. Keep the buffer, though. It's a good card. Core Surge Biased. And the FTL then kills. So let's FTL... Wait. I remember this mattering for something. Which one I kill here determines which slots the new daggers will go into, which can have an interesting effect on the attack order. I think I want to kill the front one first. She might choose to summon again next turn. And if she does, we're in for something interesting here. Glacier or Buffer? Trust Buffer more in this situation. Okay, she chose to attack. Certainly glad I chose Buffer. Yikes, this is scary. So we want to kill the front one with Hand of Greed and this one. And then we'll buffer these two. Or if I could kill these two, that'd be even better, actually. I don't think I have the damage for that. Looks like I might have to energy potion here, since I can't play Hand of Greed Core Surge normally. Yeah. I could also kill this one. Is there any difference here? Don't think so. Oh, and I actually get to keep the buffer this way. So yeah, actually that was the better one to kill, because then I only lose one buffer charge now. Good job, me. Alright, nothing for All for One to return. That's okay, though. Zap dual cast. This is 15 currently, not enough. Lose all my stuff, then get bit. Bummer. Big bummer. Not much I can do about this. Simply is what it is. I guess Chaos could give me Frost, instead of taking the 8 or 7 guaranteed. She angry. She very angry about how this has gone, and I can't blame her. I'd be angry too. I think that next turn energy seems pretty important, actually. Okay, we're never killing, but we are blocking. Got Glacier next turn. I'm going to hold off on the Hand of Greed for one more turn here. Actually, we're also immune this turn. Self-repair gets in play. Good. And no Hand of Greed, sadly. But ultimately, we didn't lose all that much health. Got another dead relic. Take either a charge battery again or a white noise again. Fighting Time Eater? With Dead Branch, though, I'm taking white noise, quite frankly. Random power plus another random card? That's got to be good. Math says it has to be. It simply must. Already played an attack. Okay. Maybe wanted to play either the buffer or the glacier. Not sure, really. I think just repeatedly blocking this nerd's attempts to debuff us, though, will be quite sufficient to win this fight. I'll try again this turn, but guess what? I've got another artifact layer. Fool. You've been tricked. Glaciers for days. Alright, Incense on 5 seems fine. Played everything else. Another upgraded Chaos. Yeah, I mean, we have enough focus, actually. Let's do it. Really regretting not taking that capacitor we saw in Act 2. I was wondering about that. Not quite enough damage. Let's go buffer self-repair then. Focus yet. Emphasis on yet. Okay, we should be able to Hand of Greed twice in this fight. That seems reasonable. Dark Orbs always target the enemy with the lowest health, which, despite the block, is the Spheric Guardian here. Back for you. my buffet. Melter is also here. Alright, looks like I'm probably only getting one. Oh, hold on. Things have changed. I'll be back. Although it might be difficult to do in time here. Ah, missed it. Get a meteor strike. Focus potion, pretty good. Another charge battery is not bad. Wouldn't call them great, but I do appreciate that they're here with the upgrade on them. Weak potion's very strong for the hard fight. Gonna recall. I think we have pretty good odds going into the boss gauntlet. Pretty good potions, too. We saw all the good events in this act. We saw both Mind Bloom and Double Orb Walkers, so I don't know what I would hope to find in an event room. Let's just take one more card reward. Maybe more money from the Hand of Greed. Facing down triple Jawworms. Seems like a fun challenge. You're first. +1, so we have an exact kill. That's cool. If I targeted the middle one, we would have been one short. This looks like I have to kill the front one. Then we try to successfully Hand of Greed that thing. Don't care about Incense Burner for Time Eater. We're fine against Time Eater, probably. I'm not afraid of the Tim Tam. He ain't no thing. Rebound is our last card offer? I don't think so. Definitely wish we'd taken that capacitor now. But we do have a white noise. That can be a capacitor sometimes. Only got one white noise? Must have turned down the other one. Keep the current potions. I like them quite a lot. And we upgrade. Either cool-headed or actually force field's not bad. Keeping Rainbow around might be important. Now that we have lots of focus guaranteed, let's keep Rainbow around. Alright, Time Eater. Difficult fight for us. We're hoping to line up Core Surge and Bias Cognition. Got 2 Core Surges, and we're not getting debuffed turn 1 by the boss, so I'm just going to go ahead and play this one. And what? White Noise next? Yeah, White Noise next. Yeah, Heat Sinks and a Defrag. Alright, I think in that case we're going to skip the buffer. Just go Defragment, Chaos, Hand of Greed. Take a full 24 here, but we're reasonably well set up. We've got Heat Sinks in play, we've got a point of focus. We've got Go for the Eyes. Good. If I play both of these, I only get 1 card next turn. That's a little spooky. But is it really? Alright, we missed the Core Surge Bias Cog combo. Good news is we're intangible next turn. Let's just play this. Why? It was even free. Yeah, that's funny. Alright, 2 frost, 1 dark, please. Go back around to that bias. It's fine. It's totally fine. I could play self-repair here. Keep the algorithm still. Wait! That's good, though. Yeah, that's good, though. Oh, it's the heatsinks that keeps drawing those cards. Like, where does that keep coming from? It is 0 cost, so I get it back into my hand with the Core Surge. This time it was on purpose, Twitch chat. The power. Look at this. All for 1. Actually, Force Field. All for 1. Core Surge, Bias Cognition, and Defend. The power. That's why they pay me the big bucks. Alright, you need to be below half health here, sir. That way we avoid getting attacked here. And we're intangible for this next turn. Ugh. That's a bit better. We could do some damage here and gain a strength, but not much. I don't think it's worth the extra strength we're giving Time Eater. And the energy we're losing on the Art of War. Okay, this is considerably less good. Gotta keep my card count for next turn in mind, too. Let's just stop here. Okay, now it's rainbow time. Rainbow... Buffer Force Field is good, but then 1 card for next turn. Oh well. That card will be Rainbow. Rude. How does my Snecko deck draw this? Trouble. Just have to find enough damage to finish this fight off. Tempest is most of the way there. That would do 34 plus quite a lot. Probably something like Glacier into Tempest. Can also use the Slime to get free new cards. Let's see what those are. Meteor Strike. Seek. Oh my. Seek Sunder. Let's do it. Now does Tempest just kill? I think now Tempest just kills. Bye! That way we're intangible for this turn, which I do kind of appreciate. A lot. Hi there, 0 cost Hand of Greed. Would you like to make me some money this turn? Sounds good to me. I think I'm going to play Buffer. It'll permanently make the Awakened ones stronger for only blocking damage 1 time on our end. We're not going to try to greed this other cultist. We just need to kill them as quickly as we can. Might as well, actually. Although I might draw the... Oh no, there's 2 more Core Surges. Yeah, I might as well. Might as well. Not going to play the unupgraded defrag, but the regular one's fine. The plus one, that is. This turn looks a little gnarly. Thankfully, Leap and Charge Battery are here. This could be a good use case for the Weak Potion. I do want to play the Chaos Plus. Let's see what Chaos Plus makes first. Okay, 2 Frost, we're fine then. Go Core Surge, Battery Leap. I can even Turbo here for the other Core Surge. Let's do it. Double Surging. The Resurgency. Okay, 3 Frost Orbs with 7 focus should make it pretty easy to passively block most of what the Awakened one tries to do to us. From here, we still need to figure out how to win. Easier said than done, actually. 0 cost Leap and Charge Battery. Okay, so All for One's great. Go for the eyes, All for One. Play this one more time. Do we have any other cards that are going to exhaust, or are we kind of locked into this configuration of the deck now? Seems like we might be kind of stuck here. Spooky. Whatever we get from the algorithm, right? Alright, what do we get? Another white noise. Containing a creative AI. That could be our way out of here, but it could also be our doom. Currently, capacitors are good. Loops are also good. I've got 2 potions. I think we do it. I think this is the right way here. Next turn's a bit spooky, though. 21. Yeah, I figured we might see more of those. It's like, if I use the 3rd artifact, I'm gonna regret it, aren't I? I knew it. Just knew it. Only Calipers were here to see me now. Calipers were here. Yeah, and then we draw this on this turn. Why does this keep happening? As expected, we haven't gotten anything playable yet. But soon! But soon, my friends. Oh, here we go. Capacitor. Perfect. Extend that weakness. Perfect. More capacitance. Capacitation. Gonna play it though. It's not on that turn, of course. Alright, in the discard pile, Beam Cell, Bias Cognition. Interesting. Bias Cognition. It's almost time. I'm debating whether I play both buffers this turn. I think I will. trying to kill before the next multi-attack. We've got this Dark Orb to do that with. Good luck to us. Oh, actually, we can kill right now. Even better. Man, these random powers really didn't work out for us, but here we are. Storm, Rainbow? I think I want to play this Storm. Or maybe I want to go back around to Incense equals 4 again for Spire, Spear, and Spire Shield. That looks difficult to do, but not impossible. Pretty difficult. It's going to be pretty difficult. Let's not try too hard to do that. Snap is blocking. Could also do Capacitor Force Field. Let's do that. Wait, what? Oh no, I can't math. 2 minus... Dah. Minor brain fart there, no problem though. So we're losing focus at 1 per turn. Theoretically an obstacle, in practice, not necessarily. The Bliplaps. Okay, buffers here. Just gotta hang on for a few more turns. Playing the Bias Cognition would end this fight too quickly. We don't want that. We want Incense on 4. Or 3, but ideally 4. Dark Orb in front is going to be a problem. So if I play any powers, you die. I see. We want to kill next turn. We're blocking 21. We need to block 16 by 3, which is 48. I think we're there, actually. We just go Beam Cell, Leap, Stack, and we're good. Now, we could even use Reprogram to deliberately lower the strength of the orbs, although that also makes the Frost Orbs weaker, so beware. Let me kill. GG. We have lots of cash going into the heart here. I might have actually been able to hand degrade the Awakened one. I didn't even look at my hand there. I just played the electrodynamics. But it's fine. Surely it is fine. We upgrade, I imagine, Cool-Headed here. Force Field upgrade's okay as well. Alright, I got high hopes here. Some half-decent potions. I'd like the weak potion back. It's good against the heart. Could take healing from this regen potion. Loop is pretty good, even though we can't upgrade it. Another Cool-Headed is pretty good. Card removal is pretty good. Don't really want Chemical X or any of the relics, really. Marbles would help land go for the eyes against the Spear and Shield. I'm not too worried about making that happen, personally. And I can buy Fruit Juice and the Weak Potion. Might as well. Great. Good use of our money. Glad we landed all those hand agreeds. Pretty promising turn 1. I like that we got a zero-cost cool-headed. I like that we drew white noise turn 1. Not sure I'm going to play this Go for the Eyes because of the Art of War, but I am going to play white noise here. 3 capacitor. And a hologram. I think we should rather play the buffer. That'll protect us on turn 3. Incense Burner protects us turn 2. Buffer protects us turn 3. We're pretty well set for the first portion of this fight, which is exciting. That'll buy us time to set up at least. Who's dying first here? Might be easier to kill the shield first, particularly since Dark Orbs will always target shield. Problem is, shield gets a lot of block every third turn, which can make killing it annoying. So who do you go for? It's always a tough question to answer in this fight. I'm going to try shield first, but I'm not sure this is correct. Oh my. Okay, sure. Is this Sunder Ball Lightning Strike or Sunder Hand of Greed? It's the question of do I want the Lightning Orb or not. I think the answer is I want the direct damage more. It's a pretty good showing. Of course, the All for One's not going to return in time. It's okay. Biased is here. Buffer blocks this. We played Buffer for that reason. And either defrag or loop. Let's go defrag. But then we're unable to meaningfully damage. So, All for One returns, Cool-Headed Force Field, Genetic Algorithm, oh my, so many things. Finally, this All for One with the Snecko Eye does what we've been wanting it to do the whole hecking run. It's just taken forever. Look at that. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. I want that to be in the discard pile, actually. It's a good place for it. Oh, amazing. Less amazing, and yet I still don't care one bit. Wow, the power of this All for One, absurd. That Dark Orb will do damage here, might as well. I blocked for a bajillion. Your move. Give me your money. And with Incense on 4, we actually want to kill right now. Get them both. Give me your money too, kid. Thanks. Vajra gives us strength. Dupe Potion's incredibly strong. We can duplicate the Bias Cognition with 2 Core Surges if this goes well. I still think the Weak Potion is actually really good, so I think I'm going to take the Duplication Potion over the Focus Potion? Is that true? I really like that Weak Potion. Static Discharge is also really good for the Heart Fight. I'm going to pick that up. Problem is, we're not necessarily guaranteed to get the dupe on the Bias Cog, and we can just use the Focus Potion turn 1, which we can't do with the dupe pot. Adds variance, indeed. I think I just go Focus Potion, Weak Potion. Other options are dupe the defrag, dupe the loop. I mean, if we dupe defrag, it's better to use the Focus Potion, of course. Dupe Buffer could be a thing. Dupe Discharge. Nah, let's just go with what we have. We were not dependent on a particular draw. Turn 1 Buffer. I think we play this. Actually, no, it's 0 cost. We can get it back with All for One. We don't play it. Excuse me. We go Force Field, Zap, Rainbow. No, Rainbow, Zap. Put the Frost Orb in front. Don't play this buffer. Okay, it is the multi-hit first. Yeah, I wanted to be able to not have to deal with this. Gotta choose Core Surge or Glacier, can't do both. Well, then it's probably Glacier from me. Get more energy next turn if I don't play the Core Surge too. And there's another Core Surge in the draw pile after all. Although this might mess with some things. No need to use the weak potion yet. 2 new cards as well. Ooh, those are good. Alright, here's where I wish I'd played Buffer, but that could still change. Defrag first, then Cool-Headed. See where that takes us. Not defrag, defend. Defend is not defragment. Defend first, then Cool-Headed. See what we draw here. Loop. Alright, I officially wish I'd played Buffer. But that's okay. We're easily surviving this. This is when we use the weak potion, which will block 17 of this damage, as well as weaken the next attack the heart does. And I can play Equilibrium Loop. I don't want to Equilibrium this hand, though. I can play Darkness Slimed Loop. Yeah, I don't want to retain this hand. Let's see what you create. Oh! Well, I'll play that instead. Thanks, Slimed. Of course, you show up now. But yeah, here's the thing. If we'd been trying to dupe pot Bias Cognition, we'd been waiting a very long time. And that's tough to swallow. Not going to play this over clock. Guaranteed bias next turn. I think I need to play this now to avoid Beat of Death damage here, because I'm playing Core Surge, I'm playing White Noise, I'm playing Beam Cell. And I want the random... Oh! Well, heck, Dead Branch has really been coming in clutch here. I guess I'm not playing White Noise. Oh, I guess I am playing White Noise. Best of both worlds, kid. And we'll dual cast, I think. Will we? No, I'll keep that for later. Alright, still weakened. This is always getting played. Probably this is getting played too. Not a great turn, but an acceptable one. Don't forget, we're doubling the first card we play, so don't double the Bias Cog, or I'll be losing focus every turn. Double the Cool-Headed. Or I can double All for One. Hold on, what does All for One get? Force Field, Zap, Buffer, Defend. Turbo. Force Field, Zap, Buffer, Defend, Turbo. 5 cards. Or wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're only going to get the first 4, though, if I play it first. So we get Force Field, Zap, Buffer, Defend. Just let me buffer this. But then I don't play the Bias Cognition, so that's a no-no. So double Cool-Headed, Bias Cog. Actually, doubling Bias Cognition might not be a bad thing, right? We would gain 10 focus, we'll go to 14 focus. Sure, we're losing 1 per turn, but it's not like this heart fight's going to go on for much more than 5 turns. So actually, upon review, double Bias Cog is pretty dang good. Although we need to get our damage stepped up quick from here. Which it seems like we're not necessarily doing. I need to do more damage than this. Where's Rainbow at? Okay, double chaos will create some more damage orbs, hopefully. Yeah, lightning, dark, lightning. Push that dark orb towards the front. Turn that into a new card. Okay, still at 10 focus. Life is still pretty good here. And we have a long time before we run out completely. Doubling Loop seems reasonable. Doubling Sunder is an option. But again, we're taking Beat of Death if we double anything other than a block card. Double Darkness looking decent too. I think I go double Loop. Yeah, I think I go double Loop. Then I Boot Sequence. Dual Cast. Recycle this stinky Darkness card. Defend Buffer? Defend Buffer. And then do I reboot? Yes, even though it cost me one of the two buffers. And I can do this. Still have Art of War. Okay, more damage. I need more damage. Next multi-attack could absolutely destroy us. We gotta be careful here. Times 15. Alright, so if I double Rainbow and single Static Discharge, do I get to live? Oh, and we have All for One, which can return quite a few important things. Yes, we'll get to live. Even though this turn looks very scary, right? 120 damage headed our way should be fatal, right? Should be. Make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not great. Actually. I actually think that wasn't enough to live. Well, crap. Hold on. We get 58 plus 55. Oh, no, we're alive. Just barely. Cool. Not bad. Not bad at all. Take that, Mr. Hearts. Let's see, with 8 focus, these are a lot of block each. So double Glacier lives, right? Alternately, if I just double Sunder, can we kill you? We can just kill you. See you later, nerd. Actually, no, your damage cap this turn is 100. I need to live this hit. 100% need to live this hit. Look at the damage cap. Very, very important here. Can't kill. Almost fell for that. But this lives, right? We block for 50, take 1. GG. Give me your money, kid. GG, Twitch chat. We finally get the defect victory we've been looking for. That was tough. That was really tough. GG. GG. Peanut Wrinkle, thanks for the 500 bits. What a comeback this run had to go through. Without the Incense Burner and some very deliberate usage of it, we would not have survived Act 3. We had to use this against Reptomancer, we had to use this against Spear and Shield, but for so doing, we're hugely rewarded with a win there. GG. Tough run. Very tough run. Yeah, Defect finally gets there in the end. Let's see, is that 349? Yes, cool. All right, I want to get to even 350 today. We're going to do one more with the Watcher before we switch over to our sponsored segment today. As a heads up, later in the stream, I'm going to be checking out a game called Moonbreaker. Newest offering by the developers of Subnautica. And a sort of competitive turn-based tactics little experience. I'm really excited to show it off later on. But before we do that, there's going to be another run of Slay the Spire. A run with the Watcher, the purplest of ladies. The Saint, thanks for the 26 months of support. Heck yeah. Oddity says, would it have been better to save the weak potion? No, because the heart would have gained artifacts if I'd waited any longer to play it. So we couldn't have used it on that 8x15, for example, because the heart had artifacts. Ultimately, the go for the eyes never ended up playing in the heart fight. That was unfortunate, but really glad we had that weakness potion. It helped a lot. Took off 27 damage, I think. Something like that. And Brandon Sanderson signing on for to do some of the writing. That's interesting. First they get R.R. Martin for Elden Ring. Now it seems we've got a trend of hiring fantasy writers for game writing. That's kind of cool. Hopefully it's one that works out. I've liked a lot of what I've seen of Moonbreaker so far. Klusk's currently doing Silent A20. Best of luck. Glad the channel's been able to help you out. And Bear Smash, thanks for the half year. All right, folks, I'm going to take a quick break here, refill my legs, stretch my water for a couple minutes. When I return, we'll play the Watcher on Ascension 20. Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Thank you so much for the patience. What sort of wacky watcher weirdness will we experience? Remove 2 degeneracy? Always tempting. Watcher minus 2 of her defend cards can absolutely blap the Spire, even if your act boss is Guardian. On the World Wide Web. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. You can also go with the Transform card option. Generally speaking, Rope 2 is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, Watcher option, especially when paired with minus max health. And then we could even maybe remove 2 at 2 stores. Takes 175 gold to remove 2, and that you can easily do like this. Option for Burning Elite. Probably don't do that, though. This is the path I'd like to take. This green path. Remove 1 card here. Remove 1 card here. That's 4 card removals in Act 1. Leading to a very compact and efficient set of cards. Watcher really does want to draw the damage over and over and over again, realistically. She can really capitalize on a small deck for that reason. Don't need as many nuanced approaches to the different fights. Move 2 into pressure points is kind of interesting. I'm fighting Guardian. Alright, let's try something weird, Twitch chat. I'm going to take this pressure points. Not something I very often do. I'm to reset the days since last pressure points counter. Pressure points is a skill. And I immediately get Empty Mind, Fear No Evil. Pressure points is a skill that adds a status effect called Mark to an enemy. And then deals damage based on the amount that you have. Okay, I'll remove 1 strike then. Pressure points gets better in multiple copies. But even 1 pressure points drawn over and over again can be pretty effective. Option strike just kills. Sands of Time is a nice standby card, or should I say sandby card. Does pretty acceptable damage under a wide variety of circumstance. Let's see, you're always dying next turn, right? Actually, Miracle Eruption Strike does 9 plus 24. We can just kill this one outright. And then next turn, Wrath Sands of Time kills the other one. Okay, I overthought that initially. Consecrate's a pretty good area damage card. We want a couple of attacks in addition to the pressure points. Even if we want the pressure points to be our main thing, which is definitely not going to necessarily be true. Can't Eruption Sands of Time. The Blappening. Devotion with Sands of Time? Yeah, I'm in. Mantra every turn. And I think sentries will absolutely wreck us, and the other two are, like, super easy. Well, maybe not that easy. Let's not fight an elite just yet. Go for one fewer relic here. Make sure the eruption's upgraded. We'll upgrade devotion shortly. Kind of wishing I'd bought that prostrate from the first store. Funny how that always works out. Caw. Okay, Snack Oil, very good at minimum with the Sands of Time. Tantrum actually kind of bad with Devotion. Let's grab a third eye here. Block and Scry. Lets me get back to a specific card or cards. And that could set us up pretty well here. We can always go around the shop, so might as well pay 75 for removal here, Cleric. Lose another basic strike. We also want a block card for Guardian as our rack boss. Toxic Egg? Oh my, this could be a pressure points run indeed. And heck yeah, I'll take 2 random upgrades for 19 health. There's so few starter cards left, our odds are actually favorable to hit something else. Devotion and a strike. Cool. Really cool. Don't even fight Gremlinob. Oh my, so this Devotion is going to pay off massively. Easy every time. Just want to draw the Sands of Time. And then wait a turn. So this turn we can go Vigilance, Pressure Points. I think we kill it next turn. Could use a potion here. There's not a lot of benefit to doing so. I guess Swift Potion, Miracle, Vigilance would basically full block. Don't feel the need to do that. Gurya. Gurya Toxic Egg's an odd combination, to say the least. And yet I could see it working out. I could see us working out. By lifting repeatedly. With the Gurya. Also, we ended up with enough money that I can actually afford yet another card removal, and I think I'm going to do that. Alright, give me a Cut Through Fate then. Little bit of draw, a little bit of scry. Very good with Gurya. Prayers are on sale. And I could even go with both of them. Discovery is also upgraded here. I'm going to go ahead and buy both of the cards that say Gain Mantra on them. Divinity is one of my favorite Watcher archetypes to play, and we've just kind of like stumbled straight into it here. Also, yikes. That's a much better turn one. What's coming up? Good stuff. Wondrous, in fact. We likely have Divinity next turn, actually. Let's make sure that happens. Discard the Vigilance then. Play the Prey, play the Devotion. Watch the world burn. Look at that. 4 plus 3 plus 3 equals 10. Equals very many slaughtered sentries. Beautiful. Foreign Influence can be a free attack card. That's kind of cool. Never know what it's going to be. But it's energy efficient no matter what. Let's take it. Toxic Egg says, why not? Guardian might be a little scary with 18 health, but I've got 2 good potions and 2 points of strength. So, I think we're in pretty good shape here. Turn 1 Devotion also. Very exciting. What do you got for me today? Foreign Influence. Ragnarok? Perfected Strike. It's actually kind of bad. Scrape with Prostrate. That's kind of interesting. Take the Scrape. Okay, discarded my Sands of Time, but got us much closer to actually Divinity next turn, so probably pretty good. Scrape can also draw Insights. That's very curious. Very curious indeed. Well, we can indeed enter Divinity. Problem is, all it lets me do is play the Eruption for, well, 33 damage, which would be enough to transform Guardian here. It'll have to do. And then we play the Vigilance next turn. Do I want that Cut Through Fate? Let's go with no. Really want to get the Sands of Time into my hand sooner rather than later here. There it is. Alright, I want to draw the Prostrate, but not the Prey. Can we do that? Only if I discard the Prey. Deal. Discard all 3 of those, draw 2 with Insight, block with Prostrate. Finally, we can play the pressure points here. $27 damage Scrape, drawing the Prostrate. We're Divinity again next turn. The power. The sheer power. So we go Sands of Time, Strike, Eruption. Wow. And then kill with pressure points? Question mark? Is that possible? No, not quite. Actually, I bungled that. Whoops. That's fine. Master Reality. Not the world's worst Master Reality, actually. That's weird. Wish Plus could gain us money. That's quite a thing. Could also be for plated armor or for strength, both of which are quite useful too. Wish can be a bit heavy to carry around, a little bit awkward. Not exactly a huge fan. I think I'd rather skip all of these, actually. If you want this deck to work well, it needs to be able to draw and play the Divinity entering cards in short order. And every card we add that isn't part of that is not going to help. I don't trust this Snecko Oil one bit, so let's lose that. Take a Pyramid? Yeah, we take a Pyramid. Yeah, we take a Pyramid. Pyramid means we actually can go full pressure points from here. That'd be so funny if we find more. I will take them. No longer discard our hand. There's barely anything to clog in the deck already, right? We have so few starter cards as it is. Certainly don't want to take Busted Crown. Fewer card options when we've got Toxic Egg is exceedingly awkward. I do think the Black Star could have been okay there, but we might struggle in elite fights, at least initially. So I'm not completely convinced. Just keep buying card removals at the shop? I mean, strikes are bad, right? Well, maybe not that bad. Defend removal is acceptable. We're not going for the Burning Elite. I'm thinking something like this to start. Maybe here. We can fight this Elite, maybe this one too. Depends on how many shops we want, really. The perfect deck. Well, is it though? Alt is a very small block, unless I also use the Stance Potion. Indignation, however. That's powerful. Not this turn, mind you. Right, I can't do anything really hot nonsense here, like Eruption, Indignation, Sands of Time this turn. No way. So, just play the Prostrate, and lose one strike here. Deeply regret life. Just every aspect of life. Discard this. Don't want to draw the prey exactly either. Okay, we need to figure out how to kill next turn. Show me what you got. Flurry of Blows or Dagger Throw? Dagger Throw will have to do. So we go Eruption, Indignation. Dagger Throw does how much damage? Hello? Sands of Time does 66 damage. Oh. You seem to have won. And there it is. Pressure points plus, I made a promise. I'll take it. I think strikes are actually better than defend. Deeply unclear on that. What else you got, sir? Tranquility and Crescendo, both pretty worthless. Let's lose one defend. Always add more Watcher blocks. Curse for a Writhe. Writhe with Runic Pyramid, very bad, costing us one draw that we then can't retain, essentially. Don't think I want more fights. Remove another card. You got it. Okay, now I'll lose that last strike. There's so few cards in this deck. One strike, one defend, Eruption, Vigilance. We're barely in the beginning of Act 2. And my boss relic is Runic Pyramid. How the heck did we end up here? Can I still fight this elite? I think so. What if I just die turn 1 to Slavers? That could definitely happen. I think that means I go this way. That feels right. A reasonable fee of all your gold, they say. Not knowing what they're up against. The fools. Let's go Vigi, Prostrate. Who's first to die here? I think it's going to have to be Romeo. So we'll pressure points Romeo. Keep the rest. Stance Potion potentially needed here. Nope, we've got Eruption, so I think all is well. Hornet Influence offers Dash, Predator, and Backstab. Predator will do exactly 34 damage in Wrath Stance, so we can perfectly kill Pointy with that. Oh yeah, we get them all. We get them all. Good stuff. And pressure points is helping. Wreath of Flame. Wreath of Flame can be nice with Consecrate, but I wouldn't put a lot of stock in it here. Nor a Crescendo Plus. Feel somewhat compelled to rest, just for safety purposes. Although with the red mask, I have a lot less need for that. Let's lift last time. Get our third strength. Be all-powerful. Can always do Eruption, Beam, then Vigilance? Okay. So I'll do 18 to both of them. That seems really good. And they're both dead again. Judgment Plus is also not bad in a deck like this, killing any enemy with 40 or less HP instantly. Not bad. Not necessarily great, but not bad. I think it's got enough utility in getting us through the next few floors that I'm going to pick it up here. And I don't trust the cultist potion. Alright, it is these 3 nerds. I was willing to do this because of the red mask. Looks like we can just murder them, though. This does 16 to all. This does 24. It's a ton. Perhaps we employ a skill potion to help out here? I can play one other energy of cards drawn, and we can vigilance before we eruption. But that alone won't be enough. So yeah, let's skill potion here. Warship. Or a pressure points. We'll take the free pressure points. Perfect. Pressure points didn't end up helping much. Actually, it helps this turn because we get the kill, right? Yeah. Get him. Strike dummy. Well, we have one. We have one strike. Oh, and there's another one. Windmill strike. Not going to get picked up, though. Sorry, Windmill Strike. You're just not good enough for me. Could have been a bottled Windmill Strike. Let's just Sapphire Key that. No thanks. Alright, event or combat? I say event. It's a relic, which is 2 upgrades. Only unupgraded attacks or Sands of Time Consecrate Cut Through Fate. So that's pretty hype, actually. 2 upgraded attacks for 1 floor. We get to then, again, upgrade a card here. I think we owe it to ourselves. Well, actually, upgraded Vigilance feels kind of important. Or upgraded Third Eye. Upgrade Third Eye. Scry 5's a big deal. Another relic? Really? The Mummified Hand. When we play a power, a random card in our hand becomes free. Well, that's quite something. That's quite something indeed. Can use that to guaranteed play Sands of Time this turn, for example. Not that I necessarily want to, when I could play it with Divinity next turn, right? Also my face. We hold on to it. Try desperately not to die this turn. I mean, we could actually go Divine right now, and we probably should. So we do, like, Vigilance, Pray. 5 energy. 69. Nice. Alright, that'll kill. Kunai. For playing 3 attacks, we can gain Dexterity now. That would incentivize a flurry of blows quite a lot. This comes back to our hand whenever we change stances for any reason. And with 3 strength... with 3 strength, it's going to hit like a truck. I'll take it. We haven't seen enough card rewards this act, so I'm going to take one more fight here. Don't judge a book by its cover. Don't judge a watcher by her health total either. Can always go to calm here. C4 energy. I've actually got 5. Lethal? Question mark? Is it even correct to play the flurry first? I think it must be, still. It's 14 and 24. Aha! Thought we might see that one. Bye! Get judged, sir. Okay, Swivel could be nice. Swivel lets us play the Sands of Time. Nice kunai card, actually, in this deck. We need a little bit more block, because it seems like we're struggling. Against the Bronze Automaton, I am going to rest here. We're not in perfect shape. We do need a turn or two to set up. And I think having a bit more buffer health will make this a lot more comfortable for us. Let's see here. Just Pray Vigilance? No, we want to cut through Fate, look for the Devotion. That'll have to do, though. So now what? Save Pray for a future turn? Go Vigilance. Just bank the 2 energy. Okay. Well, then maybe I wanted that as an exit. Maybe. Devotion's gonna get stolen by this one. We can let it happen and then kill it with Judgment. We'll go into Wrath next turn. Okay. Yeah, I think this is gonna work. Pretty well, actually. Discard that. Full block. I don't have Art of War this time, so I could just play the Consecrate now, although I really want to play it in Rat stance. So, there. I was going to say, there's actually a small chance, because they took the cards out of the draw pile, that we draw back into Divinity here. And so indeed it happens. That's pretty cool. How do we want to proceed from here, then? Miracle, then Insight, looking for Flurry of Blows. We do get Flurry. Flurry. Eruption. Flurry. Prostrate. Flurry. Definitely take the Sweeping Beam here for 27 to all, paired with 33 to all from Consecrate. Guess what? They're all dead. Play the Sands of Time for nice damage. Play the Devotion. Play the Pressure Points. Call it a day. Great turn. Get to judge, nerds. Swivel Third Eye is the perfect amount of block here. Let's just do that. Now Prey puts us back into Divinity. Should mean we get a kill here. Don't need to overcomplicate this much. You are judged. Alright. Totally worthless rest, it turns out, but didn't know we were going to be quite that strong. You know what's also really strong here is a Vault to give us another turn, to let Devotion increment its mantra to get Sands of Time discounted further. Scrawl is also really, really good just for filling the hand. Scrawl is actually exceptional too. Actually quite difficult to choose between the two. How do you choose? Vault also draws a bunch of cards though, right? I want Vault. And I think Miracle's better than the Energy Potion. Pandora's Box, hello? Pandora's Box, I have bad news. Boba Prince says, when do you take Deviform? I think it's pretty good when you already have Vault. Or in any deck that really can't spend enough energy because the cards are too expensive. You've got either lots of card draw or just high-cost cards. Like, if you're doing Alpha, Beta, Omega, Deviform can help with that. If you've got multiple wheel kicks, Deviform can be quite good. You really need good card draw before the Deviform is particularly good, though. I'm pretty happy with more energy here. Coffee Dripper. 4 energy per turn will let us get a lot more done at base. Doesn't really seem like the transforms and or upgrades do us much good. Most of the deck is already upgraded, and there are very few starter cards remaining. So, I think we're on track here. For a glorious time. Gotta go to the Burning Elite. Might as well hit a shop and remove the last starter card while we're at it. And the whole way we'll be laughing as our foes perish before us. So, fun little fact about pressure points. Pressure points activates the mark on every enemy, not just the ones you target. So it can have a sort of area effect function to it, depending on how you choose to use it. Get out of my hand. Yeah, those are great cards for next turn. And I'll bank... No, I want to swivel the Sands of Time next turn. Let's just strike you. I want that Consecrate. At least I think I do. Ooh. Bonk. And adjudged. One more Prostrate for even better Mantra and yet more block with a Kunai. Let's do it. We're going to want one more card-drawing card momentarily. Actually, would take a Wheel Kick, another Cut Through Fate, an Inner Piece maybe. Inner Piece pretty hard to use, actually. But, yeah, double Prostrate here. So good. So good. Boop. And Vault. Okay. Oh, the other reason to add another Prostrate is that way we can go Divine turn 1 if we draw Prostrate, Prey. Which is quite nice. No Way Out of Wrath. What do you offer? Conclude sure is a lot of damage here. I think I might just... No, let's use the Reach Heaven for free this turn. $16. Keep the Prostrate. Okay, play this. A little worried here. Okay, we have Divinity, and it is enough to kill, so I guess I will. Plus 21. 57. Should have struck first here, though. I don't think we need the energy, though. So we Eruption you. Flurry of Blows. Vigilance. Flurry of Blows. Devotion. Pressure points. Might have actually been able to get them both that turn, but either way, the fight is won. And they are not judged. Bummer. Prayer Wheel, a little bit late, offering us extra cards, rewards from regular enemies. One more Prey is here. I don't think we need that. Could take a Simmering Fury as a form of card draw. Next turn, card draw. Still card draw. Don't think that's quite good enough. I don't think I want 2 Preys either. I think that's too much. We want Sanctity. What about Fear No Evil for a commentary card? Having a Wrath Exit does seem kind of appealing, although what if my Wrath Exit is just Divinity? Damaru? Empty Mind. There, that's the Wrath Exit I want. Empty Mind and Damaru. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Orange Pellets is here, allowing us to remove debuffs by playing a power attack and a skill. That's not bad. Can't do Damaru and Orange Pellets. Let's just go full mantra. I like it. Ooh, and a Glowing Tesseract with a Toxic Egg? Sign me up. Panacea Plus Flash of Steel Kunai with 3 strength. Blind plus. We don't have a way to weaken currently. That's pretty good. Master of Strategy plus with Pyramid is absolutely S tier. God tier, even. I'm actually going to take the Flash here. And we'll go Blind. No double bomb for us. In fact, no Eruption for us. This deck has no Wrath. I had to like triple check. I was like, why does this card do 15 damage? Yeah, we have it's plus and we have 3 strength and we have a strike dummy. That's a powerful strike card, man. Good lord. Can't quite kill both daggers here. But I could Stance Potion. That's really risky, actually. I don't think I like that very much. Strike plus plus plus. The plusest. The plusest. Let's put the mark on the Repto, actually. Take 2, and hopefully have a better turn 2. Vault or Master strategy would be great here. No such luck, it seemeth. No such luck indeed. Signature move is here to do absolutely blapitudinous damage, though. Or Heavy Blade, which is also kind of absurd. It's only 3 strength, though, so Signature move is more damage. Pressure points will kill this one. Do 8 to Repto. Let's kill this dagger with the Signature move. And we'll have to lose some health here, unfortunately. No Unceasing Top or anything. Okay, this looks a bit better now. These are good cards. I like those cards. Go back into Divinity if we want to here. We draw the right cards for it anyway. We didn't, though. I judge thee unworthy. Begone, foul Reptomancer. There's the wheel kick I said I wanted. Okay, I'll take it. It's card draw. We need card draw. Hyrule, thanks for the 1.5 years, 18 months of support. Heck yeah. Your card finally came in. Well, glad to have you back in the Cozy Sip Club. I don't want to lose too much more health, actually. I don't have any healing, do I? Noted. But I do have a Sundial. Actually, Empty Mind's great. Go Vigilance, Flurry, Empty Mind. Keep the Flurry for next turn. Get some good blocks in my hand. Cool. Rather Vault on a turn Nemesis is tangible. Yeah, Damaru's kicking in too. That's some early AF divinity that we're getting now in these fights. We could even go divine twice in a turn a lot of the time. Judged. Jujed. Put that devotion in play. What's there to fear? But fear itself, you know? It's actually almost too much mantra. We're like double divinitying sometimes. Pretty entertaining, actually. How did it get this bad? Evaluate's okay as far as block cards go. Still rather have a Sanctity, though. There's definitely too many prostrates. Yeah, I'd still rather have a Sanctity than a Evaluate. Metlin, thanks for the generous tier 2 sub and 34 months of support. Alright, Repto went badly enough last time. I don't think I'm going to risk another Repto encounter here. Let's just take some fights with double card rewards. Keep digging for stuff like Sanctity. Keep trying not to die to Jawworms turn 1. Try not to die. Die a lot. Actually, I'll go Empty Mind into Vault here. That's the real way to draw cards. Gotta take the pressure points. We're a pressure point stack, don't forget. Don't forget. We're a pressure point stack. How about Protect? It's like a big block with the... Still need more draw, though. Rest Sight. Upgrades what? Wheel Kick? Who needs it? Let's get more card rewards. Transient should be easy. Except for maybe turn 1. Seems like we're fine, though. Yeah, drop me more pressure points. Fun fact, doesn't take that many copies of pressure points played to kill the transient. In fact, it's surprisingly easier once you get the hang of it. Bobble Strike, perfect. Show me the pressure points. Play the pressure points. Divinity again. Also pen nib that wheel kick for like way too much damage. Sorry, what turn is this? Can't stop me. I'm invincible. None of that, please. Pressure points for the kill. Get hecked. Another pressure points enters the deck. There's too many to ignore now. They're too powerful. Bonk. So many prostrates. Another cut through fate. Talk to the hand. How the heck are we going to block heart? It's going to be really difficult. That is going to be really, really difficult. Blind will help, but we're barely going to hang on to the first 3 turns of the heart fight if we don't find... Well, I mean, it's not like we have anything to find. We don't. We don't block well against the heart, period. Suppose to talk to the hands will help? Yeah, it's going to have to help. Helps counteract... it lets us scale the kunai, because we can at least counter the beat of death. And we get to upgrade it, too, so... a little bit better than that. If we don't find more pressure points. That's right. First thing we gotta find, though, is a solution to the Time Eater fight. Certainly it's not this. So, I vault. Didn't want to vault this early in this fight, but here we are. This is a fight where I really don't like the flurry of blows very much. Yet it will suffice here. So automatically enter Divinity at the start of the next... no, not at the start of the next turn. Don't get a lot of cards, though. Let's make them count. Oh boy. That ain't it. Hopefully Orichalcum keeps us at minimum alive, but I am deeply concerned. Yeah, I think I just played 3 pressure points here. Get him, Orichalcum. Well, that's quite a card. Let me tell you. It's almost enough damage. Sundial is set to 2 as well. Okay, so I should be able to Pen Obscure and kill here. But I have to play some other attacks. Okay, here we can scry these. Keep the... We need 3 more attacks. Keep the Cut Through Fate and the Talk to the Hand at minimum. I guess the Wheel Kick too. We should be able to make this work, right? Just discard the... Swivel. Bonk. Okay, we lived that fight. Will we live the next one, though? That is the question. Going to be pretty difficult to do so. In fact, yeah, we just died turn 1 as I figured we might. Bummer. But that is the draw order that we ended up with. That's what we get for pressure points. It's a shame, but it's true. It's a shame, but it's true. How does Swivel Skewer work? It wastes your swivel. Too many pressure points. Yeah, I still can't believe we never saw a single Sanctity that run. Like, come on. Hello? It is an uncommon. Block and card draw. Still, yes, a fun run. Always nice to click on the pressure points card occasionally. To remind us all why I don't do that ever. Same with the claw card. Had both of those happen today. So, Twitch chat, that is going to bring us to the end of the Spire content for today. It's time for us to check out something new. Game brought to us by Unknown Worlds, the creators behind Subnautica. We're going to spend the last couple hours of stream checking out Moonbreaker today. Big thanks to PUBG Santa Monica for connecting me with the sponsorship for the stream, and to Unknown Worlds for creating Moonbreaker. Let's update the title here. Is it in the same universe? I don't think so, but I actually don't know that. Definitely a weird and wacky world it's set in. What do I want to call this? Competitive turn-based tactics. Or tic-tacs. Yes, definitely a game that has no resemblance whatsoever to Subnautica gameplay-wise. Actually, we'll talk about that more in a second here. Hashtag ad. There we go. So, welcome one and all to Moonbreaker. Might have to tweak the volume though, I didn't double check that. Timer should be online, thanks Bailey, appreciated. Let's tweak the audio down a little bit. We open up pretty blaringly there. Yeah, let's go half. The voice down a bit. Everything else at half. I think the voice lines do add quite a bit. That'll be good. So, welcome one and all to Moonbreaker. Created by Unknown Worlds, the folks behind Subnautica. Moonbreaker is a competitive 1v1 little mini turn-based strategy, or I guess you could call it turn-based tactics. Essentially, the premise is that you and your commander, I think they're called, I forget what the lead unit is, face off against an opponent's commander. Every turn you get an escalating amount of energy, and the core mechanic, the core way this works is actually similar to 1v1 collectible card games like Hearthstone. Each player gets a slowly escalating resource. But in this game, there's no deck of cards to draw from. Rather, you have a set roster of units from which you can summon at every time. That means there's very, very little randomness, although there is some in Moonbreaker, which I think is going to make it pretty interesting when it comes to being a competitive experience. So how I'm going to do this is we're going to play a quick match against the bot to show off some of the core mechanics of Moonbreaker, explain how it works, and just kind of introduce folks to how the game plays. And then I'll play some random matches against whomsoever is online, and we'll see how we do against real human opponents, which is the core kind of core design here that the game is aiming towards. 1v1 versus other players. And I think, having taken a brief look at it, I think it's really promising for this. So I'm just going to jump into a game here versus an AI player using a setup I configured a little bit here before this first stream, a collection of units I thought were interesting. There are, I believe, 3... That's right, they're called captains. Your captain is your main unit. So, here's our roster. A quick breakdown, a visual understanding for you all. The orange symbol is Ember. That's the energy cost of cards. So we've got a mostly low-cost units in this. A 1-cost Maximus, a couple 2 costs, and some 3s and 4s. Then every unit has both an offensive stat and a defensive stat. So the first number is the damage, the second number is the health. So our captain has 2 damage, 20 health, likewise 1-5, 2-8, 2-6, 2-5, so on and so forth. A blue targeting reticule means this is a ranged unit, whereas a yellow spiky outline means it's a melee unit. And if it has a cross through it, then it has no basic attack, can only use special abilities. All right. So how this actually works is it's sort of like little miniatures on a tabletop.
Yep, it's all supernatural. Take a sec to behold.
Looks like we've got a mirror match here. At the start of each round, here's another part of the game that is random. Each player on each side has 2 special abilities, and you actually have to pick them as a pair from random matchups. So, for example, you could get Plink and Corrosive Particles paired together randomly. You won't get offered the same ones each time, and there's enough different ones that you don't always see the same ones either here. Come to really like the Corrosive Particles support, which is vulnerable of sorts. But the invulnerable of the Charged Nano Shield and the Plink are pretty good too. I definitely want either the top or bottom. Don't much like the Orbital Strike. Let's try the invulnerable for a turn. So, here's our little battlefield of Moonbreaker. We've got a fairly nondescript arena, sprinkled with some cover here. There's soft cover, which reduces accuracy, and hard cover, which completely blocks line of sight. Our opponent's captain is up here in the top. So, how the core of Moonbreaker works is that each turn, each of our units that are in play can activate. Every unit has a move, indicated by the little green blip, an attack indicated by the little red blip. I'm not actually sure what the yellow ones indicate. I think that might be the special abilities.
This moon's talking to me.
Yeah, that we have not yet used our sleeper mine for the turn. Our main resource in this game is Cinder, shown in the bottom here. We start with 1 on turn 1, and then, like Hearthstone-esque games, that increases by 1 each turn. Up to 3 unspent Cinder can be saved for future turns as well. This game is turn-based. When you're playing against other human players, as you'd expect, there's a relatively short timer in place for each turn, so you have a limited amount of time in which to do the decision-making. And there's a lot of nuance to the positioning of Moonbreaker, so I think it's actually pretty cool. There is indeed a time limit, yes. Just to clarify, we're playing an AI game here, so that I have time to talk and explain, but if this was against a human, we'd already be out of time. So one player goes, then the other.
Right through me.
We're going to move our captain forward here. There's no way we can get line of sight to their other captain. And I'm going to drop my 1-drop here, Maximus. When you summon a new creature, it goes within a radius of your captain, or I think maybe of your other existing units. But Maximus closer to our opponent here.
I'm missing a massage for this.
In typical fashion here, units that you summon are stunned. They're unable to move or act until a turn after you play them, giving your opponent a chance to respawn. And as you'd expect, there's a haste keyword that negates this downside too. So nobody's health changed this turn. We can't use Plink on anybody. You can use this every turn. And it's going to be a nice source of constant harassment. The unit set that I've got here is designed towards constant aggression and fast attacking. So we'll want to take advantage of that as best we can.
is this sensation?
So our opponent deployed a sleeper mine. That's one of the special abilities of the rogue captain,
Just
whom we're
look
also
like you're
using.
thinking.
The 3 health unit blocks space on the map. You can't move through it. And arms after a turn. Anything that touches the mine will cause it to explode for area damage. But this only happens on the turn after
Want
it's
me?
placed.
I'm right over here.
So what I want to do is take out the foe's captain as quickly as possible, and that's really what this build is set up towards here. Let's see, who else can we deploy? Probably want to get Arsenal down. She's able to give another unit rapid fire for the turn, and that allows it to shoot twice. Special ability of our 1-drop here, Maximus. He's got a really good ability. He shoots twice, and if either of his shots hit, then he gets his move back for the turn. He actually did miss one of them. That's unfortunate. Okay, your health didn't change this turn. Understood. Our once per turn Plink can do 1 damage there. Let's
I forgot my
Let's
lucky
dance you
cravat.
out of range, sir.
Watch me.
That way his
work.
lowered health won't be an issue.
Wanna have a jam sesh?
Captain moves forward. Shoot him. So I believe melee attacks are a guaranteed hit, at least by default. Range attacks have a % chance to hit based on the range between you and your target. You're going to summon behind my captain, I think. Nice and safe-like.
Anyone want ammo?
And then we end the turn. See what they do. I will say that the AI in this game is pretty bad at the game. Well, that's, I think, to be expected for an early access game. It's really more intended to let you figure out how to play.
Methodori coming through.
All right, I've got another stinky mine. Actually, in my way quite a
Cinder
bit.
Whisperer.
Note that we can't move past it with our champ. Is that a boomerang fish from Subnautica? I'm sure you'll see some Subnautica references if you look carefully. Yes, those are the fish from Subnautica for sure. I like that. They probably had the models available, right? Why not reuse them too? That's good.
Samya's no joke.
So for 2 energy, we can give a ranged unit rapid
At
fire
your
for the
service.
turn. How do I deal with his mine? I could do 2 damage to it and then plink it to kill it. Kind of feels like a waste of damage to attack the enemy's mines, but maybe that's the play here. And then we can bank some energy for a big turn next turn. We'll drop down our Amplifier Beetle and use our banked energy. Yeah, that feels like the right play. Okay. And we'll have invulnerability next turn. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shoot the mine with our champ here. Deals 2. Pushes it back. Plink can destroy it now.
Now we're talking.
And that allows the champ to move out of the way here. Although I do still want my ranged
Stay
units
on
to be
your
somewhat
toes.
protected. I want to get a couple hits in on the boss here. So if I want to shoot, then that means you'll be vulnerable. What's your shot look like here? 84%. Okay, so just take your shot now. Which is, of course, a miss. Of course it
I'm the
is.
Cinder Whisperer.
And then you need to be safely positioned.
I've got plans soon.
Alright, so you get closer. You move in, take 2 shots at their leader.
Yup.
Alright, 2 hits. And dance back out of line of sight, sir.
Catch me if
So,
you
if we don't spend
can.
any of the Cinder, we get to bank all 3 for next turn. And we'll see why I want to do that shortly. Hopefully this will work in the way I intended. Opponent moving, very, very dangerous to move forward like that. They really do love the mines. Pretty low odds to get a kill there if they shoot. Now they're shooting at our leader.
You have that coming.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't know what to do with Maximus, that's for
Get
sure.
acquainted. Playing safe. We're
Alright, so they used their other assist there, and what happened was they used a vortex to pull me towards that mine that was placed. And they just summoned another unit onto the field, but it disappeared? I have no idea what just happened. Haven't got a clue. Alright.
Want me?
What I do know is that it's time to summon Amplifier Beetle. This unit gives bonus damage to anything within the radius. And even though the Amplifier himself will be stunned, let's move into our attacking positions first here. That does prevent a decent shot. Okay, we should all be able to make a ranged attack that is accurate and powerful. So, some of the amplifier here, I guess.
Taste the sun!
So now you're 3 damage, you're 3 damage, you're gonna be
Like
2
my
damage.
Battle mask? Battle! A steamy ballet!
With rapid fire. So this guy fires twice for 2.
I won't tell anyone.
We seize the initiative, which gives rapid fire to our commander. And our commander attacks for 3 times too. And that's kind of the gimmick of this set of units that I've put together. They're all about amplifying, stacking the damage to get precision kills on whatever your opponent might be. So, that's it versus an AI. Now we'll see how it works against a human opponent. So, versus player. I have no idea what the multiplayer population of this is like, but I have hopes that it'll be healthy for a while. Let's see how long it takes to get a game here. Another thank you to PUBG Santa Monica and Unknown Worlds Entertainment for sponsoring this segment of today's stream. We'll be revisiting this game 2 more times in the coming weeks as part of the sponsored deal that I've arrived at.
It's all supernatural.
So, what do I want my supports to be? Ooh, more movement. I definitely like Plink with this unit setup. Nano Shield's interesting. Let's try Plink Stimburst. Give us some more mobility. So, opponent has the same captain as us, Jack. Jax with the ranged attack. Didn't do much on turn 1. That's okay.
Wanna have a jam sesh?
Get our Maximus down. Ideally out of line of sight of our opponent.
I'm missing a massage for this.
End the turn. This is the... This is our sponsored segment. Unless you're talking about a different channel. Jorbs is doing it later.
Right.
So they're considering how to spend their Ember. Cinder, rather. A Cinder.
A perfect day for righteous battle.
So, summons his own Maximus. Kind of tucked away in the corner there.
Just look like you're thinking.
So, we'll want to sneak in there, get some hits. Since Maximus can move again after shooting, we definitely want to have Maximus run in. Take 2 pot shots at their champ here. Which will also allow us to then use Plink. Lucky crit, too.
Ta-da!
And then he can dance away to relative safety here. Don't know if that's actually going to be safe enough. He could come around the corner and annoy me. But not if I put in some support here.
Gotcha!
Nice hit. And let's summon Beatrice. Right in front of them. Beatrice is a slow-moving melee unit that attacks in a line.
Ready for
And has
swift
armor,
action.
so she takes reduced damage. If we need to move her extra further next turn, we can use the Stimburst to do so. Yeah, he's going to go for the kill on our... on Maximus, but it looks like he doesn't quite have the movement range to get there, so I really juked him by putting Beatrice here and having Maximus hidden where they are. Definitely our opponent struggling to know what to do with that. Looks like bonus movement is the answer, though. Well played, sir. Or madam. Going for the kill to take a unit off the field. I respect it. Although, again, can't find the kill, looks like. Oh, there it is. Although, do you really want to be right there? I don't know if that's a good idea. But they've definitely decided they want to kill Maximus. And I understand why. Totally get it. I like that you can see where your opponent's, like, previewing their moves. You can figure out what they're spending their time thinking on. What their goal might be. There's the timer. Looks like they'll be able to... Yeah, I think they figured it out. That costs 2 energy to use, though. Yeah. Just for the kill. I respect that. I respect that. Let's see here. So, what do I want to summon from the bridge this turn? If you're going to dance away from me, it's crankbait time. I got bad news for you. I will not tolerate
bad choice.
hot nonsense for long here. This unit is quite slow. Do I have any ranged attacks at all that'll work this turn? Looks like our opponent was really well hidden, but so too shall we be. Crankbait's a good bait unit. Let's put Crankbait in the middle here.
You got it.
So, Crankbait can pull an enemy towards herself, which will allow me to deny this unit, my opponent, the ability to hide. At least that's my hope, anyway. Ooh, missed a 90%. That's gotta hurt.
Yep.
That's gotta hurt. Gonna push us away or pull us towards that? They're allowed to see exactly where units will be displaced. Oh, we're summoning our own Beatrice. Got it. Well, that makes sense. Alright, so... Grappling chain. Moves the unit towards clickbait. Not quite able to get over there. What is the area of this? Okay, we can affect everybody. So we can do some stuff this turn. I think we want to surround them. Cut off their escape. This unit over here is irrelevant as long as... So what else can I do then? If I'm using haste this turn, I can absolutely bonk you. And maybe even use the grappling chain. And we can summon either Axel Pyro or the Amplifier. I think it's a good time to summon the Pyro. We could ignite these on fire, potentially. Alright, that's what I'm going to do then. Let's boost our range.
Having the best time.
Right here. Is there any retaliation? No. Range units can't retaliate. We gotta hurry up on the time, though.
Still got it. Still looked cool.
Here, cut off the escape, too.
So much to burn, so little
All right. So, we've created a bit of a surround. Got some damage in there. Not sure I landed the hit with Jax, but my opponent will have a bit of difficult time figuring out what to do here. Timer is on the far right of the screen, a vertical bar that depletes. You don't get a whole lot of time for each turn.
Hey!
Is there a sneak through there? I think I might have not positioned quite correctly. But if I've still got line of sight to their captain next turn, they're going to be in a world of hurt. They haven't used their other supports. And if that's invulnerability or something, that could be a big deal. Am I losing some frames on my end? I think something is happening, yes. I'm not 100% sure what is happening. It might be a performance issue. My upload looks good, but I see the stream preview kind of like struggling. So I think what's happening is that I'm running at too high res. I'll try rebooting with a lower res for next turn. All right, so he's desperately trying to. What is that? Stun for the turn.
Think fast.
I'm gonna pull you out of your little hidey hole there. Lots of stuff happening though. This could get ugly pretty quick, actually. There's a good use of the stun ability by my opponent.
Shots?
Hopefully this grappling chain will work the way I want it to.
Now we're talking.
Every day's full body day.
Is this melee gonna work? Gonna hit that, it looks like.
Fast and furious.
Oh, the return crit, though. I should have used Amplifier this turn, maybe? No, that's for next turn. Let's get 2 more units on the field here.
Okay, go, go, go!
Pushy, pushy.
You said it.
Still adjusting to robot arms.
Just throw a bunch of stuff at him. Good luck! I have no idea what my opponent's going to do on their turn, but I imagine they're going to have a hard time with it.
Ta-da!
So, he went for the speed boost. How are my chess skills? I can play chess, but I wouldn't say that I'm particularly good at chess. Just mostly haven't spent a lot of time playing it. Oh, nice crit. I think we might find ourselves in a world of hurt here temporarily. Our opponents managed to pick off some of our units in an effective way, whereas I've been focusing on the yikes on the leader. They've been doing well. Thing is, are they going to prevent me from getting the death blow? I don't know.
What's the hurry?
No, he wanted that to be in a line in the way that it's not.
Meet and greet.
And then pull us all together with the mine. Clever.
I'll hook you up!
Okay, okay.
We're burning time here.
What is this armor made of?
So let's toast things up a bit.
They hit harder in training.
2 damage ranged. And you are burning, which is almost healed.
Now we're
Kill that
talking.
thing.
Lovely day for a cookout.
This moon's talking to me.
All right, you're kind of
Want
stuck.
some talus fruit?
Go for a few more hits on their leader here.
Can't rush
Should
an
have summoned the
artist.
amplifier last turn. Earlier in the turn. I'm a fool. I'm a fool.
Beep boop, coming through.
Clear mind, steady shot.
There we go. Just in time. Jailbreak immobilizes nearby units. But, I don't know. I don't think I've done this quite right. Wait, how'd you get back to 2 health? I don't understand how that got a heal. Excellent use of the melee unit there.
That match was just an experiment.
In a Matadori minute.
Oh, because the Plink didn't oh, because Plink is affected by armor. Got it. Okay. That was a mistake to use Plink like that then. So many things to keep track of in this game. Actually liking this fight. It's a good scrappy game. Note that once a unit has been defeated, you're not able to, you're not able to summon it again.
A thing
Ooh, ouch.
of beauty.
A lot of damage, friends.
I was being timed?
Yes, you were. What does this do? Restored 2 health to every unit in range every turn. We are definitely running out of stuff that I can do. I've only got 1 unit I'm left able to summon here. So this has gotten awkward.
Oh, dang! Whoa! I mean, whoa! Get acquainted!
Pump it up!
Yeah.
I didn't quite hit.
Breaking records and hearts. Now we're talking.
And then right there, I
Pushy,
guess.
pushy.
Don't know if that's going to be enough. That actually would have killed, I think, if we'd just gotten... No, they'd be at 1 health, actually. If I'd just gotten the melee unit to work. But I think I'm dead here. I think they've managed to kill enough of my units and have enough healing on their commander that I can't quite finish what I started here. But it's real close. Might be able to sneak a kill in if I'm creative enough next turn. We'll see. My opponent's going to have to be smart. Killing that's definitely required, for surezies. But definitely an opponent who was able to churn through all my stuff.
Here we go.
Getting the surprise kill on my my ranged unit really helped there. Because we can only do, what, 3 damage per turn with our commander here. They can heal 2 per turn. I think we're pretty boned. Unless something truly miraculous happens. Is this PvP? Yes, this is a human opponent I'm playing against. Definitely. Yeah, the interface is pretty clear, generally speaking, about how far everybody can go. Opponent's gonna run out of time if they don't think quick here.
Yup.
Do I come with a warranty?
Damage to allies in range is reduced by 1. Think that'll prevent me from winning here.
Requires teensy breaks.
Don't have a way to deal with that. Well, I'd say we're dead.
I'm the Cinder
We got
Whisperer.
really close to killing them, but not there. GG. GG. Noted, that's the first time an opponent's actually been able to defeat my my aggro units like that. Let's try that again. Don't worry about the levels. Levels have absolutely nothing to do with anything in this game. It's just cosmetic unlocks, essentially. I believe currently all units are available to all players at all times, so there's no difference in what a fresh account and what an advanced account is capable of, to my knowledge. Scotty says, I think the missed shot early game lost us that game. A couple of random crits helped our opponent, too. And I think our opponent, in general, was very clever with their movements. Seems like they've played a fair bit of this So I think they deserve that win. Let's go again. Let's go again.
Watch and learn.
I don't think I played that perfectly either.
Fun.
Alright, so not a mirror match here. Infused. +1 Cinder every turn. Interesting. I love corrosive particles with this setup, so that's what I'm going to go for. Never tried Cinder Infusion. So, Astra can create Cinder Spheres. Just kind of like a deployable resource of sort. Right there. Captain our crew that touch Cinder Sphere, gain a Cinder, and then destroy it.
Just go right through me.
Okay, pretty good movement on our opponent's behalf. We don't really have any good shots. I might as well take, it's 0%. Fire! So they can enjoy their Cinder here if they want to. Are they going to go touch it? That's the question. Yeah, they are.
Charge!
So they have 6 Cinder banked. That's kind of terrifying, actually. That was a hit. Intriguing.
Okay, go,
So,
go, go.
Arsenal. Give a ranged unit rapid fire for the turn. And
Just like we practiced.
the Deadeye. Bonus accuracy. So, rapid fire and bonus accuracy. They're going to do a lot of range damage next
Looks
turn.
Like you're thinking.
Can I do anything about that? Just got to make sure I put
I've got
Maximus
plans.
somewhere he's not going to get sniped. We've made that mistake before. And then I think we summon the Enforcer up in melee range. Is that going to be correct? I have no idea. Really can't shoot anything other than their leader, so their leader is who will get shot. Minus 50s. Oh yeah, we want to shoot here.
That gave you a nice blush.
Nice crit. 48 because you're in the way. You got to move out of the
My
way.
battle mask.
That might not be safe enough. Probably won't be, in fact. Let's go behind our friends. Do that
This
safer.
phone's talking to me.
Okay, that miss hurts a bit.
Can't rush an artist.
And summon the Enforcer right into melee. See if that
Watch
works.
them scramble.
Actually, maybe wanted to be a little bit more centered here to block moving around, but I think they're going to go backwards away from me. Yes, Carabinar, there was previously a premium currency that you could buy with real money, but based on player feedback. Oh, jeez.
Polished
That's a good
the
shot.
twigs For this?
We've been getting crit a lot in these matches. Or Maximus. I think even with a cover bonus, that wouldn't have been enough.
We got a lead. We need this.
And we'll infuse the Beatrice so that we can actually get advantage of the bonus Cinder here. How terrible is Axel Pyro? Only 6 health. We've proven that we can absolutely do nonsense with that.
Who designed this outfit?
44, huh? Interesting. 5 and 42. So we've got our accuracy penalized here. Let's see, How around the corner do you want to go, Rendo?
My trigger finger wants to dance.
Missed that, of course. Okay, we'll use the corrosive particles maybe next turn, or maybe not at all. Curious if they'll choose to snipe the pyro or not. I bet they can. Our opponents have been proven pretty good at taking out these low health units quite effectively. Yeah, they're going for it. Feels like I might need something a bit better for the late game. This is not working well if my units just get killed like this.
Ashes to ashes, deep.
Such grace.
And we're blocking me with
I was having a beautiful
rickety backfire. That's a fun one. Stun for the turn from face stasis field too. It's a bit annoying. Well, I don't have a lot that I can summon here. Let's root you.
Wanna have a jam sesh? This thing runs on Handsome.
This thing, sleeper mine here.
Surprise!
I really don't know if what I'm doing is going to work at all, actually. But we'll see. Our opponent cannot move their captain as long as Jailbreak is here, which means they're currently on track to get sleeper mined. But they might be able to DPS me down. This rickety backfire does big damage and can even hit an AoE sometimes. Only sometimes.
Oh, that'll tape that gun.
That wasn't too bad. Cruel Pack, thanks for 6 months in the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Sneak around and snipe my mans. Ooh, double miss. Finally, we get lucky. They're gonna commit to it, though. Definitely gotta get rid of some of these things.
Quietly.
Too dangerous. Ooh, triple miss.
I got this.
That's gotta feel bad.
Ready for my close-up.
And Maximus is here.
They won't expect me.
Yeah, lockup took 2 from that. That's unfortunate. Okay, that guy's a problem.
Breaking records.
We have a
and
lot of things that we need to deal with here. I think we're gonna need to get Crankbait down. We gotta pick off some of these units here. So let's try doing...
Feeling fine.
Let's see, if I Gravity Disc... I can kill them multiple ones? No, maybe not. Okay, let's summon the amplifier then.
Whoa! I still feel pretty jacked.
I was being timed?
What is this armor made of?
And I have 2 Ember left. Let's get the Arsenal Lady down too. It's back there.
Together.
Is that a great turn? I don't necessarily think so, but here we are. I can also... no, they can do the AoE minus accuracy. That's going to hit me next turn. I don't think this is going to go well. Yeah, that's a huge AoE. But will it stop me? I don't know. I don't know.
Feeling it, huh?
Oh, there's the booster too. He's got one himself, so I expect Beatrice gonna end up dead here. The Blindsider can do huge damage to them.
When
I think we're gonna get overwhelmed here, just like last time. The time runs out, yes, your turn will simply end. That's what will happen.
Airtime!
If they can free that character, they'll probably win. Looks pretty bad. Oh, they chose to take damage back. Can they get the kill, though? That's the question. Oh, they can't.
Checking a hat every time.
I'm a showman.
I think we get the kill here, then.
Need a stim pop?
Oh, it's gonna be close, though. You're locked up here.
Yes, Captain? Be aggressive.
Dear. GG, we got him. The snipe.
Wasn't in my
6
journal.
damage crit, finally working out in our favor. The victory. Well played to our opponent. That was fun. That was a very close match. And I think with slightly different ranged attack rolls, that would have gone completely differently. So to win a match of Moonbreaker, you simply have to kill your opponent's commander, their 20 health unit. That can be done pretty quickly, and yet it can be quite difficult. Metalwork paint's unlocked. So I'm feeling like, based on how this has gone so far, I actually want to tweak the loadout a little bit. So let's take a look at the roster changer here and show you what that looks like. So your roster as a player is your commander unit. In this case, Jax. Zax Jakar. I keep wanting to call him Jax. And a bunch of other stuff that we've picked up. Wondering if I want to drop Deadeye or something. Feels like opponents who are able to kill my admittedly relatively low health units are able to force the game to go long in their favor. And I'd like to do something to stop that. And I'm thinking it means adding a big expensive unit. So let's drop Deadeye here. And replace them with currently quite a few units. Sort by cinder cost. Go down to the bottom here. What are the big ones? The Novian Bulwark. It's a long-range unit. I'm thinking maybe the Aegis Sentinel here. 5 cost. Actually doesn't have a basic attack, but rather has to spend energy, which we'll have a surplus of anyway, to deal damage in an AoE, which will help it fire around corners and such. This thing is immobile, but has armor, so at 12 health, it's almost impossible to kill. And that's what I want, is something that can't be easily killed, that we can use as a constant source of damage. How's it going, King Cassinder? Currently, the game is mostly centered around PvP. You can play against bots who aren't very good, and there's also a mode called Cargo Run, where you battle 5 randomized bosses of increasing difficulty, and you get some experience stuff for that. I'm going to be trying this out probably on the next time that we stream Moonbreaker, seeing what the cargo runs look like, and exploring that. For now, I want to try some more versus player matches. I'm actually really enjoying the loadout that I've got. We've had some good games so far. Ah, you're welcome. Jane Cassinder. Wait, is that from... what was that game called? Dungeon Quest? No. Can't remember the name. Dungeon Siege, that's right. Dungeon Siege. I actually never played Dungeon Siege 3, but I had a close friend who did. I actually played Dungeon Siege 1 and 2. That's how OG I am. I've played Dungeon Siege the first, close to its release date. That was one of the first computer games I ever played, actually. But yeah, he would always reference Jane Cassinder. So it's like, that looks like a familiar name.
Yep, it's all supernatural.
Versus
Even better than my journal!
the lady with the orbs. Who further lose accuracy? Medical recall can be nice if we're having something targeted down. I'm not sure what I want to pick here. These aren't my usual. Let's try the nano shield and recall. Might regret that. Infused is bonus energy for 3 turns. So that one essentially over 3 turns gives you 3 more energy to spend. We don't really use our energy that effectively, so we don't benefit from acceleration here. Something that occurs to me, given the way this game plays, as far as I'm aware, there's no second turn advantage given. Which means that the player who moves first, I think, probably does have a sizable advantage in this game. Oh, there's a long shot there. I'll take it. Oh, it's 47%. Let's take that shot. Got him. That will surely give them a bit of a hard time.
Let's make history, people.
They said they're working on adding a second player bonus on their Discord. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, that makes sense. I think it is probably, I don't know what I would estimate it at, probably like 60-40 or something. But it's a pretty sizable advantage. As far as I can tell. With no, like, 1 ember or something. 1 cinder given to the second player. Maybe even like 1 cinder on turn 2 or 3, because the curve needs to work out that way. That's true. Usually you can't get line of sight on the first turn, but you still take your second turn before your opponent takes their second turn, so you're always 1 turn ahead. That's where the real advantage ends up lying. Not that one first turn, but rather it's always a first turn. Oh, they blapped me right back. Good for them. Keeping that Cinder Sphere nice and covered. Oh, they're even going double Cinder Sphere.
Need a moment to take all this in?
My opponent tries to get too creative. I will annoy the hell out of them with clever moves like this.
Like my battle mask? Boom! Pew, pew.
Now that's my energy instead. And they've conceded, actually. Fair enough. I'd be mad too. GG. All right, so we'll actually see what the unit mastery does. We need 10 more XP. So I'll play one more player game. Season track level 6 reward. Roster banner shape. So we're allowed to have a banner, huh? Cool. Something I should point out that you can do, by the way, is I think I actually did prepare a painted version of this. Am I allowed to change unit rarity? What does that do? Unit rarity is only cosmetic. Doesn't look any different. Interesting. I have the night mode I created, black and green. So, although it's difficult to get precision painting, something that you're allowed to do for the multiplayer aspect, you're allowed to take these sort of 3D models that represent each unit, models that they chose not to animate. I actually kind of like it. It's like playing with action figures or tabletop miniatures locked into a particular pose. No animation saves, I'm sure, a ton on the actual design work of the game. Animations are a very, very difficult thing to do, especially for a modern 3D game. But the like bouncing figurines plus vivid voice acting Really makes them kind of feel alive. So yeah, here you're able to use like airbrushes and paint and stuff to put patterns on. I want to just make sure that the night mode is actually selected for our turret here. Yeah, there we go. So is that actually gonna show correctly now? Yeah, there we go. Cool. Dressed in black. So let's make that the goal then in the next match to try to deploy that. See if we can intimidate somebody with our jet black gun turret.
Watch and learn.
I seek only
Idrolor.
justice.
This is the third commander that we haven't yet seen. Ooh, Stasis Field Plink, that's my choice. Stun unit is so good. So, Extalor is a big beefy melee guy.
Wanna have a jam sesh?
He's got an AoE attack that could be quite threatening. Decided not to move at all on turn 1. It's rather curious. Let's see, keep our distance here.
Where am I? Just kidding. A perfect day
His own
for
Maximus.
righteous battle.
Fair enough. Okay, and we can actually see, I didn't realize top and bottom is us and the opponent.
I've got plans soon. Him.
I usually like getting the
Neato.
start on our
Need a
opponent there.
moment to take all this in.
Can't get into range of Maximus here, so we'll just make a cross map snipe at him. 36%, pretty unlikely to hit. But I nailed him! Nice. And then you are moving back like over here. Somewhere where you're mostly difficult to see. And I'm gonna get the arsenal down. Where does she belong? Here? Here.
Didn't sleep last
Maybe
night.
clustering up is a bad idea, but maybe it's not. Oh, are we pulling me towards? Respect.
Stay guarded, always.
So that's Adrolor's or Extalor's shield. I don't know why I called him Adrolor. Extalor, which reduces the next instance of damage that he would take. Looks like he's trying to hide from me or something.
Stay on your toes.
I don't think this opponent is quite as familiar with the game as our previous
Breaking records.
opponents
and
have been.
odds.
Wow, that is a short-range thing.
Watch the boots.
Let me sneak over here, take 2 shots, get that shield off.
A thing of beauty.
Fire the plonk. Alright, then you go back over here.
I'm right over here.
Alright, do I want to summon anything? I'd actually like to get the Aegis Sentinel down, so let's bank all 3 Cinders so I can do that next turn. Give our opponent a fighting chance here. They've got 7 Cinder banked this turn, so they can do a lot if they want to. Which makes me a little worried. Ah, yes, Jailbreak. Locks us in place here. And we're coming out to play. Can I stun Extalor? That is the question. Yes, I can. Okay.
I've got plans soon.
So you are not stuck. Just take a shot at him. Oh, he retaliates if you're in melee. I didn't think that was going to happen. Whoops. My bad there.
Just look like you're thinking.
You want to... You boost? Yes. Let's get some more damage on their commander here.
Oh, dang!
She should have gotten closer for that. 2 hits, though, anyway. Go here. Don't mind being locked to you, and guess what? Big turrets. Deployed. Good luck, sir. I don't even feel the need to stun anybody. Actually, yeah, I do. You're stunned.
Connects over.
Means you can't move, right?
Resist them.
Lifeline. Restore 5 health. Smart. Got him to exactly 5 health so they could use that.
That looked conspicuous.
Wonder if they can finish off Tarja here. Kind of doubt it.
That is wise.
Oh, interesting. That might have exposed Tarja to getting killed by something? Although, there's not much they can do with that, right? No.
Ingredients: sugar or random hormones.
Alright, this is 3... Oh, it's a cone! Oh, I didn't realize that. Good to know, actually. Alright, I think we can finish the commander here. Fire 2 sees the initiative on our leader. Make 2 ranged attacks. Give him the plink. Give him the flechettes. Fire the gun. GG.
For the moment.
He got blapped. Real good like. GG. Alright, so lots of level ups. What does that actually give? I have no idea. Get 10 sparks. Sparks are used for not a whole lot at the moment. Upgrading the rarity of things. Seems like the devs haven't quite figured out exactly how they want the player progression to go, so I'd say it's not really fully implemented. But that was a fun match. Let's keep going, I suppose. Really enjoying the fast pace. It only takes a few minutes to play a game of Moonbreaker here. Let's go. And once more, I'll give a verbal thank you to PUBG, Santa Monica, and to Unknown Worlds Entertainment for sponsoring this segment of our stream today. It's a real delight to check out something new in the turn-based strategy, turn-based tactics genre, especially one made by a developer with such a reputation. This is cool. Oh, we did manage to find a game. Good.
Not a simulation, gang.
Take a sec to behold.
I like Lifeline quite a lot. Let's go Lifeline Vortex Beam. Really haven't had a lot of luck with Orbital Strike. Really have to lock your opponent in place for it to actually work. Pretty difficult. So we've shown our opponents what we can do with Cinder Spheres before. Will they be brave enough to summon them again? That's my question.
Just look like you're thinking.
Let's go around. That big rock in the center is definitely going to make things difficult here. Get closer here. Well, in a fairly aggro spot.
I'm missing a massage for this.
So yeah, there's basically nowhere they can put a Cinder Sphere that Maximus can't reach it. If I use the gravity disc. So let's see if they pull the same nonsense. Yeah, they're pulling the same nonsense. It's not going to work for them. They think they're safe, but they're not. They think they're safe, but they are not.
Battle mask.
Actually, I can just make a regular shot. I think I can do that without even using the thing, and I can have a vortex beam, which can even get him further too. So yeah, that Cinder Sphere is mine. Sorry to say.
Boom! Pew, pew. Yeah!
Shady.
And then we can use that to summon Crankbait right away. Oh, yes.
have
Let's
a
do
jam
that. That way will
sesh.
give us some yoinkitude on our opponent, too. Thanks for the extra energy, you nerd.
Hand where you can see it.
All right, and Maximus probably going to get hit a little bit, but he'll be fine there. We can heal him with the lifeline if any damage is taken. Thanks for the energy, though.
Creating a challenge.
Ooh, that's a good one. Hemming me in. Much respect.
Throwing button.
Looks like we're going to knock me around, too, maybe?
What's this do?
Interesting. I kind of wanted to go that way, so
At your service.
you've made a weird
Thanks,
choice.
just go right through me.
Grappling chain. Move a unit. Any unit, you say? So I can also grapple my own units here.
Guess I'm irresistible.
Oh, the 4 melee return damage, though. Ouch. It's not even going to be enough damage, huh? What have I done? Oh, God. What have I done?
Oh, I forgot my lucky cravat.
For some reason, I thought this was going to be better than it is. That's okay.
What have we got here? Careful out there. Can't rush an artist.
It's an improvement.
I'm the Cinder Whisperer.
Yeah, that'll be an annoyance. I don't... Oh, I had... no, that's their blink. That's right. That's their blink. Okay, I don't think I... Yeah, I don't think I did that turn correctly. I was hoping I could kill this unit, but then I realized I only had 5 damage on the field. But trapping it with a mine seems like it was helpful. Is this a turn-based tactics game? It sure is, Spirit Sparrow. A 1v1 competitive turn-based tactics, no less.
Methadori coming through.
That's a lot of units gotten on the field here.
Look at what I've got here.
We're gonna have to kill some of those.
Rematch. Anytime. Any move.
Oh, I can pull them into the mine. That's pretty high.
Like my battle mask?
So if we summon down the amplifier, we can get a lot of damage this turn. Or I could try to yoink and kill some of the other units. But I think... Oh, I know what to do, actually. We summon the turret, of course. Or do we? No, we should summon Amplifier Beetle and do some serious damage to their captain. That feels right. Oh, they did 2 damage to me, too. Ooh, whoops.
Pump it up! At your service.
Use your range attack, please.
Yup, pew, pew, pew.
Definitely not a simulation.
What's the hurry? Need a moment to take all this in?
Yeah, that's expected. I don't know what they can do to the rest of my stuff, though. They're gonna have to play real defensive with their captain so injured. And I have a lot of mobility control here. But if he can kill my Maximus, we'll have a big problem.
Wakey, wakey!
What was that? Next crew deployed in range gains charge for a turn. Oh, that'll do it. Oh, I think we might have gotten ourselves into a pickle again.
Anyone want ammo?
Ooh, couldn't seal the deal. Oh, but the plink gets there. Okay, yeah, they did take out Maximus.
My statue
No
should
pause
blind
button,
mourners
huh?
with beauty.
The best toys!
Unfortunately, ooh, nice. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to save them.
Show leg pride! You're stronger than you think!
You get in the corner now.
Oh, yes.
Oh, actually, wow. Although you only have one melee damage inherently, right? That's right.
Just go right through me.
So this won't do what I need it to do.
Ta-da!
So we only do a 1 here, unless this manages to crit. Oh, it doesn't even, it's not even in melee, right? It's not. Alright, well. Good luck getting away from this thing. I don't want them to kill it, though. I don't think they can. It's got armor. I'm just going to put it right there.
Tuna! Tuna!
Try not to be too intimidated, sir. Good luck. I have no idea how my opponent's going to get out of the range of the shrapnel shot of that turret. Seems almost impossible. With 12 health and armor, killing the turret's not possible either. It'd be easier to kill my captain. So, what are they going to do? I don't know. They have a lot of damage on the board, but remember, this thing is reduced 1 damage per shot. So, there's just no way. There's just no way that they can do enough to kill the turret. 12 damage without armor? Sure. Oh, on the captain, though? Yeah, actually, they might be able to kill my captain. If they have the right combo here. I absolutely could see that happening. And if they can pull 18 damage together, they deserve a win.
Excuse us!
But they'll have to do it all before their time runs out.
Agree to disagree?
Oh, they're doing a pretty good job, actually. Oh yeah, actually. Oh! The plink! Oh, to 1!
Glad he's not here to see this.
Nice try. Well done, though. They almost had me there. But that's the trick. With limited decision-making time, you can't always find the solve within the actual amount of time you have. So not only do you need to think, you need to think quick. GG. GG. All right, well, I'm really enjoying my time with Moonbreaker so far. We're not quite done with the sponsored segment yet for today, but I do feel the need to take a break here. We've been going for quite a while now. So, it's time to refill the legs, stretch the water, all that jazz. Back in a few. When I return, we'll break some more moons. And that way no one can go Saiyan mode. Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks, we are back, and I just remembered I wanted to tweak the graphical settings. Let's see if I can do full screen, but half res here. Let's reboot. Problem is, I'm running the game in 4K, which is probably why we're having stuttering issues. Turns out that's really resource intensive. Who knew? Alright, there we go. Have I played either of the other captains? I've played a little bit of the melee guy. Why don't we... let's see. Maybe with a second part of stream here. We've had quite a bit of success with our DPS build. Maybe we try showing off a different build. And try to make that work. Tis an interesting option indeed. I'm really enjoying the setup I've got. So what are some of the other big late game units? Poison. After damaging a crew, reduce it to 1 health. Kind of like a big spreading unit. Interesting. Defense drone provides armor to everybody. I bet that reduction stacks, too. Restore 1 health to your captain for each unspent cinder at the end of turn. That's kind of cool. I need to be able to pick off enemy units. Interesting. Whenever an ally in range has depleted movement, refresh it, so your allies can move twice. Some interesting kind of like support units here. We saw this one used by an opponent, the Nectar Vine, to actually stall us out and win, restoring 2 health to allies in range every turn. Yeah, I've seen Furia. She stacks self-damage every turn. If Furia didn't attack in a turn, take 1 damage and gain 3 attack for the next attack only. Doesn't have that much health, so she's pretty easy to kill. You have to have good support to make her work. Bombard. I wonder if the area targeting on the on Florio Lancer here is different from the Aegis Sentinel. Like they both say all units in an area, but are those areas shaped the same? I don't necessarily think they are. Tipu's another scary one. Melee unit that gains 1 attack and 1 health every time it attacks. Oh, it is a circle area. I thought so. I feel like that should be distinguished somewhere. So this is a cone, this is a circle. Currently I'm liking the turret because it's hella durable. Versus Florio. Crosshair will always crit if she was in play and her target didn't move last turn. Could be a fun combo with Jailbreak. Alright, let's create a new roster here. Trying to use... let's try to use the melee guy, Extelor. So, for 1 cost, reduce damage to a unit by 1. For 2 cost, deal 3 damage to all units in range. That includes friendly units, too. So that Sword of Justice is how you really want to put this guy to use. Do we have a Resource Accelerator unit? What does the Drum Dancer do? Give a melee unit pummel. Gonna want Jailbreak and Crankbait, the repositioners, with this guy. What does Antios Gauntlet do? For 2 energy, gains 3 attack and first strike. Target won't fight back. Interesting. Alright, let's also take Crosshair. So we have something to use for ranged when we need it. What else might support this well? I like the sort by cinder cost here. some early units. The Blindsider's nice. Bonus melee damage and move speed when we have no Cinder. Maybe take better advantage of melee units. Stitchy McPatchy's all about healing. That could be useful if you want to do a melee-style build. What's the Peacemaker do? Oh, that's right. He can stun in an area. That's pretty absurd. Snareling also immobilizes, right? When Snareling hits, immobilize it for a turn. That seems really annoying. But it's a... Oh, and it's got a ranged... It's a ranged unit, not a melee unit. Okay, yeah. Give me a ranged immobilizer. That's going to be super helpful. We want to be able to keep our opponents locked down and unable to move. Take a look at Kitsal. Let's see. This one. Whenever an ally in range is depleted, its movement, refresh it. That's right. Pretty durable, too. Nice for just putting down a wall. Do we also want the healing one? This one's only 4 cost, right? Wait, no, this is the one that lets you evacuate. Return ally to bridge and restore it. Interesting. This is the one. Nectarvine? That's right, Nectarvine. Heals all allies in range every turn. Two more. Let's see, what are the Cinder costs of these so far? 4, 4, 4, 3, 3, 5. Okay, we need a 1 and a 2-drop, or at least a 2-drop. I like Blindsider here for some melee flanking. And how do we feel about the Gauntlet or the Drum Dancer? Adding Pummel to a melee unit, although costing 2. Lots of expense here. Feels like it'd be nice if I could have some sort of energy generation, but doesn't seem to be on offer. Let's try out the Gauntlet. I think this is going to be a lot worse than our other roster, but let's try it. There's definitely like a themes or races to the enemy, to the units, but I don't think there's any system in place to encourage or discourage anything other than complete mix and match for the units at the moment. I have no idea if that'll continue to be true.
I will not stop hunting. Death.
All right, it's a mirror match too. Cool. Oh, Stimburst Vortex Beam is going to be really helpful for the repositioning. I really like that pairing for this relatively immobile grouping that we have. I wonder if your opponent gets offered the assists that you don't, or if it's just completely random. I don't know if I want to spend energy on Antios. I think I'm going to bank like he did. Let's move closer. And end turn. So again, opponent's resource and name and supports up at the top, your own at the bottom. It's a pretty cool layout. You seem to be thinking. Banked all of the energy, huh? That's interesting. Alright, I think we want to deploy the Snareling so I can immobilize my opponent and prevent him from doing anything that would even resemble being useful. Guess we'll go over here for that. And I could pull this together and then make a melee attack on him, but he'll retaliate, so we'll both take 2 if I do this, and then my assist will be unavailable next turn. So I think I'm going to not do that for the moment. What are we summoning?
Someone attack
Oh, Fury is here.
Your honor.
And using Escape Hatch to deploy and damage Jailbreak here. Ooh. That looks a bit problematic. Max cost 7, got it.
A perfect day for righteous battle.
Maximus.
I am warning you.
It's almost time.
So that's a bit scary. If I ignore her,
Be brave.
I imagine I might have a bad time. I'm thinking about pulling all his units together and using Shield of Just Ice. Or Sword of Just Ice to hit them all. I like that. Though that's not going to get more units on the field. If I can kill Maximus, it'll maybe be worth it. I actually don't think that is particularly worth it. Here goes anyway. Actually, it's not gonna. The vortex isn't gonna work the way I wanted it to either. So our own unit gets pulled. Although they can move out of the way.
Many courses of action.
Alright, let's see this now.
Many ways to fight. These paradoxes.
It just hits those two, actually, unfortunately. But I can kill the lockup guy. Yep. Just in time, too.
Recalculating.
And I'll have 5 energy next turn. I'm a little scared of Furia. She could come over and just kill me pretty quick. She's got ranged attacks, too. So we have to stay, like, well away from her. Or we need to kill her. Or we're just going to do that right now. Okay. Ow. Alright, well, she won't be dangerous again for a while. Glad we decided to just do that immediately. And that's the Tipu. Okay, spooky. So, what's the play here? Alright, this might go kind of badly for us.
Actions cannot be undone. Cinder can be so deadly.
Glorious fools.
And who do we want to summon here? The Blindsider? We need to summon somebody, or this is going to go badly for us. I'll go over here.
Ah, the art of surprise.
And I could Shield of Hope on him, but I don't feel the need to. So, if my opponent's smart, he'll be able to kill me next turn. Question is... what are we going to do about that? Why did that only do 1 damage? You have an attack power of 3? Not understanding why Snarling only took 1 there. Oh, I think because random ally of within range gains Shield of Hope when a rival is destroyed. So by killing our opponent's minions, we were shielding ourselves there. Got it. Okay, and they've got their own Snarling, too.
Stop this now.
So I either need to kill Furia or my opponent's captain on this next turn.
Do not distract me.
The real me is nigh.
Okay. So I can Vortex and do a big spinny attack again.
Actions cannot be undone.
What can I summon here? Jailbreak to immobilize. Prevent Tipu from doing the thing that I don't want. Okay. Let's do that. Actually, I might also be able to kill my opponent doing this outright.
You will not harm them.
Now we're talking!
Now you have 4 melee power. Opponent has 7 health. Yes. Make a ranged attack here. We should move. Make sure it's 100%. Strike you. Move in here.
Check my flow.
Melee attack.
Calculate.
Melee attack.
Contemplate.
GG.
Only prevails if we slumber.
That was pretty cool, actually. I liked... Extalor did a ton of damage up in the middle there with the Vortex Beam. I think I want to give him another go. Sneaky lethals, yeah. It's a good description. People underestimating the damage output that we have access to. Let's try that again. It's actually more effective than I thought it was going to be. In terms of like number of turns to win. Very curious what happens if we're not in a mirror match, though. Or in any match at all. Groovesnor says, is there a bonus for the second player? We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Currently, there is no bonus for second player, so there is definitely an advantage to going first. Sounds like some kind of second player bonus is in the works, however, because this is recognized. But will we get a match? That is the question. Trying to think of, based on what I've seen of this game so far, what kind of unit designs would I like to see in the future? We've got range damage, area damage, repositioning, support, healing. There's a whole bunch of different potential unit types. I think I even saw one kind of like spawning unit. Ability to create a horde. Is there a campaign mode for this game? You can play single player versus AI, and there is a single player longer form mode that I'll be checking out next time we play this. That I don't know much about it currently.
My objective is my vow.
Apart rather than towards. I like being able to be invulnerable for a turn. That could really make a difference here. We're fighting the smuggler. Zax. We'll want to stay on his good side. So, is this an opponent against whom the gauntlet is
This'll be
okay
over real
against?
quick.
Yeah, it could be a way to chase down Maximus, who will be a pain in my butt, assuredly. Not much I can do to avoid chip damage from these two. So I gotta be careful here. Not sure how to approach. Definitely gonna lose health on the approach. Guess we'll go here. And I don't think it behooves me to summon the gauntlet. I'm gonna bank the energy. So that's a pretty weak turn 1. We just move into line of sight and get shot. But it's okay. Or, well, maybe it's not okay. But I want it to be okay. So I'll just pretend that it is. Should at least not be 100% shot. Yeah, 66.
Fuck it off.
Alright, take 1. Feels good.
Catch me
However,
if you can.
you're not going to be safe. I don't think. Positioned there. Although putting an obstacle in my way will definitely mitigate somewhat. What can I do next turn? We're going to probably pull Crankbait into play. It means we'll get shot one more time, but next turn we should have control over who's doing what.
Got a lovely selection.
It's Titonia. Got it.
Forget nothing.
Could Stimburst here to get down a little faster. Yeah, I think I want Crankbait. So yeah, we'll show this off.
Minds will baffle.
Move adjacent to her. And then summon you. Put it behind Maximus here. Maximus can jump out of any situation, though. I'm not currently worried about him. Let's go here to lock off.
You
Retreat.
got it.
Question is, are we going to be able to survive in the hot seat here? If our opponent focuses on killing us ASAP, then they might be able to do it quicker than quicker than I can blink, which would be pretty undesirable. But that's what the invulnerability shield is for. If he gets me below half health, well, guess what? I can be invuln on the turn that he'd most want to secure the lethal. Definitely seems to be what he's going for.
Damaged.
Question is, how do we play around that? Board game feeling to it. Yeah, it's kind of like a 1v1 tactics board game of sorts.
Nice.
All right, fair enough. An attempt was made.
What's the hurry? Surprise! I know, I shouldn't have.
That is really not threatening to me, actually. I don't think I care much about that at all. So who do I want to yoink here? Probably Maximus? Although I'm not going to be able to actually get the kill, am I? That's okay.
This is my jam.
Oh, are we able to grapnel here? I think so. Right? I think this is going to work. If it doesn't, I'm going to be very embarrassed. There we go, yeah.
Hey, you deserve a big hand.
Yoink. Oops, oh, that hits my own unit. I actually didn't want to confirm there, but we did. Unfortunate. I guess I'll go here. Get a little bit more distance. But yeah, I meant to move slightly before hitting my own crankbait. Alas, we did not. I also didn't get any units on the field, so I don't feel great about that turn, since we didn't actually kill Maximus there. we'll see what happens.
Feeling it, huh?
Ah, yeah, we're going for the amplifier. So he's going to try to kill me. If you can get me this turn, then well done. But if you can't, well, guess what?
Oh, no.
Oh, the crit!
Allergic to gunfire?
Yeah, well played. This is basically the build I was using before. So I'm not at all surprised to see it absolutely destroying this particular setup, which is, quite frankly, too slow to grab momentum in a game, if you ask me. Oh, but he might not have enough energy to actually lob the nade. No, he didn't. Oh. Very good. Okay, so we have chance to recover then. And I might even get the Nectar Vine in here.
Intriguing design. Actions cannot be undone.
Not quite, huh? And if I don't get a kill, please move.
Having the best time.
Defend yourself.
I don't think this is going to be enough, but we'll see. Mostly I'm spending too much of my energy on using my abilities and not enough energy on actually getting stuff on the field here. That's how I feel. What determines energy amount? You get one income per number of turns it's been, essentially. So one energy on turn 1, 2 energy on turn 2, 3 on turn 3, so on and so forth. Very similar to Hearthstone in similar competitive games.
Tona! Tona!
Dropping a hot one.
Enjoy.
Yeah, I have no idea how I'm gonna kill anything next turn.
Party pooper.
I might be able to live one more turn by wiping this nerd stuff out.
Ah, the nap before battle.
Like, I can get major kills here. And I think I can summon the Nectar Vine, so let's see.
For justice.
So what Shield of Hopes do you have? You're the grenade lady, so they can probably just do 4 damage anyway, but it's fine.
Check out these moves. Ah!
These
I don't think Shield of Hope can
paradoxes
stack.
give pause.
So I'd expect that my opponent can simply kill me this turn, but maybe not. I only actually see 4 damage visible on the field. And because I have the Shield of Hope.
Ah, some spice!
Wait, what?
Until it is done.
Where'd my Shield of Hope go?
I will return.
Hello? Does that not work how I think it does? Hello? Reduce the next damage to the unit by 1. But it didn't. It didn't do that. What the hell? Okay. More reason not to use him, maybe? I'm gonna play one more with the the Zax setup. I think this is a much better build overall. I don't like the melee guy very much, I think is where I'm arriving at. He's so slow.
Hot, dead, and dead hot.
Death has arrived.
Yeah, it does kind of feel weird that the melee captain and the range captain have the same base health. It does feel like that should maybe be different.
This moon's talking to me.
Take the cross map shitty snipe. I get to plink if I hit this shot. 14% to deal 3. Fair enough. And you're no threat to me, so I'm just going to deploy right in the open. Have fun.
A perfect day for righteous.
Is this beta?
battle.
Yes, this game is in early access. Much development yet to come. If he thinks he can hide, he's going to be sorely mistaken.
Ready for my close-up.
Breaking records and hearts.
At your service.
Oh? Oh, we can hide. Although I can gravity disc my own guy to get a bit further here. I don't think that's what I'm going to do. Bank a turn here. If I sleeper mine, how likely am I to get hit by it? Pretty likely, I think. Go there.
I'm the cinder
And I'm just going to
whisperer.
bank the energy. Well played by my opponent there, putting himself into position. I think he's lured me into making a bad turn too, but with more energy to spend in the future, I think we can get some stuff done. Oh, he is going to go for it. I was wondering. Will he get the kill? He probably will.
With righteous intent.
He can do 5+3 easy. This is what I was doing earlier.
I do.
But if you
what
can't
I
finish him,
must.
though, you shouldn't try this. He can, though, by using his own Maximus.
Watch me work. Him.
Well done. And there's that shield of nope working for him. Alright, it's cute that you think any of what you just did is going to stop me.
Drinks just go right through me.
My gratitude.
Distracted by my
Really?
reflection.
Uh-oh. The smoke reducing that? Let's put us into dire straits here. Can't even use my plink because I'm not able to deal any damage. Wow, that is trouble. Trouble in Baylor Town. Might be a short match, actually.
Respect all life.
I go with purpose.
What are you doing, friend?
Just look like you're thinking.
So what is this? Oops. Guess that's what I'm attacking. That's what that is. Not really what I meant to do, but here we are. We're just gonna stun his leader for this turn,
Showman.
so that I don't have to deal with him. What I should have done was summon Amplifier, but we'll summon the Pyro. Melee his Maximus. And plink his Maximus.
Nice. Need a moment to take all this in.
You want to move now? I think so. We can move around the corner here. this does for me. Oh, he's gonna free himself. I knew he could do that too. Should maybe be more mindful of our opponent's specific assists when considering what to do on my turn.
There you go, your favorite.
Oh. Ah, the Tipu.
Let's set the stage.
Always much to consider.
We're burning time here.
Oh, I can't go through walls. No dudes.
Drinks just
The
come
gravity
right
is
through
good
me.
gun.
Meet and greet.
Alright, who needs to die? Alien and Pummel now. That needs to die.
Oh, dang! Wanna have a jam sesh? You try balancing while dead. What's the hurry?
Could melee that, but I think it will get a bonus stat if I do that. We need to summon again.
With you till the
There we go.
end.
And I think I almost forgot to spend my energy that turn.
Use this wisely.
I think I gotta be careful of. We need to kill the Tipu before it gets out of hand. Was the blink necessary with the burn damage, or are you missing something? I'm not sure when the burn damage triggers, so I felt like I had to use it. But I might not have. Ooh, he's got the double mover. Okay. Triple moves.
I am warning you.
I can still kill you.
Something ruffle you?
Yes, go and get it. Lovely day for a cookout. This weighs more than me.
I'm the Cinder Whisperer.
Go for another Fire Flamer here. Definitely want to kill this thing. So let's try to kill this thing.
Feeling fine.
Yes, it does grow. Oh, it gets more health from that too. Oh, shoot.
Neato.
This might go badly for me. But my opponent can do 9 damage to me next turn. That's not
Just
good.
look like you're thinking. I was being timed?
I'm gonna do this then. That won't even kill. Shoot. Ah.
Got a fire in my heart.
Yeah. That slipped a little out of my control. Just barely there. We weren't able to get our opponent's Maximus. And I wasn't able to... what wasn't I able to do that fight? I wasn't able to deny their main threat there. Having the melee retaliatory damage. To consider more about that. One more go. One more go. Definitely think I played turn 2 wrong, mostly in that fight.
Take a sec to behold.
Protect each other.
Alright, another matchup against the melee guy. Alright, let's try the escape hatch this time. That should get my turret on the field for free, and I kind of like that. Well, that's a bold move. When it does have the first turn, I'm not going to let that scare me.
This'll be over real quick.
Wanna have a jam sesh?
Oh, an early crit. That's got to feel bad. I'll put my Maximus over here. Here we go.
Yeah.
Calm down, let's chat.
That's safe there. Okay, he's more safe that way. But if you think I can't kill him,
Need a
I've
moment
got to inform you that you are wrong. I'd have to use Gravity Disc to do it, but it might be worth it. In fact, I think I will. This is only PvP. You can play against bots,
Come on, everyone.
but they're not great.
Look alive.
At your service.
Oh, and I've made a great mistake here. By, not giving myself a clear enough shot, looks like. This is good, though.
Tippy-toe
There we
time. I polished the twins for this.
Got him. You might as well rush in and attack me, right? Are you gonna go for my Maximus? Oh, the Tipu. Okay, I gotta figure out how to kill that thing properly, like.
Uphold your honor.
Does the sun feel tasty?
Perfect. I'm gonna do that too. I hope you like my giant turret. I think I can summon my damage amp character next turn, so that's what I'm going to do in addition to getting the turret down.
This is frustration.
Not sure what's going on there, but timer will save us. There we go. Perfect. Okay, let's utilize the escape hatch. That actually kind of bums me out, man. And then I can't summon Amplifier Beetle because it's only turn 3. That's a real problem.
Oh, I forgot my lucky cravat.
But we can Ion Storm to reduce their accuracy and maybe get some stuff done. I guess we'll summon the Pyro, unless I think I can make anything else happen here. Yeah, we'll summon the Pyro, okay. And they'll be summoned hereabouts.
So much to burn, so little time.
Poetic.
Oh, that applied to me too. Whoops. Ah, we dodged the return attack though, so that was worth doing first. Lucky.
Trust me in nothing.
Defend yourself.
Oh, the heal too. That's gonna be a problem.
My path is clear.
Can you also kill this? Hope not.
Prepare to face your fate.
3 moves? Hello? Oh. Oh, that works multiple... I understand how that works. It's different than I thought.
Tona thrums inside us.
Yeah. So we want to give pummel to the Tipu, essentially, is the goal. The timer is on the far right of the screen when it's visible. I think we're in another pickle
Breaking
here.
records and hearts.
How do we solve what our opponent has thrown at us? Maximus is
Roast
down.
rations for you.
Axel Pyro can't really do a whole lot this turn. Although... yes, we can, actually.
Say thanks for second chances.
I guess we'll find out how the burn works, huh?
Drinks just go right through me.
Okay, burn's right at the start of the turn. Good. That thing can move? That's so creepy. So this is 5 per turn. So you can move the same unit 5 times within it. That's kind of cool, actually. Yeah, give me the spin to win. 5 damage per turn from Extalor is pretty good if you invest in him.
I go with purpose.
Looks like we're definitely trying to focus fire my my leader here. I respect it.
Show them your move.
I am warning you. Stay guarded, always.
Breaking records and hearts.
We're burning time here.
So that guy's not going to be moved is the problem. Get those two close to each other. I really want the drum dancer to perish. Actually, I don't really care that much, do I? Okay. Yeah, use the gravity disc like this then.
Team huddle.
Let's just get like right in there.
That's now the smoking section.
This moon's talking to me. Back off.
Oh, I'm blocked by my own turret, though. Oh, shoot. Let's try to get the Enforcer in the way here.
What's the hurry?
I'll move here. Being stuck against my turret is a real problem, unfortunately.
Friends.
Uphold your honor.
Oh, escape hatch works twice. That's right. Got the Lancer down. Oh, that's going to be difficult to escape from. We need to kill that quick. Oh, but he's got the crazy movement. I don't know why I thought I could possibly be safe from him. Oh, well, maybe that's why. He's stuck. He can't get through. He can't do it. Beatrice is just in the way there. He's too chunky. Yeah, that's a smart move. Get rid of the flamethrower guy.
What a wonderful day.
I can attack you both from there, right?
Feels neat to wiggle around.
Searching.
Wish I could move this turret.
Many courses of action. I excel at conflict resolution.
We'll thwart evil.
Pump it up!
Okay, that's where my amplifier
Breaking
went to.
records
Nice.
and hearts.
Bravery requires teensy breaks.
Immediately attack any crew that damages him, so he'll have return fire. Gonna be a bit of a problem, yet I don't see how we're doing this otherwise, so
Meet and greet.
give him the Ion Storm.
Picnic's over.
You gotta move out of the way. Not gonna be safe over here. I'm like super dead, in fact.
Still adjusting to robot arms.
Call me Mr. Consequence.
I was being timed.
Yeah, we're pretty dead here.
This outfit.
GG. Let him kill me. But he should be able to just bombard me and then get a creative melee attack in there using his Quetzali. Yeah, like that. That's cool. Well done, sir. Well done. It's now time for me to get my dinner. GG. GG. Well, Twitch chat, that is going to bring us to the conclusion of our first stream here of Moonbreaker. A one-on-one tactics game with a lot of interesting depth to it. Quite like what I've seen so far, and I'm looking forward to playing some more. There'll be constant updates through early access. And we should even be able to see an updated patch of some sort for our third stream of this. But we'll have one more stream each week for the next 2 weeks, again, sponsored by PUBG, Santa Monica, and Unknown Worlds Entertainment. I think this game has a lot of potential. I think it's quite fun even as it is, with just the units that are in there. Definitely think it needs a second player bonus of some kind, even if just a little thing. But overall, it seems like there's a lot of nuance to the positioning and use of your abilities, all with the time pressure, playing against a human opponent. It's cool. I think there's quite a lot of potential there. Like the card games that we all like, except without as nearly as much randomness factor, because you're not drawing through a set of cards. And matchups are a lot more deterministic up to individual player actions. Though the accuracy and crit mechanics take away from that a little bit. I guess you probably don't want it to be too much like chess. Anyhow, I think there's, yeah, a lot of potential here. But, folks, that is going to have to be it for me tonight. Let's see. I heard somebody else was playing this game. Is that true? Yeah. Throw on some support to Jorbs. Jorbs is streaming some Slay the Spire right now, and will later on be playing more Moonbreaker. Also sponsored to play this. Curious how well he does in his first times in the game. Very, very, very curious. I'll probably be watching that later, actually. I want to know his take on it. But I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful evening, everybody. Till tomorrow, this is me signing off. Tomorrow, expect a day of modded and variety Spire. In accountants with reaching our usual supporter goal. It's time to play some Downfall, some Slay the Streamer, some Spire with friends. But, hope you all have a wonderful time hanging with Jorbs. I am signing off. I hope you have a good one. Toodaloo, everybody. And good night. Wait, I need to raid, though. There it goes. Okay, toodaloo, folks.